Swagger on diamonds just Sakasha trying to pick my brain and judge me like a book. I don't got many likes, but I got a lot of looks. My picture on the news, they trying to label me a crook. They say I do too much, I say I'm off the hook. They ask me where I've been, I say I just came from the hood. Smelling loud off this good, the whole day out in Jug. These niggas wanna go to war, man, I wish they would. Oakland like Baghdad in my neck of the woods.
Rest in peace, my nigga Lil E, man.
Out the roots, he let the beats build, bitch, and we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section, cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it G, always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me, no.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing session, man. What's going down? What's going down? What's happening? Yeah, man. What's going on, man? Bro, who the fuck are you, bro? The fuck out of here, dog. I ain't ducking shit, nigga. Centos, what's up, OG? Jalen, what's going on, man? Chef, what's up with it, man? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Yo, what's going on, man? Highly anticipated, man. What's going on, big dog? How you feeling, man? Yeah, man. So, tonight, man, we're gonna have to switch gears a little bit. I'm probably gonna have to freestyle about a movie tonight. We were supposed to have a guest in tonight, but some shit happened to where they couldn't come in and shit. So we're gonna talk about some other shit. Man, probably talk about the knockout, but he kept him up fight with Mayweather and shit. Dude, it looked like he knocked him out, man, and then he just kept him up. That shit looked hella funny, bro. It looked like he was like out on his feet, and then Mayweather just kept him up from falling. I think, I don't know if he would even bet that fight. You know what I'm saying? It's too hard to even figure that shit out. Pewd, what's up with it, man? What's happening? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, dude was asleep. Dude was asleep for sure. I don't even know how Floyd was able to hold him up like that, bro. That dude was big as hell. Oh, okay, sure. All right. Yeah, man. Anyway, bro. Definitely, man. Definitely. That shit was definitely hilarious, man. That shit was hella funny, man. I don't even know where trolls come from, bro. Like, I have no idea where trolls even come from around this piece. For sure, Pewd, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, man. No, for sure. Glad I streamed it, for sure. No question. What's going on, Big Tank? What's going on? Let me get this. add this shit here. Dang. Bro, it don't matter, bro. It don't even matter. It don't really matter. Let me see. Let's see. What's up, man? Oh, it's Santos. What's up, man?
What's up, man? What's happening?
I thought you was a troll, but your name wasn't popping up or nothing like that.
Yeah, I had a number that we used those phone numbers the other night.
Oh, okay.
Hey, man, I'm gonna be doing a lot of muting. I don't have my headset tonight. I left it at home accidentally. I have my earbuds. Hey, Jalen, my bad, bro. Cut that chump up again, man. I was just trying to see what he said. I hit the wrong button. Cut that chump up again, bro.
I haven't seen the interview. I need to go look at it. Santos, what's going on, OG?
Shoot, man, trying to make $1.15, man. I ran yesterday, man.
No, I'm just shouting out the chat. The chat.
Yeah, I had to do some work yesterday, man, but it was a good day.
For sure. Okay, so we had Jerron Ennis in the boxing session today. Was you able to catch the interview? Santos.
I'm sorry, what you say? I was reading the chat. What you say?
No, I was saying, was you able to catch the interview with Jerron Ennis today?
Man, I had to go to sleep. I wanted to, man, but I didn't get in till late yesterday evening. Afternoon. I had to get to bed, man. I saw that you had done it though, and I clicked on it. I think when I clicked on it right before I went to bed, it hadn't quite started yet. And but I went on later down because I know once I got started, I wasn't going to go to sleep, and I knew I was going to be hurting if I hadn't went to sleep. I didn't get any. I didn't really. I did a more than 24 hours before tonight. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and check it out though.
For sure. Hey, put in the chat if y'all was able to see the interview and shit.
How long was the interview?
50 minutes.
50 minutes. That's good.
Yeah. It was good, man. It could have been longer, man, but she had to get back to work and shit. I was on the clock and shit, so.
Hey, Floyd, Fred was on a long time last. Old girl was on. Fred, he was on for a long time last night, was he?
I don't even know. I didn't even go live last night, bro. I had some sleep and shit.
You wouldn't have got no action, man. He had Brianna Bett on there last night. She had. I think her milk was bringing the boys to the yard, man. A milkshake, I mean.
Oh man, she be had them Johns out, man.
Yeah. I was told about it, but I was involved with something else last night, and they had my attention, so I never did get to click over there. But I was told that they were still going. So I would click over there, and I said, "Shoot, I know I ain't missing Cal now." I said, "Cause shoot, she tearing up the airways right now."
Yeah, she gonna keep the whole, the whole panel, the whole chat panel, everybody. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't be mad at that, man. She hella
Yeah,
cool. She hella cool. She
yeah. I'm familiar with her. I was following her on Instagram before Fred ever had her on the show,
Word.
and then when he had on the show, I was like, that's one of my girls, man. I got, the girls I keep up with on Instagram, I consider them part of my collection. I'm like a cyber undercover Hugh Hefner.
Cyber Pimp.
Yeah, cyber pimp.
What's on here? YouTube been on some BS though. YouTube ain't really they ain't really been like putting it in the front. Yeah, I don't know why they like any other time I go live, they'll put it like they'll put it in the front for people to see it. And now it's you can't even really see.
Yeah. How was your weekend, bro?
See, look. See how they do me? See?
Oh, yeah, I guess.
See? Now I got to go to actual videos to even look at it. All the other videos that I ever posted is up here, though.
You talking about for the interview?
Yeah, and now, see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was gonna go to your actual page site anyway on YouTube and pull it up from there. I know you did it, so I know what to go find. So, but yeah, for anyone else who didn't know, that would mess you up on. They won't get to see it.
Yeah, man. I know you probably see. I'm gonna hit my boy softball, but I think he's sleeping shit.
No, you good, bro. Yeah. You have a good time with the family this past weekend, or were you working a lot?
Man, this weekend went by way too fast, man. I feel like I got Bridget. This shit was over with.
Yeah.
How did you feel about the exhibition?
Man, I kept in mind that it was an exhibition. I didn't expect anything extra. I saw Floyd hurt the guy a couple times, and it was obvious he could have outboxed him, but of course the guy kept holding him, and he was a big dude, but he kept holding, and they made their money, man. It was a money grab, you know what I'm saying? But I tell you what, those undercard fights, that Hurd fight was a good fight, but Hurd gave that fight away. I mean, when my man was putting them things on him, and was outboxing Hurd, man. Hurd was waiting. He was the old Hurd, except he didn't come back this time. And he hurt the cat a couple of times. I missed the Ocho Cinco fight. That's the only one I missed. I saw everything else. The fight with my man Badu Jack. That dude didn't want to be there, man.
Hold on, Chris. Nigga, hold on. The interview is on my page, nigga. You got to go to the actual videos though, because YouTube be acting funny and shit. Hey, JB, man, join the panel real quick, man. With Greg Santos.
Yeah, the guy that Badu Jack was fighting, man, he didn't want to be there in the ring with Badu Jack, man. He came to lay down. And but I mean, I'm not saying Badu didn't catch him, but they didn't catch him like that. The dude just gave it up, man. He was done. He was trying to get out of there. But other than that, man, it was entertaining. That's about it, But I mean, your boy went to the gym for about 3 weeks. Floyd, he only went to the gym about 3 weeks. Okay, to get ready for that cat. So he didn't do no whole lot of stuff. If Floyd being serious, he gonna have somebody like his dad or somebody on that level training him. You know what I'm saying? It was a money grab,
What's up, JB?
It's good, my one and only Kyle, the boxing section.
What's going down, big dog?
So I seen your interview with Boost earlier. And finally got him on there. I was waiting on that.
Yeah, man. How was it?
It was good. It was a good interview. You need to bring him back though.
No, we're gonna bring it back for sure. Man, I put the link in the chat for you niggas to beam in and shit.
Man, I couldn't be more earlier. I was busy doing something, so I couldn't be more. So I was just listening.
Yeah. I put it up for everybody to beam in and shit and chop it up with them. Yeah, he'll be back though. He'll be back though for sure. You know, like I say, you know, I done been in the gym with him. I done kicked it with him plenty of times.
You did have the.
What did you say, Tintos? Tintos, what you say? Let me hit, man. Let me see what's going on, man. Hey, JB.
Shit, what call?
What time did you get in on the interview?
Well, shit. What was it? I think around like 12:30, 12:40, something like that.
Okay, then
You said what?
so you got in that joint kind of late. I said you got that joint kind of late then, huh?
Yeah, I got that. I seen it late.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. YouTube, man, they ain't been fucking with me like that.
YouTube be tripping. I didn't even know you was live right now. I was on. You know how when you press your you say you don't send no notifications.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. You just got to mute your microphone, but you got a lot of feedback.
Okay, I'm on mute, and then when I talk, I'll just come on.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, show lit though. For sure lit. You know what I mean? I had a good time, man. You know, that's normally how me and him interact anyway, laughing and talking and shit. Man, appreciate it. Yes, sir. Man, hey, listen, Wire Wednesday's finna go up though. We finna turn that shit up. I can't wait to get with Tank, man. We're gonna turn this shit all the way up, man. It's going all the way down. So JP, man, how did you take? What was your take on the on the fantasy fights?
I know you said Mayweather versus Ray Leonard. What else you had? I don't remember the other. I remember that one.
Yeah.
No, that's a tough fight right there. I don't think Floyd will win that fight. To be honest. Who else? You said Roy Jones versus was it Bernard B-Hop versus Marvelous Hagler?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was
I'm taking B-Hop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, for sure. We're gonna do that. Smoko, shout out to you, man. We're gonna do that for sure. We're gonna definitely do that on this one. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stretch this shit out. The drawing in this interview, I'm gonna stretch that drawing out because it was a lot of good content in that drawing, so I gotta stretch it out.
You gotta get Shakur Stevenson on here.
I had Shakur Stevenson on here before, but not like a sit down interview. But
I'm talking about like a sit down where you ask them questions for good 20.
I'm gonna get his ass on here one of these days.
That's what you got.
Yeah, I'm mad I can't go to that fight this weekend.
Fight on Saturday, don't
Yeah, no, man. I'm mad I can't get down to it, man. I had too much other shit going on, dude, this month.
It's Yeah, it's about to get back into the normal wave.
Yeah, man. It's finna go back crazy. What's up, Mir? Salute to my dog, man. You know, town business. You know how we rocking.
Yeah.
Shout out to my boy Rob Brown, man. Salute to you, family. Yeah, yeah, man. So it's coming, man. Don't worry about it. It's going shit gonna shake. You know what I'm saying? Shit is gonna shake. You know, like I said, I'm gonna highlight the homies and let them know, like, hey man, I'm gonna need y'all niggas. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to start asking the homies to help me get some shit going. I normally don't even ask them. I try not to ask them for shit. You know what I'm saying? I kind of want them to just be homies and shit. I mean, I'm tired of shit, dog. I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't know why I'm so fucking tired, bro. I got off hella early today at work, bro, and I've been hella tired, bro. But them kids woke me out tonight. Oh yeah, that's hey, listen, that's gonna be like the major topic, like as far as like the thumbnails and shit, because I'm excited, man. Dude, we so close to getting her on the show, bro. It's like we are so close. I'm hella mad because they were supposed to have. I thought they were gonna have fans at her fight, so I waited, and I didn't get on with I didn't hop on that Shakur Stevenson fight because I thought that she'll be have fans there. So that kind of fucked me up too. A lot of shit was fucking me up because I thought a lot of shit just happened this month, man. Shout out to my dog, Big Tank. What's going on, Tank?
What's going on, brother?
Big Ray.
On the interview, man. Dope interview with Jerron Booth Ennis.
For sure.
Live in the boxing section.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Santos?
What up, Tank? How you doing, my brother? And what up, JB? I forgot to holler at you, man.
Yeah, what up, Deshaun? What up, Santos?
Good up. What's good, Tank?
Yeah, man.
Another day, brother. Just another day.
Yeah. Shit was good though. I ain't gonna lie. I had a lot of fun, man. Suits my dog Reggie Owens, man. Yeah, I had a lot of fun though. I had a lot of fun doing that interview. You know, we talk. That's how we talk when I see him. So it just felt good. It felt natural. It didn't feel forced. It didn't feel like it felt like the energy was there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my dog DB. What's going on, man? What's happening?
What's happening, DB?
DB, man, you gotta join the panel tonight, brother. We in here.
Salute to DB.
The kids down for sleep. Shout out to my dog.
The Majestic gonna make a cameo in the chat at some point.
Yeah, you know, I'm hoping, man.
It is in the house. It is in the building.
You know, we got some shit to talk about. Reg, if you ain't putting no kids to sleep, man, go ahead and join this panel, man. We're gonna just chop it up for a minute. I don't got no movies tonight, man, because we were supposed to have a guest. Shout out to Best Pugilist, man. He working behind the scenes trying to make some shit happen. But yeah, man, definitely. So at what time did you get in on the interview, Big Tank?
Say that again.
I said, at what time did you get in on the interview? At like what time did you join the interview?
I didn't even get the notification. I got the I think I looked at, I don't know when I checked my phone because I was talking to my pops. We was chopping it up, and then at some point of getting off the phone with him, I checked my my messages, and I seen that you had sent the link to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I seen that you had sent. I was like, man, hold on. And then I looked at it, and it was already over. So I had to watch the playback. So when I watched the replay, that's when I was like, man, I was hot. I was like, man, I didn't even get my notification for it.
Yeah, and I had the BMN shit ready to go too. Shout out to my dog Champion Heart, man. What's going on?
Stepping Hard, salute.
Money. What's
H
going
Money
on,
Boxing,
man?
salute.
It's my
Mir,
guy.
salute.
My guy. What's going on?
Jalen, salute. Nah, RB, salute. Hey, it's crazy, Kyle. It's crazy, bro. I had a whole, list of questions and stuff prepared too. You know what I'm saying? I was ready. So that's why I was like, man, I was hot. You know what I mean? I had to talk to Pops anyway, but no, I'm not saying that was the reason I didn't get it, but I was just drawing a line. I was talking to Pops, and then that's when I happened to look at my phone after I got off the phone with him, and I was like, oh, wait a minute, Kyle already did the damn thing, and YouTube hated on my notifications over here. I had to check my bell icon. Salute to Cam.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. YouTube been on some bullshit with me, man. I done lost like 3 subscribers out of nowhere and shit. After one of the biggest interviews in my channel's history, I lose subscribers. I'm like, what the hell kind of shit is that?
Yeah, YouTube tripping.
Yeah, man. Then they won't put the video up front. They won't even put the video up front. They keep, they put it in the shadows. This is the second time they did that, where I had to run in this. I had his whole fight on video, and they doing the same shit. They shadow banned it or something like that. Taylor Bell, salute to my
Tone Brown. Yeah, man. I've been working on some things. I've been trying to see how we can do these wire reviews in terms of the episodes.
Yeah, man,
I want to work this out. I'm trying to see how the heck we can do this. I even got my other brother Talk Sports with JT. He willing to watch it too. He was like, "Yeah, we got to watch these episodes because we was chopping it up since the 20-year anniversary of the show was on June 2nd. And you know what today was? Well, yesterday now because it's midnight, but today was the anniversary of the very first episode of season 1 of Power.
Yeah.
I knew that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Power the first we passed. So that was another dope ass show. You know what I'm saying? On June 7th.
Salute to my guy, man, coming through. Salute. Yeah, man, we it's a good time, man. It was cool though. It was fun, man. We have a good time, man. Listen, we're gonna do. I think we might have to do some live commentary as the episodes are on, man, and just break it down scene by scene, man, and just chop it up like that.
Reals, bro. Hey, Cam, you talking about you on season 2, episode 2 of The Wire? Is that what he's talking about, Kyle?
I think so. I think he might.
Yeah, bro. That season 2 threw people off, but season 2 was tight. Like if y'all ever get a chance to rewatch it, when y'all watch The Wire again, man, y'all get to that season 2, and a lot of people was like, man, they bring all these white dudes in.
Yeah, it kind of ended up, and it all tied in together. That's the craziest part. They tied that shit in nice and easy. They tied that in nice and easy, man. So it was cool, very exciting. Yeah, man. I'm excited, man. I want to see. I really want to see Devin Haney, Teofimo Lopez, but I just think it's going. I don't think it's going to happen, man. I don't think they're going to allow it to go down. I think that we're just going to be disappointed again, bro. That's what I'm thinking, man. I think we'll be disappointed again.
Yes, it's a chance that Teofimo Lopez is using Devin Haney's name. You know what I'm saying? To build up another fight. You know what I'm saying? That's always a possibility. And that's why I say I don't believe nothing until the weigh-in. You know what I mean?
Hell, even the
weigh-in, I believe it.
Shout out to my boy Mexican Supremacist. Shout out to NO Boxing. Shout out to my dog, Big DJ. What's happening, baby?
DJ, yes sir, DJ. Definitely have to top it up. You know what I'm saying? And what's his name? Who's that? Somebody said Andre Ward has 2 good wins. Carl Froch and Sergey Kovalev, but he robbed Kovalev. I don't think he robbed nobody. He did what he's supposed to do. You know what I mean? He got in there, and if Kovalev didn't get the job done in the eye of the judges, then that's what it is. You know what I mean? Andre Ward stood tall after getting knocked down in the second round. That was early in the fight. And he made the right adjustments. You know what I'm saying? Made the fight real tough for Kovalev after that. You know what I'm saying? Got all up in his personal space, smothered Kovalev's power punches. And for the remainder of that fight, most of the significant punches were Andre Ward's, you know what I'm saying? But the problem is that they was to the body, and it was in the phone booth on some inside fighting while Kovalev was in there tying them up. So, you know, those are not punches that people really remember and that people really notice. You know what I'm saying? That they're not really headshots. People really not giving them that much credit. But I think that that first fight with Kovalev looked similar to the fight that Andre Ward had with Sakio Bika in the Super 6 tournament, in my opinion. But, you know what I'm saying? Everybody can see it differently. That's just the way I saw it. All Ward did was body punches. Body punches count. Body punches count just as much as head punches count.
Yeah, man. Listen,
a lot of people forget that Andre Ward also beat bad Chad Dawson.
I was gonna say that was just my, you know what I mean. He said 2 fighters, and I'm like, I can go more than that, but that's whatever. You know what I mean? That's his opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. I have a difference of opinion. I have several fights that I thought was significant for Andre Ward, and Chad Dawson was is included in that. So that probably, in my opinion, was the first step, because a lot of people at the time, you know, it's easy to say what you want to say now, but at the time, people was like, I don't think Ward could beat Chad Dawson. You know, I was in those conversations, so I was being told that. So I remember exactly the conversations, and I remember hearing the mainstream media and the boxing pundits talk about it at the time too. But I definitely remember it being a part of the conversations where people was like, you know, Andre Ward don't have punching power, and Chad Dawson's gonna come to his weight class and dominate him, and a whole bunch of other narratives. But that's not what happened. And then after the fight, then people want to start talking. Well, Chad was kind of, you know, he didn't look the same. He didn't have his legs. Yeah, it's easy to say after the fight, but before the fight, people was talking real greasy on Andre Ward. Same thing with the Kovalev fight. That's why he ran it back, so he could let people know, look, the stuff that I started in the first fight with them body punches is I could tell he wasn't able to take those punches. So in the second fight, that's gonna be one of my main focuses, and that's why he stopped the dude in the second fight. And if Kovalev really felt that he was robbed in that first fight, he would have did like he said he was going to do in the second fight, which was in Andre Ward's career, but that didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Well, technically Andre Ward retired, so I guess in a way he could say that he did in his career, but it ain't the way he said it. You know what I mean? He ended it on his own terms. But you know what I'm saying? I had Andre Ward winning that first fight, and you know, like many people, I saw him landing the more significant punches after the second and third round, especially. You know what I mean? But I think people was seeing that. I think Ward won the first round too. But what happened was when Andre Ward is winning the rounds, people saw Kovalev rocking with a jab, and then after that, you know, people base it off of that. And I don't think that's fair. But Andre Ward is one of those fighters that won't get his credit because he, quote unquote, didn't have punching power. But those of us who know boxing knows that boxing is not a power punching contest. It's a battle of will and skills, and styles make fights.
Oh, here we go. It's always somebody here for the bullshit. Money Man, salute to you anyway. Jaquan, salute to you, my brother. Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you sliding through, man, and hanging in there with us and shit. What's going on, Cam? Can you hear me? My audio is good? It should be good, right?
Yeah,
Nah,
shit good.
it's perfect so far.
Okay.
No issues.
Yeah,
Man, that's
man.
funny, man.
Shout out
Andre,
to-
you think Andre Ward's a dirtier fighter than Bernard Hopkins?
Who said that?
Than Andrew Galata? Come on, if you don't knock it off. Money Man. He said
Yeah.
Andre Ward, Tyson Fury are the dirtiest fighters he's seen. But whatever, he probably he's just saying that what he saw, so I guess. But
Yeah,
y'all ain't gonna troll me.
We got some trolls out there tonight, man. It's all good, man. It's love. You know what I'm saying? Show love to the trolls. It's all good. MMA Thursday is gonna be lit as a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? MMA Thursday is gonna be lit. I think her fight is on a Friday too. Yes, sir. Her fight is on Friday. That's gonna be a hell of a time. Hell of a time. Yeah, that shit gonna be lit for sure. That shit gonna be lit for sure. And I don't think she gonna lose neither. I think she gonna beat the shit out that girl. What you think, Tank?
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. See what happens. I gotta see I gotta see how this transition goes. I gotta see the work that she's been putting in the gym with John Jones and them, and see if it can transition and translate to the octagon come fight night. You know, it's one thing to be learning uh, grappling moves and how to strike and how to maintain your balance on kicks and but it's a whole another thing to do it in live fire. You know what I mean? In live fire exercise when it's a competitive bout. You know, so I'm eager uh, to see how she adjusts once the bell rings and she gets into the octagon and has to put what she has learned to the test and see if she can figure it out. Um, yeah, I think it's really exciting. You know, exciting time for the GOAT. See if Holly Holmes, having Holly Holmes is crucial because she can relate. You know what I'm saying, to Clarissa coming from the boxing world. Um, so it's going to be interesting to see uh, if she can pick the lessons up that she's learned from Holly Holmes and integrate them into her style. Since Holly knows exactly what Clarissa will be going through coming from boxing to mixed martial arts, and yeah, like I said, I'm eager to see it uh, take place and unfold. Moving
You my
forward.
bad. She was fighting on Thursday. She fought on the 10th. I could have sworn the 10th. So the 10th is a Thursday. I forgot. My bad, y'all. The 10th. She fought on the 10th. Yeah. So man, she ain't ducking no goddamn Savannah Marshall. Stop this stuff, man. Yeah, man, I think he gonna be a fucking dog, bro. Boy, we got some trolls out here tonight. Shout out to the trolls, man. We need these numbers and shit. So, JB, man, what fight are you looking forward to the most this week?
Shakur, hands down. I think he up next. You know, obviously he don't really get talked about as much as the other guys in them lower weight classes, like Dev, Teofimo, and Ryan Garcia and all them. But you know, he skill wise, he up there as far as when it comes to that in the sport. So I say Shakur. Clarissa, as far as her fight, I mean, I ain't really no MMA fan or nothing like that. So I just want to see what she can do in the octagon or whatever they fighting in. But I say Shakur.
I ain't mad. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Kristen Shields, man. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I'm looking forward to her more than anything in this world. And I'm so mad I couldn't get her this interview before her fight. But hopefully I can get it after the fight. I'm gonna hit my partner up and ask her again and shit to see if she can get her on for me. But other than that, I'm excited about. I want to see Shakur get down, man. But I mean, I'm just tired of these guys running from him and ducking him and shit. I'm just sick of that shit. And I'm sick of Bob Arum allowing him to go down like that. Shout out to Champion Hart. Yes, sir. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, Carissa Shields be looking better and better, man. She's like fine wine, man. If I do say so myself.
Yeah, I'm looking for that. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was
gonna say I'm looking forward to that Shakur Stevenson fight too. You know what I mean? I'm gonna tune in to Clarissa Shields, like I said, just out of intrigue to see if she can put what she's been learning to use when it counts. But Shakur is doing what he does. You know what I mean? He's doing what he's been trained to do and what he's been groomed to do, and he has a goal in mind, and he has a weight class that he's in at 130 to try to stamp his position in, and so I think that's a more meaningful fight. You know what I'm saying? That's coming up this weekend, and so that's the one that I'll be mainly focused on to see what Shakur does and how he starts to uh, make his way through the 130 division, and that matters more than what Clarissa's doing at this point, because I think Clarissa's doing what she's doing because she's not getting the shot that she deserves in the boxing world, as opposed to her making the transition to mixed martial arts because she wants to take over that sport or anything like that. I think that's a business move, and a lot of these women that are groomed to be boxers are going to martial arts because of the business, as opposed to wanting to take over and dominate that sport. But she's a competitor, so she's going to do it to the best of her abilities. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Shout out to Rob87. Shout out to Kool-Aid Man. Shout out Chain with Ice. Shout out to y'all boys, man. Appreciate y'all for sliding through, man. 100% appreciate it. Somebody said he'll have a hard time with Jamel Herring. It'd be a good fight, but Jamel Herring know what's going on. He know what the fuck is going on, man. And shout out to both of them dudes, man, because those were some of my first interviews. My first interviews was Shakur Stevenson, Jamel Herring. So I hold them guys in high esteem. You know what I mean? I fucks with them heavy and shit. I do. Yeah, man. I'm excited though, man. I'm excited to see him get down. I don't like the card. You know what I mean? I don't think it's enough firepower. They keep doing that shit though, man. They keep doing that shit, dude. You know, it's like, dude, get that man some firepower, man. You know what I'm saying? Help the show. You know what I'm saying? Help out the card. But Stylebender came back quick, man. Shit. He came back quick. Cause it seems like UFC fighters come back hella fast, dude. They fight and they like right back in the goddamn ring. It seemed like, man. If I'm tripping or not, I feel like he didn't fight that long ago, man. Yeah, them dudes be in the ring together all the time. They be sparring and shit. So somebody knows something we don't know. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna see. We're gonna see for sure. Listen, man, I got 4 good minutes for my homies, man. I gotta be back at it at 4 a.m. and shit. What's going on, man? What's going on to you? Flock of Flame, man. Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you for sliding through. Hey, Santos, are you in a great spot now?
I think I'm in a better spot.
All right. Well, it's time for you, JB, and the Sweet Science Examiner take us home and shit.
All right.
Yeah, it's my time to. Hey, listen, shout out to Cam, man. Cam up today. So you know he gonna let you win this shit. So salute to Cam. Yeah, man. Another great show. Tomorrow we going hard though. Tomorrow it's going down. Mark Nash is gonna be in the spot. He's gonna talk about his music. We're gonna have him talk about the music. We're not gonna bring up anything that has to do with the other night. We're not gonna do it. We're never gonna do that. But I will say he gonna be here tomorrow, and we're gonna talk about music and stuff like that. He gonna go over his new album that he got coming out, and yeah, we're gonna go from there. But Wire Wednesday is definitely gonna be real this week. Me and Tank, we've been chopping it up, so we're really trying to figure out to another level. So I'm hoping we can figure out how to do that, because The Wire is a hell of a show. And I'm glad we got a lot of people watching the show for the first time. It's good shit. It's all good shit. Listen, if you haven't seen that interview with me and Jerron Ennis, make sure you go to my channel and watch it. It's only 50 minutes. So let's get it. I'm saying 100%. Let's get it. Let's get the views up on that interview, man. Let's try to make that happen. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to y'all. Shout out to everybody, man. You know it's always true when players meet. Thank y'all for breaking bread with your boy. In the words of the great philosopher Lil E, man. You know, chicken one day, feathers next. You know what I'm saying? Breathe air, live life. Shout out to my dog Lil E, man. R.I.P. to my cousin, man. Miss you dearly, man. 100% miss you, dog. That's real. Shout out to YV, man. Just jumping in that thing. Appreciate you, man. Everyone's finest. The stack is in the building. All right, y'all. So we're gonna do it like this. Cam is gonna handle all business from here. Santos, JB, and the Sweet Science Examiner. I see y'all in a couple hours, man. I know y'all still gonna be on. But where's JFL so we can laugh, man? God damn it.
Nah, don't bring him back, man. JFL be serious. Man, I know he ride for the Philly fighters, man. JFL be saying some clown.
Y'all go to that.
It's
Go to that Javon Ennis video, and make sure you like the video. Make sure you comment on the video. Let's get that algorithm up. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna build this box protection up the way it's supposed to be built. We have top-notch fighters, top-notch talent. We have an up-and-coming talent, and we have a great platform for them to be on, and we want to make sure that the platform grows the way it deserves to be grown. And the way to do that is for the people that's in the chat and the people that's listening to this on the replay to do their part. You know what I mean? We all each have a part in this, and it doesn't take much. All you got to do is go in there and go in there and drop a comment. You know what I'm saying? And support the grind.
Yeah, I really don't like what
you gotta do is go in there and go in there and drop a comment. You know what I'm saying? And support the grind.
I really don't like how YouTube is getting down for real. Like any other time, they put the video right in the forefront. This is the first video. Now you got to click on videos for it to come up.
Right. Hey, yes, sir, Russo. It's on this channel, so go ahead and click that boxing section link. If you haven't already subscribed, make sure you subscribe. Click that bell icon. That bell. Go to the video and like, comment, and support the grind, like I just said.
Hey, Tank, I think you got some feedback, my man.
Yeah, the link is in the chat, man. To watch the interview, the link is in the chat. So y'all can click on that link, man, and support that video. And hit the subscribe button if you're not subscribed to the channel. Make sure you hit that subscribe button on your way in and on your way out, man. Trying to get these numbers up. YouTube playing games with me, man. So let's try to get this thing going. All right, y'all. I'm gonna get with y'all in the morning.
All right, my brother. You sleep well. Appreciate all the support. And we'll convene when you come back. What up, my G's? It's time to talk about whatever you guys want to talk about.
Okay.
So, let's see what the text is. Let's see.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Do I got feedback still?
So far it sounds okay. See, the interview with Boosie, okay, that was already shown. Just fought in February, talking about style building.
Champion Arce needs to take a year off and train Taekwondo just to get her kicking real good. I agree with that, and also, she needs to focus on her takedown defense. I think that's going to be key. The takedown defense is going to be key because that is what the majority of her opponents that are skilled in the martial arts will try to do, is get her off of her feet, because everybody knows that her strength when she comes into the octagon or into the cage will be her stand-up game. So in order to counter that, they're going to be trying to get her off her feet by shooting single leg takedown, double leg takedowns, etc. So her takedown defense is going to be key moving forward if she's going to be competing in mixed martial arts, in my opinion.
I hear that's one of her weakest points of her fight game. It's the takedown. I mean, it's to be expected, I guess, right now, this early in her career.
Right, because that's not she's a boxer. She's not a martial artist. She hasn't, to my knowledge, been trained in wrestling or judo, jiu-jitsu or anything like that. So, that's, like you just said, Santos, that's to be expected. And I expect that her opponents that are skilled in those areas will go into the fight. Even if they're not that skilled in those areas, I'm sure that they're being coached and trained to have the strategy of going in there to take her down and getting her off her feet and see if she can work from the ground. And it's going to be crucial and pivotal for her to work on that takedown defense.
What do you feel is the easiest form of fighting to learn as far as MMA? I would think wrestling, but I could be totally wrong. And because I'm thinking whatever the easiest form of fighting she could have that a person could learn and adapt to, that's what they should have been focusing on. But I mean, she has striking with her hands. I mean, she can learn with her feet, her legs. But I think whatever. Like I'm thinking, the reason I say wrestling because I think that's one of the second forms of fighting that we as kids in these states, in my hood, that's what we learn as far as boxing and wrestling. So I think they should have concentrated on teaching whatever was the easiest to learn. That way she can have some minimal defenses against some takedowns. And I mean, her striking speaks for herself, I'm sure.
I think that the takedown defense is the easiest thing. That's why I brought that up. Takedown defense is how you position your body, because takedowns are pretty much straightforward. So instead of trying to learn counters of takedowns, counters once you get taken down, you want to learn how to avoid being in a position of being trying to be taken down. That's the key. So learning those techniques, those subtle techniques and subtle shifts in your body weight is going to be the crucial aspect, and you can find that a lot easier uh, to learn than learning how to counter an arm bar or guillotine or anything like that. Um, Chuck Liddell basically almost made an entire career uh, just utilizing takedown defense. I think that a company with takedown defense, um, I would play a lot of Chuck Liddell if I was um, training her. You know what I mean? Showing her the patience that he had once somebody did try to take him down and he avoided them, and they laid on the ground. He didn't mess around with trying to, jump on top of them or get them in any kind of submissions. He waited for them to stand up, and that's the patience that she's going to need. Wait for them to get up. You know what I mean? No need to go over there and be kicking the thighs and put yourself in a position to get taken down with a maneuver that you're not comfortable with, and go from there. I would go with takedown defense and judo personally. You know what I mean? Because they both have to do with weight shifting, whether it's shifting your own weight or using your opponent's uh, uh, momentum to shift their weight, so that you don't have to exert a lot of strength and energy on your own. I think that's what I was. I think that answers your question.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't think about Chuck Liddell. That's a great example you used there, and that she can mimic that style for a minute. He was very successful with that. And I think it was a great example you just used. Hey, I'm gonna mute for a second. I'm getting something out the back. I'm gonna listen to you, and cause I don't have my headset tonight. It doesn't cancel. I
Okay.
got my earbuds and they don't hardly cancel or anything.
Okay. No sweat. We'll
All
go
right.
through the chat and see if anybody will interact with the chat. Let me see. Blah blah blah. The interview with Boots is on this channel. Yes, sir. Uh, Champion Heart says facts. She can learn how to defend a lot quicker than trying to learn the whole system of jujitsu. There it is, right there. That's pure facts, right there. You know what I'm saying? There's so many different forms of jujitsu out there and different styles and techniques. Uh, so it's a lot more difficult, uh, and it takes a lot more training to learn all of those different systems than it will to learn how to uh, defend takedowns and uh, and maneuvers to prevent you from getting in the position to have to counter or reverse uh, the holds that come with the systems of jiu-jitsu. DJ said, from what I've seen, she's been working on her takedown defense and her kicks. Yeah, me too. Um, she's gotten better with her balance when kicking. She's also been learning how to feint kicks and go straight into strikes, which will, undoubtedly be her strength. She's gonna have to learn how to punch on one leg. She's gonna have to learn how to maintain her balance when kicking. She's gonna have to learn how to uh, transition from uh, a kick that she misses into a strike or into a defensive position. These are all things that, like I was saying earlier, she'll be training to do, but uh, she won't know if she can do it until she gets in there, and it counts. Because it's one thing to have a sparring partner and a training partner and a strategist, and there's a difference between when you're in there with somebody who knows what they're doing and they're trying to take your head off and make their name off of your name. So it's a totally different mindset that you have to have, and um, that's why I say I'll just look forward to seeing what happens. I know that uh, the the intention is not to throw her in there with uh, somebody who's going to just get in there and maul her, but you don't know, or I'm sorry, they're going to throw her in there with somebody who they think has the ability to get in there and maul her, but you can't gauge someone's intentions in terms of, like I said, someone that wants to make their name off of her name. So they're gonna throw her an underhand pitch, I expect, and see if she can hit it out the park. Um, Champion Heart says Clarissa has a good boxing foundation. Now she's got to build off of that. Exactly. She has to work to her strengths. She has to build off of what she knows. Um, the priority should be to maximize her natural gifts and build her martial arts style around her boxing abilities. That's going to give her the best chance to increase her probability of winning, um, and uh, making it profitable for her to be in mixed martial arts. Let me see. Champion Hard says, facts. Chuck Liddell had the best ground defense. In my opinion, that's that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Chuck Liddell, he like I said, he built an entire Hall of Fame career off of that. His background was wrestling, so he had the advantage. Um, he had the advantage in that area because he has a wrestling background, so he's aware of how to shift weight and avoid holds and things like that. But and once he got to the UFC, and even when he was in Pride fighting strikes, he has always utilized that same style where he knew that uh, his benefit, um, or his best style was to be standing up on his feet. So he utilized a style that was going to cater to that. Deuce Time said, "Y'all niggas told y'all niggas about them Clippers." Hey, Deuce Time, you never heard me disagree. I have. I'm not one of those people that's like ultra, uh, you know, Laker fans who hate the Clippers. My thing is, let them go to Seattle. Like I keep saying, and you've heard me say this before. I say let them go to Seattle where they'll be appreciated. You know what I'm saying? Where they'll be appreciated. Where they will be appreciated. I don't think they'll be appreciated in LA because we have the Lakers, and that's all we really need in Southern California. You know what I mean? As far as the state of California, I'm a supporter of the state. So um, having guys on the team that are from the state of California, I'm going to support that. And there's players on the team that I like. You know what I'm saying? I like Rondo. You know what I'm saying? I like Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi Leonard has done some stuff with the kids in the Inland Empire. He's done some stuff with the kids in Southern California that people have no clue about. And I'm saying these are things that I know. You know what I'm saying? Working with my nephew and a bunch of other young black men and women. Um,
Hey, Champion Hard, you got a
uh,
little background,
Said I got some background.
Uh,
Or is
yeah,
that
it's probably my earbuds, man. I'm not in the truck right now, so that's probably why you're catching all of that. I'm a mute my mic so y'all won't get that,
Yeah,
and I'll
yeah,
come back in.
for sure, bro. Yeah, so that's all. That's what it is. Deuce times with me. You know what I'm saying? I rock with California, and I know some of the things that Kawhi Leonard does behind the scenes that the mainstream media won't put out there. And he's been doing it for years. And my little nephew's been to his camp multiple times, and he's always done good that I've seen with my family. So I root for him. Um, I just want them to go to Seattle where they can be appreciated because I know that city loves basketball. And they need a team out there. Um, uh, but they're not going to be on the Lakers level, and they're not going to ever be the team in LA. They're not gonna. I don't care. They can go to the Lakers' old house and old stomping grounds in Inglewood if they want to, and build a new stadium or a new arena. Excuse me. But they'll never. The city will never be. The city of LA will never be the Clipper city. That's just what they have to deal with. DB says Clarissa is likely not to learn many new tools right now, but she can definitely get by with her superior hands against a mediocre MMA fighter. But for the elite girls, she will need to work on several things, and that's a fact. That is a fact. She has um, she has to be thrown an underhand softball for these first couple go arounds, and that will give her a chance to apply what she's been learning so far from John Jones and Holly Holmes and the rest of the crew that's been helping her out and getting her ready for the transition from boxing to martial arts. Excuse me. And excuse me. And yeah, that will help build her confidence if she can uh, have her aha moments. You know what I mean? Get in there and be like, oh, okay, this does. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, what is it that I was supposed to do again right here? You know, she gets in there and she's able to figure that out without panicking. Then as they increase her competition level at a moderate pace, then she'll become more and more confident in her ability to transition. But like I said before, like I said earlier, I don't believe that uh, Clarissa Shields or uh, the Heather Hardys and some of these other women are going to mixed martial arts is doing it to go over there and take over the sport. I believe that they're doing it because boxing isn't giving them the respect that they deserve and the opportunities that they deserve and the financial or the spotlight that would increase their financial um, increase as they deserve. So they go to mixed martial arts for business reasons, not competitive reasons. But in order to go over there, you must learn how to uh, do what you need to do in order to be successful, because that's what competition is. And you don't want to go over there and you know have your stock drop by going over there and getting embarrassed. DB says Chuck has some wrestling and karate base, and he prefaced the sprawl and brawl. Oh, I'm sorry, he didn't preface. He perfected the sprawl and brawl. I need to put my glasses on. Exactly, DB. And that's why I like that style because had I uh, been able to, uh, if I was in that era and I've been able to go um, compete, I would have utilized that Chuck Liddell style because I ain't trying to roll and tumble around with nobody. And um, and in kung fu, when you do certain maneuvers, you don't have the how do you say the boundaries that they have set for jujitsu. You know what I mean? Uh, there's things that you do and in kung fu that you roll around with somebody like that, you can get seriously injured. You know, you can seriously injure your opponent. Not to say that you can't in jiu-jitsu, but there's rules that you have to follow in those in that particular style. BB says statistically, King Kamaru Usman has the best takedown defense in the history of the UFC. BJ say look no further than her training partner John Jones. You can count on one hand the amount of times he's been taken down in his career. Uh, BJ says Nate Diaz by decision. Okay. Hope not. I'm going for Leon Edwards. Going for the Jamaican brother. Going for the Jamaican all day, every day. I think he had an off night with Kamaru Usman, and I really like Leon Edwards' style. And I hope that Nate Diaz is. I hope that he has a good performance against Nate Diaz because that would be a noticeable name that would help catapult uh, his own stock in the sport moving forward if he can get out there and do what it do. Um, I like the Edwards brothers, but I like Leon Edwards style. Um, they say DB's response to DJ says, maybe, but I think Leon by unanimous decision if he utilizes his wrestling. Be careful not to get caught with triangle. Yeah, facts. His response to DB says, I think it's still a 5-round fight, and we all know Nate Diaz gets stronger as the fight goes on. Yeah, Nate Diaz still is Nate Diaz. Like I say, his name is a recognizable name, and if Leon Edwards can get in there and get a win over Nate Diaz or catapult his own stock moving forward. Hopefully, he can get like Covington in there or somebody.
Hey, Tank. I think Champion Hard trying to get a wood in. We'll just take a break. Chat for a second. Champion Hard.
Okay, I'll just read the chat. And DB said, Bruce 100%, Bones 95%, Bararo 92% takedown defense. Okay. Yeah, I was just going through the chat. Go ahead. I think that I'm all caught up on the chat. Go ahead, champion.
Central, what had you asked me?
For me?
Yeah, you had asked me something. What was it?
No, I was saying that earlier you had a little background noise. You put your mic on mute with your stool, and then I was letting Champion Hard know that I'm sure you are Champion Hard. I was letting Tank know that you might. I think you were trying to get a word in.
Oh,
so
yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Tank was saying it.
I can't understand. You got a bad connection, I think, Champion Hart. Can you hear him, Santos?
No, it sounded like he had a bad connection.
Hey, try again.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me try to say it in case Cal's still away. Hey, Cal, Deuce is trying to get in, man. He's trying to get in since 2:53. I just saw it on the back end. If you're able to, let him in if you're still awake. All right, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. I look at how they do Angela Hill. You know, Angela Hill has had some good tough fights that I thought she should have won. I mean, like dog fights. And these girls, they won't rerun these fights with her because they know how tough Angela Hill is, and they don't. It seems like they don't want to give her the proper shine that she should get. And I think if I remember right, Dana White had to talk her into retiring. I mean, not talk, but talk her out of retiring because she just got tired of getting a raw deal. You know, every time these fights came down, you know, to the judge's decision when she was fought a hard battle, and that's happened to her. I think about three or four times. I don't see them letting Clarissa, you know, come in and take over because they already know her confidence level, you know, and what she intends to try and come and do. So my concern is them, you know, like Tank was saying, throwing her a soft underball, you know, underhand pitch. You know, I think they may do that, you know, the first couple of fights, but I see them, you know, throwing her a fastball. You know, so she's really got to work on her stand-up game. You know, because they tried to do that with a friend of mine. His name is I don't know if you guys know him, but he fought what's that white boy? Pete Spratt. He fought Robbie Lawson back in the day, and they call themselves feeding him to Robbie Lawson. You know, because Robbie Lawson was the boy at the time. So they put Pete in there, calling themselves feeding them to Pete, and Pete beat the shit out of Robbie Lawson, and that's what put Pete on the map. So she's gonna, and that's why I was saying, she really needs to work on getting her kicks good. Like work on just training, Taekwondo for a good year and a half. You know what I'm saying? To where she can get her kicks, really good, because she's really got a good hand. She's got a good background with the boxing. The thing with Holly Holmes, why she was so popular, was because she already had that kickboxing foundation. So she was able to sprawl out and keep that fight standing, and she had, not only her hands, but her feet, whereas Claressa only has her hands. So she's got to get her feet, up to par, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying, Tank? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, I have my mic on mute. Yes, sir. 100%
okay.
agree. 100% agree. That's why I'm glad you jumped on the panel when I saw your when I saw your comment, and I wanted you to elaborate on that because your elaboration is perfect. That's spot on. I agree with everything you just said.
Yeah. And saying that, and I noticed that about Angela Hill, man. They won't rerun these fights with her because they know how tough she is. You know what I'm saying? And she was getting frustrated, man. That's why she was saying she was like, fuck it, she was gonna retire, and Dana White talked her out of it.
Because you want that money, but it's crazy because specifically, and I know some people just don't understand martial arts and the different styles and which martial arts bring what and all that kind of stuff. But I wish DB was on here too. But the reason that Champion Heart specifically points out Taekwondo and she needs to work on her Taekwondo is because that is kick based, and every single kick that you want to know, you're gonna learn in Taekwondo. I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but that's just how we do. You know what I'm saying? We down like that. But I trained in Taekwondo for a period of time, just because of that reason. I wanted to get better at my kicking game. You know what I mean? To add to the kung fu and judo and stuff like that. So Taekwondo was a must for me because it helped. I'm not trying to put it on me, but it helps. I'm using that as an example because from experience, I understand that it helps for you to learn how to balance off of one leg when you're kicking and how to quickly reset your feet once you do. And these are the things that if you're watching Claressa Shields' stories, and I remember we were talking about this early in the MMA for Dummies segment when it first started out. We were talking about how, and even offline, DB and I have discussed this. It's her kicking, even though she's gotten better at, but it looks like, okay, that could be a point that can be exploited because you can tell she's not used to being on one leg.
She's not used to being on one leg. I thought I was the only one that noticed that.
Absolutely not, bro. Absolutely not. So that's crazy. That's why I wish he was on here because he understood. We actually literally talked about that specific point. And I was like, man, she doesn't look confident in her balance on that one leg. And the Taekwondo thing, I was like, perfect, bro, perfect. Hope he champion jumps on because that's a key. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I said in the barbershop, I done gained at least about 20 or 30,000 more pounds since quarantine. So, but kicking been on my game. We do low kicks, you know what I'm saying? Or once I get you on the ground on your hands and knees, my kicking game be crazy. But as far as any flexibility, once I got my late 30s and 40s and old football injuries started to creep up and rid of ugly heads, ain't too much kicking gonna be utilized, you know what I'm saying? But the hands and everything else still quick enough to get the job done if I get attacked. Learning that balance is crucial. You know what I'm saying? Taekwondo is the best, by far, is the best thing you want to learn if you want to increase your confidence in your balance with kicking. So that's for you guys who, a lot of us brothers and sisters, we grew up playing like basketball and a bunch of other stuff, and we don't understand these nuances of mixed martial arts or martial arts. Period. You know what I mean? So I just
Right.
wanted to say that because Champion Hart, when he brought up Taekwondo, I was like, yes, yes, big facts, big facts. If she can, hey, Champ, so even if she can incorporate, like, let's say she goes and let's say after this bout, because obviously she's not going to take the year off to learn Taekwondo, right?
Of
But
course.
I'm hoping that having John Jones, who is arguably the greatest uh, mixed martial artist that the UFC has had, right? Now, in my mind, for me personally, I have Anderson Silva in that spot, but John Jones is not out of the argument. You know what I'm saying? I can as easy as an argument that I think that I can make for Anderson Silva, I think I can equally make an argument for John Jones being in that spot. Um, but
Without a doubt.
I would like to think that after this bout, that he would be putting that into her war chest and adding that to her repertoire because if she has the build to be able to and the athleticism to be able to have strong enough legs to not only kick but maintain the balance and be effective at it. She just has to be comfortable because, as we know, there's a difference in how you throw punches in boxing and how you use strikes with your hands in martial arts. Your feet have to be placed a little bit differently. The way you throw with your hips have to be a lot differently. You have to be able to just as easy as you can throw a straight right or a left hook. You have to be able to just as easily do that. You have to be able to throw a spinning back fist, right? If you become that comfortable in the arts. So in order to do that, your feet have to be a lot more nimble. You have to have a lot more confidence in your balance, and you have to be really quick with your feet. And so I'm hoping that John Jones uh, puts that into her repertoire sooner than later because she can really be effective in mixed martial arts because she has a weapon that a lot of those other women don't. In the fact that she is a top notch um, boxer, you know what I'm saying, with her hands.
Right.
So her throwing a punch is going to be different from the punches that they are used to getting hit with. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's you on point with that, man. That's key. You know, what bothers me is that a lot of fighters will get in there and they have this, I don't know if it's an ego thing where they feel that they need to beat the other fighter uh, um, at their fight or their, and that, which is, which is crazy. They don't keep the fight toward their strength. It's like Frank Shamrock. He used to do that. He used to go in there and would fight a fight at the other fighter's game, trying to prove that he could beat him at his fight. That's crazy. Why not keep the fight at your strength? You're trying to win the fight. Why are you going to make it easier, for your opponent? You trying to fight his fight? That's crazy. I was listening to what you were saying earlier about, when these fighters go to the ground and they kicking them on the legs or they trying to go down. No, she don't need to do none of that. She need to stand there and let them get up. That's exactly what she needs to do. The thing is that it's good that she has someone like John Jones around her, but do we know, can he teach? Can he coach? Can he teach?
Right.
A lot of great fighters can't teach. Like Ali. Ali couldn't teach that. He just had that natural skill. You know, and that's the thing, man. A lot of great fighters, they can't teach. You know, so that's the thing that we have to see, man. If that's, you know, if that's going to be the case, you know, with her, man. You know, I mean, I'm wishing her all the luck. You know, I'm just concerned how they going, you know, they may do her, you know, if she's coming along, if you know, if she doesn't, you know, she's got to have the people around her watching for that kind of stuff, you know, for them trying to throw her a fastball, you know.
Right. That's a great point though, bro, when you say that about John Jones, because uh, his his greatness, what made John Jones a GOAT, or as DB just put in the chat, on the Mount Rushmore, is the fact that John knows how to utilize his natural gifts, right?
Right.
His style is more, how do you say? His style is more uh, 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 not impromptu, but like impromptu.
Right.
It's unique to him. You know what I'm
To
saying?
him. Yeah. Yeah. It kind
He's
of makes it
making
up
it
as
up
he
as he
goes
goes.
along.
There you go.
Yeah.
Exactly. He's
Makes it up
making
as
it
he
up as he
goes.
goes along,
Yeah.
and
Right.
you can't teach that. You know what I mean?
Right.
You can't really
Right.
teach it. The best you can do is if you are a great teacher, is watch what somebody does and then learn what it is that they can do and then teach them that you were able to maximize your potential because you learned what it is that you can do. Like I was saying earlier about my kicking. If I get you on your knees, if I get you on the ground, you get in trouble. I'm a big dude, so you're gonna be
Right.
like, this nigga can't kick, and you're gonna learn
Right.
real quick. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
can't, like I said, I ain't got that Jean Claude Van Damme flexibility or that Michael Jai White, like in
Right.
my youth. But
Right. Right.
you know what I'm saying? My peoples
Yeah.
will tell you. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, I don't, you know, they'll let you know. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. He looked that way. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
Look like Butterbean, but you know, you fuck around and get Samu Hong. For y'all who know who Samu Hong is, you know what I'm saying? He was a
Uh,
bigger. He was in Samu Hong was in that Jackie Chan class of martial
right.
artists with Young
Right.
View. They all grew up together, but Samu Hong was more of a bigger guy, but his agility was something that you had to see to believe. But
Yeah. Yeah. You know, a lot of people didn't know that was Sammo Hung in the opening scene of Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee.
right.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that was Sammo Hung.
We need to do like things with them old when we talk about some old martial arts music and shit like that because movies because a
Yeah.
lot of people don't know who these guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No,
You
man.
know what
No,
I'm saying?
don't get me started, man.
I'll be over here nerding out talking about, man, who the fuck is Young View? Who the fuck is
Right.
Sam Hong? But I got that
That's good.
I can talk that shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's,
I can talk about shit real quick. You know what I'm saying? And nerd the fuck out.
oh
But
man, yeah. I started talking about Tank Tao Lang, man. Tank Tao Lang, that dude can kick his ass off, man.
man,
Nobody know.
I'm telling you, bro.
Right.
But we should have done a movie night on one of these MMA Thursdays or some shit like that, or then
Yeah.
go really into some of this old stuff, and so we can dispel this whole false narrative of stop Asian hate from Black people.
Right. I
We are
know,
probably the most
man.
respectful
Yeah.
of the Asian culture that's
Yeah.
out here in the
Yeah.
Americas, and that's a fact.
Yeah.
We respect
Yeah.
the Asian
Believe
culture
that.
more than the Europeans, more than the Hispanics and Latinos and
Yeah.
Mexicans or whoever else you want to name.
Yeah.
Unless you are Afro Latino, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the only ones that can really compete with our affinity for the Asian culture. So
Right.
we're gonna dispel some of that shit.
Yeah, man. We definitely need to do that. I was discussing that with a cat on I forgot. I think it was on Facebook. He had posted some shit, man, and I had to chime in, and I was like, man, that's bullshit. You know, so he was saying something about the martial artists that didn't like Bruce Lee and all this. I said, that's bullshit, man. Bruce Lee got so much love in the culture. You know, I said, you're talking about one person who felt that I don't know if you're familiar with Victor Moore, but there's a video out there where during the Long Beach demonstrations, Victor Moore, Bruce Lee had Bruce Lee had called the people to see if they could block his punch, and it's a famous video. If you Google it or go on YouTube and just type in Victor Moore for Bruce Lee, you'll see that Victor Moore clearly does not block this punch. And Victor Moore says that the video didn't show. They turned the cameras on after he had blocked the punch or some nonsense, and Bruce threw another punch and he didn't block that, but the first punch he blocked. So it's, so I was telling dude, I said, man, for you to come on this social media and say some shit like that, I said, no, you're completely wrong. You're continually going with this false narrative. I said, because, Black people have always embraced Asian culture. Always.
Right.
So yeah, man, that narrative definitely needs to be killed, man. But it's been put out there like that for a reason. There's an agenda at hand.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm liking the fact I have a lot of videos that I have saved and I put out there. I'm loving the fact that many Asian Americans of this generation, I guess you want to call it, what do they call this generation again? Not Generation X.
It's talking about the millennials. Is that?
Yeah, millennials. These millennial. I love the fact that a lot of these millennial Asian Americans are coming out and they're dispelling this whole "Stop Asian Hate" narrative as it pertains to Black people against Asians, and they're saying, no, listen, it is the Asians' attitude towards the Blacks that they are reacting to. My parents are grew up trying to force me to have this idea about Black people or Black Americans by the way that I was growing up, and they follow a Eurocentric perspective of who they believe that these Black people are. And when we say Black, please, yes, I understand all the different terminologies, and I understand that Black is a color and a crayon, but I'm just speaking to our people because a lot of people don't have the same understanding of what we're talking about. We're talking about a nationality of people, not just a skin color, right?
Right.
And so, for you guys listening on the replays, you guys talking about race? Anyways, but they're gonna come out and they're telling their story. I was just watching I watch reaction videos to to some of the stuff that I like watching over the years, and I just came across a video where this Asian American guy is watching Rush Hour for the first time, and he loved the fact that it was a Black and Asian lead in the roles, and it was awesome for him to see it in this time period where that narrative is going on with that tension. And he was saying how his parents tried to raise him like that, what I'm saying, to be against Black people. And so he spoke directly to it, and he was from his perspective. And I like that because we don't always have to say it, because when we say it, it sounds like we're complaining and quote unquote playing the race card. But when it's coming from the people of the community that is being accused, then it hits a little different. So I'm not of that idea that we shouldn't listen to other people talk about the situations that pertain to the disproportionate treatment of Black people. Sometimes you have to hear from a Mexican or a Puerto Rican or a European American or Asian American say it, because they'll tell you from the perspective of being raised by racist mindset people. You know what I mean?
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's good when you hear it from them when they're being honest about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Let me get in this chat real quick. It's been a lot of chatter in the chat. Let me see. The link is
Yeah, I'm
out
not
there,
in the
dude. If
chat,
you're
man.
still out here,
Salute to
so
brothers in the chat. Huh?
yeah, man, it's active. I was saying that the link is out there because I heard, I seen the thing where Deuce was trying to get on the thing. He's probably about to respond to me because I said his Clippers won't be appreciated in LA.
Oh.
That's just how I feel. I know that they got a lot of pocket. I got bros that ride with the Clippers hardcore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's in my circle. They can't stand the Lakers. They don't like nothing Laker.
Right.
Now, to be fair, this person is really a Carolinian. So I think that's the right way to say it. From the Carolinas, and he's an adopted son of California. But bless his heart. But he ain't no Laker. Only thing he like about the Lakers is Kobe Bryant. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Outside of Kobe Bryant, he don't respect nothing purple and gold. I think he respect Magic and Kobe. But Kareem and everybody else, he can do. He don't care about. But
yeah,
that's just a thing. So I understand that there's pockets of Clippers out here, but for the most part, in Southern California, this is a Laker region.
Yeah. Yeah.
Speaks fluent. Oh, DB is going back to when you was talking when your audio was messing. We said Champion Heart speaks fluent robotic transformer.
Yeah, I'm not in the chat, man, so I know they brutal.
DB said, she was talking about. You said she was robbed about 3 times. DB says, Lawler Spratt as a surprise. Okay, he's talking.
How many times was she robbed?
Salute. He said 3.
Oh, 3? Okay.
DB says Anderson is my favorite and a GOAT, and John also a GOAT on the MMA Mount Rushmore. Facts. Yeah, facts. Jalen says from her videos she's shown defensive wrestling, kickboxing, but no jiu-jitsu. That could be a problem. And yes, that's and everything that we're all agreeing pretty much on these things of Claressa Shields that she needs to work on. And the only thing that I'm saying, and as y'all heard, like, Champion Heart is we're saying is that it's one thing to train, it's one thing to show these videos, it's another thing to get in there and put it to use when it matters, when it counts, when your opponent is in there trying to make their name off of your name. That's all we're saying. Right. You know what I mean? Those are, I think Floyd Mayweather, and people hate on him, but he said it best. Floyd got some gems when it comes to talking this fight game. He said, I remember one time he said, we all may jump rope the same. We all may hit the bag the same. We all may run the same and spar the same, but we all don't fight the same when them bright lights come on. And that's what matters. Nobody's going to go back and say, yeah, but Deontay Wilder looked good when he was on the pads with Malik Scott in them training videos. No, he has to do that in the ring when it counts against Tyson Fury in the trilogy. Right? He has to do it in the ring when it counts. It doesn't matter what you do on the pad work. It doesn't matter what Clarissa's doing with Holly Holm and John Jones during training. She has to be able to do it when the time comes.
Yeah, I've seen it many times. I've seen fighters not be able to pull a trigger when they got in the ring. They would look good in the gym. When they got in the ring.
How many times we see AB over here lately training, looking good in the gym, like, oh, AB's about to do his thing. He's ready for this one. He's training, he's dedicated. And then he wouldn't pull the trigger on fight night. You know what I mean?
Get in there and won't let his hands go.
AB. He won't let his hands go, as they say.
Won't let his hands go.
I hate that phrase because they only apply it to him. But, I understand it because that's what they're seeing. That's what people are seeing. But I hate it because they're sticking it with him. You know what I mean? As if he's the only one that won't do it. But he just won't pull the trigger. You know what I'm saying? When the time comes, and I rock with AB. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what, man? I'm looking back on his fights, and I could be wrong, but I think after that fight to Madonna, That messed him up, man. You know, I'm gonna have to go back and look at some more fights, but I think that fight after Madonna, man, he seems to be gunshot. I don't think he fully recovered from that.
I've heard that too, but I mean, if you watch, I'm gonna give you some fights to look at because
Okay.
it's not gonna totally dispel what you're saying because those things are, you know, you never know when PTSD rears its ugly head, right? In a particular moment. So that it can't not be totally dispelled. But if you go watch the Jesse Vargas fight, if you go watch the Adrian Granados fight, those are two fights that I felt that he won. To me, he won, right? Usually, what happens is when these guys get draws uh, uh, and that means they have a tie, not underwear, y'all. It's gonna be funny. When these guys get draws and they they the people watching it let these announcers these commentators sway their opinion and uh, take them out of what they're watching. If you're a knowledgeable boxing fan, you can clearly see that Adrian Broner is being aggressive. He's throwing his hands when he needs to throw his hands. Um, he's not being gun shy. He's just being calculated with his punch selection, and he's in there getting it in those fights. Um, and I just think that he he got bad decisions, in my opinion. Right, that's just my opinion. But those are the fights that I would. Those are two fights that come to the front of my memory whenever I hear people talk about the ever since Maidana, he hasn't done this or hasn't done that. And those two fights are post Maidana, and that's Jesse Vargas and Adrian Granados. And I thought he did very well in those fights in terms of his aggressiveness and pulling the trigger when he needed to pull the trigger. DB said, well, it would be Coach Winklejohn to help her kicks if they can spend some one-on-one time together. Yeah, and that's the thing about these videos. We don't know what time is spent on what, right?
Right.
And I don't want to know because it doesn't matter if it doesn't all come together come fight night. Some things are meant to be kept behind the scenes. If you want to just sprinkle a little stuff out there just to let people know that you're taking it serious, you're working on things, you are sharpening your tools and getting ready for battle. But I don't need to know every single thing. But like DB pointed out brilliantly, um, if they can spend some one-on-one time together, that's gonna increase her confidence in her kicks. 817 Boxing says, John is great on so many levels for me. His unwillingness to be Dana White's puppet makes him my favorite. I feel like his camp will take great care of the GWO. Yeah, me too. DB says, true that, Champion Heart. Ali, Roy, Magic, and MJ. They aren't the best teachers, but they know how to be great themselves. And you know what's crazy? And I second your point and what DB is saying. I think that it all, not all, it sometimes depends on the individuals that are learning, right? You have to be receptive to certain people's approach to teaching. I was just watching Lean on Me again, right, with Joe Clark, played by help me out, man. I'm getting old.
Oh, that Morgan Freeman?
Morgan Freeman, right? Played by
Yeah.
Morgan Freeman. And when you look into that whole scenario, you look at he had a unique teaching style. And if you're not, he had, in the beginning of the movie, they show him teaching in a very unique way. And then you look at when he transitions to another school and he's trying to implement that kind of same or similar style of interaction, they're not as receptive right away, right? So
Right.
when you listen to guys like Kobe Bryant talk about Magic Johnson and what he taught him, and you listen to Kobe Bryant talk about what MJ taught him, and you look at or you listen to guys like Chris Eubanks talk about the benefit of being able to pick Roy Jones Jr.'s brain, and these are I know that they're not everybody's favorites, right? A lot of people don't like Kobe Bryant. A lot of people don't like Chris Eubanks Jr. But the point is that they have been receptive. Whether they can do exactly what the teacher is saying is different, but you know, these guys, like DB said, may not be the best teachers, but sometimes we have to look at or we have to acknowledge the elephant in the room, which is sometimes the people that are not receptive aren't receptive because they aren't the best students. If that makes any sense to y'all.
Right. You're right.
It's not all on the teacher. You know what I'm saying? You got to meet them halfway and be receptive to teaching. Oops, the chat skipped on me. There. Let me go back.
Yeah.
What else he says? You got anything on that?
Yeah, I mean that's true. That's cool. But you know, but natural talent is hard to teach at the same time, you know.
Right.
I mean like Roy Jones, all his fundamentals were wrong, but because of his natural talent, he was able to get away with it.
You can't do that shit. That's what Roy can do. Everybody can't fight with their hands down. Everybody can't spin around their opponent and then still connect with a left hook and drop their ass. How their opponent looking like, where did he go?
Right.
That's what you can do, bro.
You know, I mean, how do you teach? Yeah, how do you teach a lunging uppercut?
Right.
From across the ring? You can't teach that.
Fucking 5 hook, a 5 left hook combo to the same damn spot, and hope that the opponent can't get a hand up. You know what I mean?
Right.
I saw Gervonta Davis. I remember one of the very first fights I seen Gervonta Davis fight. This brother threw about 6 uppercuts, one after the other, into the same spot, and they all landed. You know what I mean?
Man.
It was like bam, 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 bam. And when I seen that, I said, "Oh yeah, he's gonna be special. He's gonna be special because those are things that you can't teach.
You can't
I don't
teach
care
that.
what they say about this young man. If he continues to work on his boxing skills, he is going to be a problem if he can stay dedicated to being great. That is going to be his cross to bear, or his his thing that he's going to have to learn is how to be disciplined in terms of his road to greatness, because he has the tools. Let me see. DB says John knows how to read the ring cage / make instant adjustments along with his strength, dexterity, IQ, and his insane reach. Big facts.
Yeah.
The Majestic in the building makes a cameo, and he says, DB love that nerdy talk. That's funny. I like to see. I wonder who would win between a fight if DB and the Majestic got to spar, and who would win in a battle of wits between DB and the Majestic.
And the Majestic.
Yeah, you gotta put in the chat who y'all think will win in a battle of wits between DB and the Majestic. That'd be interesting. 817 says DB, his arms are ridiculously long, fam. So those elbows are so much more deadly. That's a fact. 817 boxing. That is a fact, and that's what Champion Hall was talking about earlier, having those natural advantages. You know what I'm saying? You can't teach that. You know what I'm saying? You can't teach somebody to do the things that you can do when they don't have the natural advantages that you have.
Right.
DB says, tell these people to stop Asiatic hate. You right. Stop hating on these Hebrews out here. Stop hating on these black folks that y'all call black. You know what I'm saying? These descendants of Northeast Africans, these Afro-Asiatics. Y'all stop hating on them if y'all want to have any stop Asian hate. You know what I'm saying? And where are you stop all hate people at? I just want to know. Because when we said Black Lives Matter, y'all came out and said all lives matter. But when they say stop Asian hate, y'all say, yeah, stop Asian hate. But where's the stop all hate at? I'm just saying. I digress because I don't want to, you know what I mean?
That's facts. That's facts.
You know what I mean? I'm just saying. DB says Kobe the GOAT guy. Yes, sir. He's
Oh, better believe it.
he's 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 my favorite player, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? It's
Kobe
hard
was
to
special.
argue. Yeah, I mean he gets no credit. It seems some of the people that played with him and against him are trying to keep the context intact on how great Kobe Bryant was as a basketball player, but it hasn't been easy because people just don't like him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got Magic Johnson as my quote unquote the GOAT, but Kobe Bryant is my fourth best player of all time. That's not going to change anytime soon because my top five is set in stone. As I keep telling people, the best you can do is maneuver between six and the rest.
Right.
W. Ryle said, just like Wilder chokes under the lights. You got to give me some examples of Wilder chokes under the light because that is a plural comment, right? And last time I checked, he doesn't have plural losses, so you got to elaborate on that. DJ says AB always fought like that. He's never been a valiant puncher. Yeah, he's been judicial with his punches. He's a counter puncher. He's a person who reacts to what his opponent is doing.
Who's he talking about?
He says AB because we was
Oh,
talking about
AB.
AB earlier.
Oh,
Yeah, he's always fought like that, but there is a noticeable difference in these last couple of years when we see
Yeah.
Adrian Broner in certain fights, like when he fought Mikey Garcia. I don't think that it was just because he was gun shy or anything like that. I think that that's just one of those instances where you have to give Mikey Garcia his credit for doing what it is that he was doing. Because, like I said, if you look at a common opponent of theirs, Jesse Vargas, Adrian Broner had no problem pulling the trigger. So, Ryle says Wilder punch resistance gone. You can go ahead and elaborate on that too. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way to substantiate that until you see him in another fight, right? Can't say it's gone if he doesn't fight again. So
yeah, I mean, it kills me how these cats, hate on Wilder just for one loss. I mean,
hey, you see, I know how to deal with him, Champion Heart.
yeah, it's crazy.
I know how to deal with him. Well, elaborate because it doesn't show. You got to prove it. It's easy to say you can type anything, but it can't be gone if he gets out there and these next 2 or 3 fights that he has next moving up that it shows that he does. So are you going to eat those words? Are you going to come back and say, "Oh yeah, my bad"? Because remember, it doesn't have to be. Let's say worst case scenario, he loses this fight in the trilogy, right? But then he comes back and he gets a fight with Andy Ruiz and knocks Ruiz out. What do you say then? Let's say he gets a fight with Alexander Usyk and knocks him out. What do you say then?
Right.
So y'all can miss me with these certain comments until we get some empirical data. Y'all dealing with a different kind of breed talking to me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I'm untrollable. You can't troll me. I'm not that kind of dude. In the words of Minister Louis Farrakhan, you're not dealing with that kind of Negro. That's just for my brothers who study Islam out there. You know what I'm saying? BB says, "How does Wilder?" Oh yeah, so there you go. BB all up on it. I should have known. How does Wilder choke under the lights when he's only lost to one person?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How can you gauge that when he's only lost one fight?
I should have known DB and it was already on it. I'm just late in the chat. DB said Morgan Freeman, thank you. Champion Heart hit me with that one. Reggie Owens in the building. I'm not gonna call him Sir Reggie Owens because I know he don't like that. So we're gonna call him Brother Reggie, the boxing conversationalist. Reggie Owens. He says, "All stop the hate matters." Where is it at? Tank said,
Right.
I mean, he said, Tank, I'm still in that and doing a video on it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It ain't stealing if it's yours too, bro. DB said, when I'm teaching physiology courses, I cannot teach level 1, but I might be one of the greatest at levels 2 through 5. So you're absolutely correct. The students have to be able to receive the info. There it is. The Majestic said, I give DB that work when it comes to the nerdy stuff like Kung Fu comics, um, LOTR, etc. What is that? What am I missing? What is that acronym?
LOTR.
LOTR. My brain ain't working.
Yeah, I don't know. Shit, I don't know.
Your brain teaser messed me up. DJ Black Charm Music. Peace, y'all. Whatever happened to the bruiser weight? Good question. DB, this guy CSS. Wait, this guy CSS as me to drop his Wilder hate. And then bounce. Or has, wait, this guy has, I don't know, to drop the Wilder hate. He will not and cannot elaborate. Yeah, I think you had a misspelled or something happened.
Yeah.
Reggie, yes sir, in the building. DB said that's a classic Farrakhan line. Love that. Yeah. Big brother
Lord
Red.
of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. God damn it.
Damn.
And I'm sitting here in front of my I should have turned my camera on, but I'm sitting here in front of my extended version Lord of the Rings, the original trilogy set right here too. I'm like, why do I know this LOTR? My brain ain't working. Lord of the Rings, yes sir. We can talk about that too with the Aragon.
That's some good shit. I should have known that.
I know, right? Yeah, I know what you meant. DJ Black Charm. I know what you meant. The Bridger weight with the between cruiser and heavy. But that's a good question though. I think, and as a matter of fact, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, Champion Heart, but I think that was just a WBC was trying to talk about that. I didn't hear anybody else or any other sanctioned body or anybody else in boxing really saying that that's something that they wanted to have between the cruiserweight and heavyweight division. Did you hear anything else?
I hadn't heard anything else on that. It was something that came up, but it quickly died.
Yeah, I only heard the WBC talking about it. I ain't heard nobody else.
Yeah.
I never did. The Majestic says Lord of the Rings, Potter, nerd stuff. I never did, and I still don't know anything about Harry Potter.
Yeah, I never got into that.
Yeah, never did.
I never got into that. Yeah.
The Lord of the Rings, and I know the Lord of the Rings. You want to get into some TV movie talk and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? All day long. How my brother Floyd Mayweather used to say, easy work. And that's funny. Everybody that hates Floyd Mayweather steals all of his little catchphrases now, I noticed.
Yeah.
I think I heard Saul Alvarez talking about some easy work.
You
know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Easy work. I hear everybody that hated Floyd Mayweather now saying, oh, it's all about hard work and dedication. Oh, really? I thought Floyd was a bum. I thought Floyd was a cherry picker and all this other stuff. That's why we got to be careful not to throw our guys away, because that's what they're waiting on. They're waiting so they can really come out what they hate. You don't like them either. You know what I'm saying? You got to be careful with that. Throwing them away, and they use that as an excuse to come at our people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, I'm with you, D-Bay. Let's you want to talk about some of this Marvel, DC, any of that stuff. You know what I mean? We can go into it.
Oh man, don't get me started.
Say what?
So don't get me started.
Yeah, man, that shit. I think we had one night we were just talking about how because I'm still hot that they won't recast T'Challa. I'm like, nigga, that don't belong to Chadwick Boseman. He was honored to play T'Challa, not the other way around.
Right.
So shouldn't the way to honor him is to make sure that somebody else gets a chance to uh, put their skills as an actor to the test and reprise the role, or I'm sorry, recast the role.
Recast the role.
Yeah, recast it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I was just looking at an old interview with Michael Jai White on, was it Arsenio Hall? Dang, I forgot. It was on one of those old things where he kicked something off somebody's head.
Yeah,
That was Keenan Ivory Wayans.
that was Keenan Ivory Wayans.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? I forget that there's other black actors. There are other black actresses in Hollywood.
Right.
And these other black actors and these other black actresses deserve a shot to do other things. It doesn't have to be one at a time. Michael B. Jordan can't play every role. Just get Michael B. Jordan to do it. Just get Denzel Washington's son to do it.
Right.
They can't play every role, y'all. There's guys that's been in the business for a long time. Like I said, Keenan Ivory Wayans is not even a name that most of these millennials would even know and recognize. That's from my era. So way back then, Michael Jai White was Michael Jai White.
Yeah.
How come he don't deserve a chance to showcase his martial arts ability in a role like this? When last time I checked, the greatest martial artist, or one of the greatest martial artists in comic book history, is the Black Panther.
Right.
It only makes sense. Michael Jai White already has that regal disposition about him, and the way he carries himself, the way he walks. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I know
I thought that he would get the role, but for that very reason you said, I was like, man, when they were talks of the movie coming out, I was like, man, he would be perfect.
Facts. And DJ Black Charm Music said, well, they like to make us tokens. That's facts. They do.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? It's up to us. We can't be following it. We can't substantiate the narrative that they have by following it. You know what I'm saying? We got to counter that. So when people be like, oh yeah, he died, just let the role go to rest. No, let the next black actor step up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got to be like, no, why don't y'all want to see a black king on TV or in the movies? You see, because that's the underlying message here. See, they don't have no problem. Oh well, Queen Shuri or Princess Shuri can do it. Okay, all power to the women. No problem with that. But Shuri was Black Panther for one period of time while Black Panther was working with the Avengers, and she took the mantle while he was handling business with the world. And then he came back and he did what he's supposed to do and took his mantle back. Right? But we're not gonna sit here and act like y'all gonna make the Dora Milaje and the Princess Shuri's the focal point of Wakanda, and then just totally do away with the black masculine role in the series, because the Black Panther.
That's back to the agenda base. That's that agenda at hand. Yep, that's back to the agenda at hand.
And that is. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, notice how they're interjecting this gay shit into superheroes that stuff that I grew up reading. That was never interjected. In it. Now all of a sudden, you're getting this, and that was one reason why I stopped watching. What was it? It's a TV series called the DC Heroes of Tomorrow or something like that. The show was pretty good, man, but they started injecting all this gay shit into the characters, and I was like, God,
wow. I never watched that, so I never knew.
Yeah, it was a good show, man. Really, for a TV show, it had pretty good special effects. Storylines were good, but then all of a sudden, they started injecting that shit into it. I stopped watching.
Man.
Yeah.
And they have a new Marvel movie called The Eternals coming out, right?
Yeah, you know what, man? When I was growing up, I didn't really get into the Eternals.
Me neither.
So I don't know, where they're going with this. Like I said, I didn't read the Eternals growing up.
Me neither. But this is what I
Now
know.
they were mentioned, in different issues. The Infinity Wars. There's
Right.
different stuff. That they were mentioned, but I just never got into them.
But check this out. So the reason I bring him up is because what you just brought up. I'm elaborate. I'm uh I'm building off of your premise. So I don't know anything about the Eternals, but what I do know is how to research. So when I hear
Right,
certain things come out, I look things up, right? And so I'm
right,
like, oh, I wonder what this is about because I never really, I grew up on like X-Men and these the main people, right? The main
right. Yeah,
uh, uh,
yeah,
uh, popular
me too, me
Marvel
too.
characters, right? So
Right.
when they say Eternals, I'm like, okay, what's this? And then I see that there's a black guy that's one of the Eternals, and guess who he just happens to play uh, in this movie?
Oh man,
Yes,
he a gay,
you already
he a
know.
gay dude.
He's the gay dude.
Ain't that a bitch?
So as
Wow.
soon as you said that, I was like, yeah. What's funny is they got one coming. They got one in the chamber getting ready to pop off.
Yeah.
And who do they cast as him? Because I don't even think that the character in the comics is a brother, but
No.
they show I don't want to play him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
They serious about this shit too, man. That agenda it seems like it has ramped up within the last 5 years, man. Just big time.
right. It used to be
You
just
know?
there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You didn't have to do nothing with it. You already knew it was there. There was a
Right.
representation of it, and it was
Right.
what it was. Uh, Reggie Owens says, "Yep, they say all the hater shit on Floyd, but they steal all of his phrases. That's a fact. They steal all of his phrases. They still remember when Floyd used to dance during training camp? Oh,
Yeah.
he's an asshole, man. What is he doing dancing? He's an asshole, man. He's just too cocky. And then what all these training montages when they get their little pre-fight training videos on what are they doing now? You see Saul Alvarez dancing.
Yeah.
Ain't that a bitch? Saul Alvarez, I thought y'all was saying that Floyd was too cocky and he's too into himself. Now y'all doing the same stuff. Oh, it just shows that the money in his cars. Now what you do? You go to Alvarez, you got a big old mansion with some cars and stuff, huh? Okay. I see.
Hmm.
We just can't do it. That's what y'all
Right.
should say. Just say that y'all can't do it. Um, DJ Black Charm Music says, I believe we have. I'm not sure. I forgot what that was in regards to. DB says Michael Jai White might be saved for Blue Marvel though. Man, I hope so. I hope so. That he's
Hmm.
saved for something. If it was me, and I think, and see, I got to share it because DB and I we communicate back and forth on this nerdy shit, and I told
Right.
him that I want you know who I want to play Blue Marvel. I think that Adam Bashir, who would play a good Adam Bashir, because he's supposed to be older, right? He's supposed to be an older guy who just doesn't look his age
Right.
because of his situation, right, with the antimatter explosion and all that reactor explosion.
Right.
Will Smith. If Will Smith can get back into shape, I think that you won't even miss Robert Downey Jr. moving forward because Robert
Hmm.
Downey Jr. played a thing where he was kind of half comic relief, but he was still the smartest guy at the time, right?
Right.
But um, if but Will Smith is equally, if not more, so funny than Robert Downey Jr. in my opinion, and he can play that smart role. He can play that smart guy, right? Anybody ever watch I Am Legend? Y'all know he was a scientist that was trying to find a cure for the disease that caused the caused the zombies in that film. Um, so Will Smith he has the acting chops to pull it off. Um, and that would be and because I just want Michael Jai White to have a role where he can showcase his strengths, and his strength is his physical acting ability and his martial arts. And if we can have a character that he can showcase that with, it'd be dope. Like I think he played Bronze Tiger in DC for
Right.
the Green Arrow series. You know what I'm saying? That was dope.
Well, he was yeah, that was. He was also Spawn, but they said that movie was so bad, man, it almost killed his career.
Right. And it had
Uh,
nothing to do with him.
and it had nothing to do with him.
Right.
Because Todd McFarlane, the creator of Spawn, he was like, man, they got it all wrong.
Right.
And luckily it didn't, but yeah, it almost did. But that was, that was before Blade.
Right. Big
Yeah.
facts. And they should have utilized his martial arts ability in that more. You know what I mean?
Right. They didn't.
You have cool ass fighting scenes and not just gun battles.
Right.
I mean, you have to work to the strengths of the actors you're working with.
Right.
DJ Black Charm Music says, I believe we have to create our own stuff. Facts. Tyler Perry took the check and Monique was lowballed. We have enough capital to create our own, in my opinion. I agree. And work together. Get out of your own ego, right? Because quiet as it's kept, it is what it is, right? So Tyler Perry has the infrastructure. Tyler Perry has the big studio. He has the land. He has the sets. He has everything out there in that Atlanta studio that he created. So guess what? Swallow your pride, get past your egos, and sit down. And Tyler Perry, you do the same thing. Get out of your own way. Yes, you have the infrastructure. Now work with your people to put on some films written by us, produced by us, and created by us that are stories that are by us. You know what I mean? And let them work on your property, on your studio, and utilize that that property to its fullest, so that we don't have to worry about getting these other studios permissions to do stuff and come together and do crowdfunding. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mean crowdfunding as in myself and Champion Heart having the fund. I mean, you guys have the capital yourself, like the brother just said. I think that's your brother, right? DJ Black Charm. Okay, like Black Charm just said, we have the capital. Spike Lee said that they didn't want to make Malcolm X movie, but he went to the Magic Johnson, and then he told Michael Jordan what Magic Johnson put in. So Michael Jordan put up. Then he told Oprah Winfrey what Michael Jordan put in. So she put up. And that's how you got to do it. You go around the board. You go out there and you utilize your friends. You put your game face on and you go play the game. And the game is to see if you can get the project done by any means necessary. DJ says, man, oh man, don't get me started. Sweet Science Denver. Yeah, we know we can all chop it up. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to this smart, educated talk on all these different subjects. DB says Lakeith Stanfield out of LA should definitely be considered for an MCU role. Maybe Dr. Voodoo. Ooh, Dr. Voodoo would be dope. I like the guy who played Isaiah Bradley in what's the TV show that just came out? Falcon and Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
I like that actor. It'd be interesting to see where they go with it because that looked like a lot of aging makeup that they had on him. So if they can take that actor and do like a prequel to that and show his story and parallel it to what Captain America, Steve Rogers went through when he was praised for doing the exact same thing Isaiah Bradley was dishonorably discharged for doing. That would be dope. Bishop, Cloak, Patriot will all be introduced in the upcoming phases. Yeah, I wonder who they'll get to play Patriot if not the same actor that plays him on the Falcon and Winter Soldier TV series. Because they might put him with the Young Avengers or something like that, and be with what's the new show coming up also with the guy with the arrows. Hawkeye. They have a Hawkeye TV
Okay.
series coming up, so that he's training a young lady, and so maybe her and the Patriot and all them could be like a part of the Young Adventures, and they use the same actors because it won't make sense to use those actors on the TV series when they're saying that those TV series are going to tie directly into the movies, and then change it up and recast.
Then change it up, right?
Robert Brown says, "I
Right.
feel you, DB. I kind of wanted Lakeith Stanfield to play Akabi as a villain in Black Panther, and Yahya Abdul-Mateen II to be Black Panther as a recast." DB's Robert Brown. Ooh, that'd be fire. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be.
Salute.
Would
Oh,
be.
Eli Zachary's in the building. Salute, Eli.
Oh, salute. Hey, I wanted to piggyback off of what you were saying about Tyler Perry. You know, one of the issues with that brother, and you know, salute to all that he's done. But one of the things with him, and I've heard this from people that are on like a couple of his most popular shows right now, is now you can come and work for him, but he won't do anybody else's stuff. You can't come to him as a writer and say, look, you know, let's do this. He won't do that. He only do his stuff. That's why his stuff is repetitive. You know, that's why, you know, you can pretty much, his stuff is pretty much, most of his stuff, you know, is pretty much predictable. He you know, he won't let you as a writer come in unless you're someone like a, you know, I mean, of course, you know, Eddie Murphy came in with Coming to America too, you know, and they used that studio to film all of that there. And they also filmed, I think, they filmed some scenes also in Rick Ross's house. But they did do a lot of filming at Tyler Perry Studio. So yeah, if you're someone like that, you know, you can do that. But it's supposed, as you know, as a writer trying to get your first film made, you know, you can't go to someone like that. You would, and like you were saying, you know, you would think that you should be able to.
Right. That's why I say even he has to get past his own ego and past. You got to get past yourself, and then because the thing is, you can't blame other people if you're not working with your own people. With with your own people, you have to work with your own people. You don't have to control everything and micromanage everything. If somebody comes with a great idea, whether it's a producer or a director or whatnot, and they want to utilize your property, it should be no different than trying to use Paramount Studios,
right?
Universal Studios. It should not matter. You should be able to work with them as well. It shouldn't be like Brother Champion Hart said, it's my way or the highway type of mentality. Well, I'm gonna do my projects. Okay, you can do your projects, but what if somebody else comes with a dope project? Like, for example, I want to see a dope modernized movie. When I say modernized, I just mean like done with the technology that we have today. But, of the Harlem Hellfighters. You know what I'm saying? I would love for like a New York-based director like a Spike Lee to get a hold of that project, who's already done the Five Bloods and done Miracle at St. Anna. So he has 2 movies under his belt, so he can get better at doing time period piece Black Soldier war movies. I look at stuff like that. I don't look at okay, give me a new, you know what I mean? No, this person, let this person get better at what they're already doing or what they have already done. Because maybe there's some things that he wanted to do on the Five Bloods that he didn't think of on Miracle at St. Anna, and maybe on the Five Bloods he wasn't able to do even more because of COVID, right? But moving past that, maybe you'll be able to do more and get more creative and things like that. But you won't know that until you work with your people.
Right. You know, and I'm looking more toward, you know, young directors that haven't had the break, young Black directors that need a break. I mean, someone, what's the brother that did, he did Creed, and then he after Creed, didn't he get Black Panther after that? Or did he do something else after that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Black Panther.
Okay, what's that brother's name again?
Oh, stop it. Come on, bro.
I'm forgetting his
Another
name,
Ryan
man. I'm
Coogler.
tripping.
Come on.
I know. I'm forgetting his
I got it.
name. God damn.
He did
And I
Fruitvale
like his
Station.
directing style.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really love his directing style. And I
He
should
did
be
Fruitvale
ashamed of
Station.
myself for getting his
Ryan
name.
Coogler.
Shit.
Ryan Coogler.
Ryan Coogler. That's him. God damn. Right. You know what I'm
Ryan
saying?
Coogler.
I'm sure there are more young black directors like that. You know what I'm
That's what I'm
saying?
talking
That
about.
deserve. You know, this is where Tyler Perry should be open to letting these young guys come in with stories and that not just his shit. You know, and you know, and let them do their thing.
I thought I understood it. That's what Tyler Perry was trying to do is allow um, movie creators to have an outlet to I mean, a facility that they could depend on to do their put their work out. To film and create and all that type of stuff. I thought, like they had a movie uh, and everything, a script that was bona fide and ready to, for the world and whatever. They would, once they get their cast together and stuff like that, I thought he was allowing them to use his studios to film. That's what I
Right.
was understanding. I thought he was created. That's part of why he created that for himself as well as struggling minority directors and
Filmmaker.
producers and
Right.
filmmakers. Yeah, let's say filmmakers, right?
Right. I mean, that's what I thought. But, I know a couple of people that work on a couple of his popular shows right now. And they say that, if you come to him as a writer, trying to get, a story, a movie or something done, he won't do it unless it's something that he's written. He won't do anybody else's stuff. Now, like I was saying, the Tank, Eddie Murphy was able to go and film Coming to America 2 there. But, young, unknown directors, or writers, that are trying to get a foot in the door, I don't think they're getting that same treatment.
Yeah, like a Ryan Combs ain't getting that opportunity. I tell my cousin. Shout out to my cousin Ryan Combs. Ryan Combs ain't getting that movie. J. Robert Cole ain't getting that film. You know what I'm saying? J. Robert Cole, when they put him up, when I heard the news that he was going to be working on Black Panther, I was like, damn, bro, they getting, because he was the co-writer, right? And screenwriter, but he's also a director. But Joe Robert Cole is one of those dudes that he's a Californian. And yeah, so y'all know I'm unbiased, these Californians, but he's from the Bay Area, but he's from that region. They are well aware of their blackness and celebrate that. You know what I mean? So I knew that it wasn't going to be whitewashed, is what I'm saying.
Right.
To an extent, it wouldn't be allowed to be whitewashed because that was a name that went underappreciated in the as a filmmaker in the filmmaking process of Black Panther. He and Ryan Coogler co-wrote that film, and he's one of those young up and coming film directors that Champion Heart is talking about. That if Joe Robert Cole comes with a script and a film project to a Tyler Perry, that has to be taken very serious, and he has to be given the same opportunity to use to use that infrastructure to create, a film about us for us. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's going to be one of those guys. Who's Joe Robert Cole? Those people who know. Those people who know and he just needs the infrastructure. He just needs the chance, to do something. Then give him a chance.
Give him a chance.
You got that big ass studio, man. Put it to use.
Yeah.
Your name don't have to be on everything. Tyler Perry's, Tyler Perry's Harlem Hellfighters. It don't have to be that.
Right. Right.
Robert Brown said, DJ Michael Jai White as Blue Marble is it, bro. I like that. DB, this shit made me laugh. DB said Valkyrie will be the new king of Asgard, and her character is a broken wrist character. That is a fact. He said I'm broken
Wow.
wrist character.
Yeah.
That take me back to that line. Since DB was breaking down raps, I think I heard earlier. He said, what was the line? He said, uh, uh, Ice Cube said, "All you West Coast DJs, check your wrist if you're scared to add the big fish to your playlist." On that, I ripped that West song, man. You gotta check that
Yeah.
broken wrist. RB said, "Yeah, DB." DJ said, "Man, can we get a John Stewart Green Lantern?" Actually, you know what's crazy, DJ, is that Zack Snyder had that for his uh, Justice League. Justice League, right? That's what it just came out. Justice
Right.
League director's cut or Snyder cut, as they call it, for HBO Max. Um, and he had like a little scene filmed out because I seen it. I seen him on an interview show it on his phone, and it had John Stewart on there, but they went with Martian Manhunter. They went with Martian Manhunter instead, uh, but they are or they were. I'm not sure if they're still doing it or where they are in the development of the project, but they are still supposed to do a Green Lantern Corps film, and in the Green Lantern Corps film, is supposed to star Hal Jordan and John Stewart at the same time. So we still supposed to get a John Stewart Green Lantern coming up.
That'd be cool.
Man, whatever happened to the Static Shock movie? Yeah, they I think they rebranded in that casting or whatnot with Static Shock. There's a dope Static Shock little short film that's on YouTube. If y'all check that out, Static Shock is a dope character or an interesting character. BB said
Check it
Hawkeye.
out.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Yeah. Check that out online. I think some
Definitely.
black filmmakers put that together. Some little, I always shout out these little, guys that's coming out of film school and do their own little thing because that some of that shit be dope. You know what I mean? They just put it on YouTube.
Yeah, a lot of those fan base movies be good, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, my tablet's about to die out, man. I gotta go.
Oh shit. All right.
Yeah.
Check.
All right. Salute to you, brothers, man. Most definitely.
You too, King. Be safe out there,
All
bro.
right. All right. I get with y'all later.
All right. Let me see. Get back into the chat. Cinto's doing his load on his truck. DJ say Javante Rhodes or Sterling K. Brown as John Stewart Green Lantern. Javante probably better. The only reason I get hesitant with Sterling K. Brown is because they just put him in a Marvel movie, and I'm not totally opposed to the crossover, like having the actors in Marvel play actors in DC, but there's enough actors to go around. They don't have to do both. You know what I mean? He was just in Black Panther, and I just go with new blood. We have a lot of talent in Hollywood. A lot of talent that's been around Hollywood for a long time trying to get that big break, and they deserve opportunity. DJ said Jacob Lattimore, Ashton Sanders, Static Shock, DB. Let's see. DB says MCU and DCEU are launching multiverse. Yep, with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness and the Flashpoint, which will set up a complex and cool ass new future for that movie franchises. Exactly. I am totally interested and on board with what it is that they do with those things. I need to change my thing from the Sweet Science Examiner to my movie talk show. We going in. DJ said that would be great at the Sweet Science Examiner. Show how black soldiers held the highest military award in the French army. That's what I'm saying, bro. There's so many stories out here that are dope, that are beneficial to uh, the narrative that we have not been told yet in these movies, and they are historical facts and events that put us in a positive light, and they're just not being done. Whether it's a lack of creativity and nobody's coming up with the ideas, uh, or something else, but we're not seeing them. DB says, which will introduce more characters. Okay, going building off the multiverse comment that he says. He says, which will introduce more characters, which means there are more roles for melanated thespians, for these Afro-Asiatic peoples, not the melanated East Indians and other peoples. I know who we're talking about. Y'all do too. DB says Tyler Perry can link up and co-produce with the DCEU. Yeah, but I'm saying not but. Yeah, and he just has to get out of his own way, and he don't have to attach Tyler Perry to everything that he does. His name doesn't have to be a part of the title. You know what I mean? People don't call. People don't call. What's the movie I'm thinking of? We just did movie Monday last week. He Got Game. People don't call He Got Game a Spike Lee joint. He Got Game. You know what I'm saying? It's just called He Got Game. We know it's a Spike Lee joint. DJ Michael Jai White played White Tiger on Arrow. I thought it was Bronze Tiger. You sure it was White Tiger, DJ? That was Bronze Tiger. Well, let me check it real quick. Let me do a fact check because I don't want to be. Yeah, it's Bronze Tiger. I don't know. Who's White Tiger? White Tiger is a female. Oh, well, the fifth White Tiger is a female. Anyways, yes, Bronze Tiger. He was Bronze Tiger. DJ, I want a damn Gambit movie. I'm tired of this BS. Yeah, I wanted a Gambit movie, and you know, I wanted. You know who I wanted to play Gambit years ago. Even when Tyler Kitcherson, I think is his name, that played Gambit, which he didn't do a bad role or a bad job with the role in the X-Men Origins movie. But you know who I wanted to play Gambit was Matthew McConaughey. I thought he would have did a good Gambit at one particular time. I don't like the Channing Tatum idea personally. I'm not a fan of Channing Tatum. Trey in the building. Oh man, chat skipped him. Uh-oh. The chat skipped on me. Where we at? More people commenting. Okay, go back. Trey said, "What up, Tank Santos and Champion Heart?" Champ jumped off. Man, I'm my bad on slow. We slow with the chats. I'm sure he's hearing you. RB says, DJ Gambit, bro, they can't get an X-Men movie right yet. MCU can't even figure out a clear way to introduce them. No, I think they have figured out a clear way to introduce them. RB, I think DB already brought it out. DB said that they're going to do this multiverse of madness with the Doctor Strange character, as well as you can always incorporate the narrative of the throwaway line in Avengers Endgame when Rocket Raccoon says that the usage of the Infinity Stones led off that the radiation across the whole planet when it was used. Um, so we know that the snap. Well, that's a little trivia question. How many times was there a snap on in the Marvel from Infinity from Infinity War to Endgame? I want to see how many people know this before I say the answer. How many snaps were there? There was multiple snaps. How many snaps were there? Can y'all name all the snaps? But if you look at what Rocket Raccoon, or you listen to what he was saying, each snap let off all this radiation. And then if you watch the TV show, WandaVision, you'll see that when Monica Rambeau walked through the the field that surrounded the city. I'll say it that way because I don't want to spoil it for those people who didn't watch it too much. Uh, they allude to the fact that helped change her chemical makeup. For those of you who don't know, Monica Rambeau is Photon. Um, she was the original Captain Marvel, but she's also Photon or Spectrum in the comic book. DJ said, I'm excited. The new Blade with Marshall Ali and Ironheart series coming soon. I am not excited about the casting of Mahershala Ali, DJ, because I don't know if Mahershala Ali has any martial arts training or sword training. I really wanted that role to go to Michael Jai White. I know it sounds like I want Michael Jai White to get all the roles, but again, I'm making specific references to characters that have martial arts backgrounds or physical style of action that I think that he would be good at. And if you if you read the latest comic of Blade, the artist who illustrated the that new Blade comic, he is on record saying that he used Michael Jai White as the template for the character in the new comic book, and then Marvel went ahead and casted in Mahershala Ali anyway. Most likely because he played in the role. What was that? What was that movie? Y'all know what I'm talking about with the little boy, in it. Forget the name of it. But anyways, Eli Zachary said, "Y'all brothers on top of all the new movies. I'm being informed right now. Yes, sir. There you go, DB. There's a name. Hold on, let me read this one. That's one of my favorite actors. One of my favorite OG actors. Damn, bro, this chat jumping. Hold on, let me get this comment. I just seen the name. I don't even know what the comment but said. Let me go back. Oh, damn. Damn it, go back. Let me listen. Let me say this name for y'all who don't notice these melanated thespians. Delroy Lindo would be great for a role as well. And I don't care what role it is, just make it a substantial role and a significant role. But let Delroy Lindo get in something. Google him. Google Delroy Lindo, and he's in some of your favorite movies. One of my favorite movies that he was in is Romeo Must Die. He tried to kill that motherfucker with his own hands. You kill my son? He said, you kill my son? Try to strangle the life out that man. DB said, Bronze Tiger. Yeah, man, I know what I was talking about. You got me over here questioning my nerdism. My nerdy. DB said, Eli talks everything. Sir Eli. DJ said, yeah, that's my bad. I knew it was one of them tigers. Yeah, man. You got me over here questioning. I was like, hold on, let me Google it then. Maybe I'm wrong. Box fans, CPT, stand up. My Compton brother is in the building. Box fans, salute on that third shift. Salute to the third. RB, Robert Brown says, I wanted the Sawyer guy off Lost to play Gambit. Yeah, he could play a Southerner. That would be a great cast. Yeah, there you go. I wasn't even thinking about him. But yeah, I'm not a fan of Shannon Tatum either. Yeah, DB, don't get me started. Oh man, I forgot the actor's name, but it's eluding me right now. But Yeah, he would have played a perfect Gambit. Uh, Eli Zachary said, "Yeah, Matthew could have been a great Gambit. Yeah, I think Matthew McConaughey would have been a dope role because he's already from the South, so he already got the accent. You don't gotta, um, he don't have to fake it. You know what I'm saying? He won't have some fake accent. You know what I'm saying? From Louisiana. Um, Matthew McConaughey is from Texas already. Excuse me. Uh, DB says Boxy at Compton, then the house already. Uh, Eli and Box fans saluting each other. RB said 4 times, right? Okay, yeah. Here we go with the snaps. There we go. Here we go with the snap questions. Get caught up. Get caught up. Get caught up. DB said snaps 6. DJ said Matthew McConaughey as Gambit. Yeah, bro. Yeah, he got the whatever that it is. He got it. Michael J. White turned down. You know that. Yeah. I know. But he turned it down out of a sense of loyalty to his brother Wesley Snipes. If Wesley Snipes would have told, if Wesley Snipes gives him the okay or the go ahead or the head tilt or whatever the case may be, he'll do it. He would have done it. He didn't turn it down because of anything other than he wanted Wesley to get the role because Wesley's idea. Wesley is the one that brought Black Blade back to the forefront, right? Wesley Blade was already done with, and they didn't have any um, they didn't have any intentions of bringing that back. I don't care what they say. You can go back and look at what was going on, but Kevin Feige is on record saying that Wesley Snipes is the one that brought it to him. Wesley Snipes brought it to Kevin Feige and encouraged Feige to bring it back, and they still didn't want to do it. And the only reason they didn't want Wesley to play Blade is because of the the stuff that happened on the set of Blade 3. That's it. I'm not gonna go into that. We ain't gonna paint no negative light on Wesley. Um, the mainstream media does a great job of doing it already. Yeah, DB said Delroy is a real G. He is. Delroy Lindo doesn't age. Hey man, and I like his acting, bro. And y'all go back whatever y'all like. I said I like Romeo Must Die, but he was in the Five Bloods. He played a great role in the Five Bloods as a a former military soldier in Vietnam who suffered from PTSD. You can go back to watch the Malcolm X movie. Um, yeah, there's just roles after roles after roles that Delroy Lindo has been in. You can go back all the way back to the early Spike Lee movies, man. This brother has been in Hollywood for a long time, putting it down. Boxman says, Graveyard Gang, salute to the Sweet Sides Examiner. You already know what it do, family. You already know. DB says, Delroy been in his 50s for 30 years. Facts. Big facts. Been in his 50s for at least 40. He been in his 50 for 50, huh? Um, RB says, Josh Holloway. There you go. Josh Holloway. That's what it was. Because he was also in one of the Mission Impossible movies. Josh Holloway was Sawyer. Had to look it up, but yeah, that was Gambit for me. Yeah, he would play a good Gambit. Uh, that is equal. Now that you mention him, that is equal to Matthew McConaughey for me. I would think that he would play a dope Gambit, and it's because of his role in Lost. If y'all haven't watched Lost, that's a good TV show. Um, but when they show him prior to getting on the plane and getting stranded on the island, that is very Gambit esque, I would say. DB says Blade was one of the first Marvel movies. Facts. DB said Cloak and Dagger was the first though. DJ said Blade saved Marvel Studios, and that's a fact. And that's a fact. No debate. Blade saved Marvel Studios, or uh, Blade. How do I want to say this? Because it saved it, but Marvel, I would say it's responsible for Marvel Studios still, being what it is, being able to become what it is because they still had to sell a lot of properties off to Fox and Sony, um, but uh, because of Blade, um, you know, you wouldn't have any of this MCU stuff right now that you have right now at all. All right, so let's count the snaps. So the first snap was when Thanos uh, got the all the Infinity Stones in Infinity War. So at the end of Infinity War, he snaps his finger. So that's one. The second snap was when um, Thanos snapped all of the Infinity Stones away in the beginning of Endgame. The third snap was when the Incredible Hulk uh, or Professor Hulk snapped everybody back, and the fourth snap was when uh, Iron Man snapped them all away at the end of Endgame. So four was the answer. We don't want to count the ones where Thanos snapped and he didn't have the Infinity Gauntlet. Yeah. So, anyways, I said that because if you take into consideration what Rocket said about the what happens when those snaps happen uh, off of one time, then it makes sense that they set up the foundation for mutants and vampires and all these other things to exist in the Marvel Cinematic Universe based off of the activity of doing it four times. You know what I'm saying? And then you include that with the fact that what Loki did with the Tesseract messing up the time stream, and then you include the fact that they messed up the time stream by going and getting all the Infinity Wars, um, uh, all the Infinity Wars, all of the Infinity Stones in Infinity War, the movie. Then all of these things play a role in that, including I almost spoiled Funkit. So spoiler alert, spoiler alert, spoiler alert. If you didn't watch WandaVision, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to pause the video. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, anyways, on at the end of WandaVision, she gets a hold of the Darkhold, and so if you are familiar with Cloak and Dagger or the Marvel Agents of Shield, you know that the Darkhold possesses the dark magics and can help create or bend reality into different realities, and so that also can play a role in creating vampires and mutants. So, anyways, uh, DJ says he and Ernie Hudson in Congo were pure comedy. Congo is a great movie. That's an underrated movie. I love that film. Yeah, I like Delroy Lindo. Ernie Hudson is in The Family Business as uh, L.C. Duncan, OG L.C. Duncan. If y'all read the Family Business novels, then y'all know L.C. Duncan is the man, and Ernie Hudson plays him. Ernie Hudson also played Valley in Sugar Hill, which is my favorite gangster movie. DJ, damn, I just realized it was 2 minutes behind on the live. Oh, indeed, that, brethren. DB says, oh, I counted when Thanos did have, yeah. I figured when I seen yours, I seen that. And when Tony demonstrated how the snap worked, RB said, I feel you, but X-Men and mutants coming from Thanos snap. No, all the snaps, not just Thanos snaps. That's why I said, um, if you listen to what Raccoon said, you combine that with what was said. See, all these movies all are connected. It's one big universe, so you have to piece it all together, right? So if you listen to what Raccoon said and at Endgame, in the beginning of it, when he says what happens when all of that all of that energy was released with one snap, right? Then you combine that 4 times, right? Because it was 4 snaps. Then you look at what was said in WandaVision when Monica Rambeau had to go through what she went through in order to get her powers, and it said it changes the it started changing her from the molecular level. Then you go into that how they have, like DB said, the multiverse of madness, right? If you go into the fact that, like I said, at the end of WandaVision, she's playing with the Darkhold, and she is the Scarlet Witch. She can bend reality to her will, uh, at will, so to speak. And if you are familiar with the Wanda and Vision comic, um, just by her saying no more mutants, she ended all the mutants with just saying that because she can create reality out of nowhere. So they can really do it in reverse and have her accidentally create mutants at the same time if you combine that with all of the other things that I said, which was that there was 4 snaps. So you combine what Rocket Raccoon said times 4, if that makes any sense. Um, he said, it doesn't seem right, X-Men from another universe. It wouldn't be from another universe. It wouldn't be from another universe. It would be, it would be snapping it all in and making it so that it, because an X-Man or a mutant is just from a gene. You have a mutant gene. You see what I'm saying? You have a mutant gene. But now that they have the multiverse, you can combine all of these things and say that uh, uh, that that the from a molecular level, people were changed because mutants are human beings. They just have this gene, so you can say where that gene came from and then include it into the snap. So I guess you can say from another universe per se, but it's just a multiverse, right? It's just a multiverse, and you have to have that would make the most sense because you don't want to have the first mutant now this late in the game, 20 movies in. So you have to make it so that it makes sense that they can all come in uh, with their abilities off top. You know what I'm saying? That's the best way to do it. I don't want to see an origin story on Professor Xavier. Uh, I don't want to start all over again. These movies are already 20 movies in, so you want to substantiate why they've been around already this whole time. Um, and they change the stories all the time. Like T'Challa uh, didn't lose his father while he was a grown up at the UN. That was just done by Marvel. T'Challa lost T'Chaka when he was still a kid, and uh, it wasn't Zemo who killed him. It was Claw who killed him. So they change stuff around in order to fit their narratives and their plot um, all the time. DJ said, "Yeah, I remember they introduced the Darkhold to Agents of Shield. Yeah, Agents of Shield is the shit. That is a dope show, and they need to utilize it somehow, some way, um, moving forward. Just even if it's a little bit." DJ says, "See, the Ghost Rider took the Darkhold to another dimension on Agents of Shield. Exactly. I was wondering if Ghost Rider would make a return since the Darkhold did. Right. Even after the uh, the Ghost Rider took the Darkhold into another dimension, that same Darkhold was popped up in Cloak and Dagger. I believe that was the series that it came up in. If I'm not mistaken. Gotta look. Was it Cloak and Dagger? It was one of those other Marvel shows, but it popped back up. You know what I'm saying, in one of those other series. I can't really remember which one at the time. Arby said, "Yeah, I get it, and I know the history, but being somewhat of a purist, mutants didn't come from that. I know. That's why I said. That's why I made a distinction that they change all kind of stuff in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They don't. None of their stories are pure. If you look at all of their characters, like Ant-Man didn't come from uh, 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 Was it Ant-Man? I don't think it was. Was it Ant-Man? It was somebody else. I'm thinking of. But yeah, they got that whole story messed up with Henry Pym and all that. They use their own thing. You know what I'm saying? They use the comic books as a template. Um, he said they didn't come from that. They've always been pretty much as long as Avengers and Fantastic Four, but they got to make it work somehow. Yeah, you know, they got to make it work. And even like the Fantastic Four. So like you like the Black Panther character was he comes out in the Fantastic Four, but in the Marvel Cinematic Universe they don't even have the Fantastic Four yet, and we've already seen Black Panther, and they're already doing away with T'Challa. So they do their own thing. Said at this point they really messed up Black Panther, so I have little faith in them. Facts. That's big facts. DB said, I think the origin stories helped to build the movie franchise, though. Which origin stories? He said casuals were introduced and grew with the characters. DJ said Runaways. That's what it was. DJ, thank you. He said it wasn't Runaways, so it had to be Cloak and Dagger. No, I think it was Runaways, wasn't it? Wasn't it Runaways? I think it was the Runaways that the Darkhold showed up in. RB said that's why I'd rather do another universe or multiverse if we want to use that word. But origin stories should be the TV shows, and then movies be the events. Let me look that up, man. Let me look that up. I thought it was on Runaways. Yeah, it was. It was on Runaways, bro. Or not? No, wait. I don't know. It's not coming up. Yeah, I think it was Runaways, but whatever. It came back up, and now it looks different. And now that Wanda has it, you know what I'm saying? The whole book was different because Kevin Feige he won't get out of his own way, and he has this ego, um, and it's an ego that he he's created this beast of a uh, film studio, um, and he's smelling himself, as they say in Harlem. Um, so I guess, but at the same time, some great work has been done over the years with some great storylines, um, and work on the Agents of Shield TV series, and I thought that they did a great job um, paying homage to the movies, even though they did their own thing. So, you know, I think that Kevin Feige can at least utilize uh, some of that and pay that forward. You know what I mean? Just my opinion. Excuse me. I don't know if y'all heard me, but excuse me. DB said it was the Runaways. I think so, man. I think it was the Runaways. RB says I thought the Darkhold was an Agents of Shield. It was. It was an Agents of Shield. But it also pops back up later in one of the other series. It's either Runaways or Cloak and Dagger, or it could be both. DJ said I don't remember it being on Runaways, bro. I could be wrong. It had to be at the end of the third season. Yeah, I think it was. I think that's when it was. DJ at the end of the third season. DJ says, "Man, I have truly found my tribe. I've enjoyed getting the nerd out with you fellas. Man, we know more. We know more. Uh, this is not for y'all. We already know what we know. You know what I'm saying, amongst us. But for you people listening on a replay that just accidentally stumbled along this video because it ended up in your your suggestions or whatever or whatnot. Black folks, we know more than just basketball, football. All right, we know more than that. You know, we have more interest um, than in rap music and and gaming culture and trap music and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We like the same stuff that everybody else likes. You know what I'm saying? We like pro wrestling, we like boxing, we like martial arts, we like baseball. You know what I'm saying? Some of us like soccer. Uh, you know, not all of us, but we a lot of us like a lot of different things. We love comic books, we love cartoons, anime, and stuff like that, and filmmaking process. I'm looking at my DVD counter right now. I got the entire series of Angel, season 1 through 5, and the whole series of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, season 1 through 7, because I'm into the whole, studying the the, uh, the complexity of the Nosferatu stuff. I got Anne Rice's stuff around here somewhere uh, on Interview with a Vampire, and she did, I believe, Queen of the Dam with um, uh, come on, bro. How can I forget to rock the boat? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I almost said Alicia Keys, but that would have been all the way off. Oh man, but y'all know what I'm talking about. Aaliyah. So y'all know we have a whole bunch of different interests, and this is where to go, man. We have, and we like history. I forgot about that part. You know what I'm saying? We love history, so we like a lot of different stuff. We like more than just sports and rap music. RD says exactly. I'm a sports fan, bro. Only sports I don't watch really are hockey and baseball. I learned to read from comic books. Oh, see, and that's the thing. Like baseball, um, I never really uh, played baseball. I mean, I not I haven't really played baseball. But at Campanella Park in Compton, uh, my little brother used to play baseball, right? Or my cousin, he was raised his brother, so um, my little brother used to play baseball at Campanella Park, uh, and when we was kids, and so I grew up an Angels fan because uh, I seen Al Campanis say some shady stuff. He was in charge of the Dodgers when I was a kid, and he said some outlandish stuff about black people. So I never was like really a Dodgers person. And then I knew that I knew about Jackie Robinson. I knew about and I knew about the fact that they came from Brooklyn. But the team that I knew was from LA was the Angels, and they had Reggie Jackson. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I grew up with uh, 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 and they was called the California Angels at the time. You know what I mean? And they just came off being the Los Angeles Angels. So that's a team that I grew up on, and I watched growing up. I also root for the Dodgers now, and I root for the Padres. I root for the Dodgers since Magic Johnson got involved with them and got them other people out. Um, but I like baseball. I like the game of baseball. I do. I like to go into baseball games when I used to go to baseball games. The environment. We used to go to the Freeway Series. Me and my bros we used to go to watch the Angels play the Dodgers in uh, Anaheim. And we used to go watch the Angels versus the Dodgers in LA at Dodger Stadium every year for a long period of time. And I loved both because half, not half, but like some of the homies is Dodgers fans, and some of us is Angels. You know what I'm saying? Especially me. But uh, yeah. Baseball is an underrated sport that a lot more black people should get into. I know we say it's slow, but all you got it's one of those sports where you just got to follow the ball. But the athleticism in it, especially in the infield, is crazy athletic. You know what I'm saying? On the outfield too, but you know what I'm saying to see the stuff that a shortstop or a second baseman does is pretty dope in terms of athleticism. Anyways, RB says you love history. Said, love history, fam, and traveling. Only to connect and be well rounded is to experience it for yourself. We adapt more easily than any other culture because each culture Took a little bit from us. Yeah, that's a fact. DJ said, I love baseball, but that shit is expensive to play. Yeah, that's why I never got into it as a kid. Yeah. It's one of those things where uh, it could be expensive, but you got a lot of people that come from these places like Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. They got stickball just like in the hood. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't have an abundance of wealth. So they weren't too affluent. Um, but what happens is everything gets monetized, and now clubs, you got to have your cleats, and you got to have your knee pads and elbow pads and shin guards and all this other stuff. You can't just have a ball, bat, and a glove. But I like just going to the batting cages now. You know what I'm saying? And I got my little glove I like to play catch with, work on my little curve ball and stuff like that. Um, but going back to RB's statement, he said that we adapt more easily than any other culture because each culture took a little bit from us. Um, Not only that, but um, we also, because we are I guess, the salt of the earth, for lack of a better phrase, um, and um, what's the phrase that is used often? The original man, I guess you want to say. But even in ancient cultures, it was our people when we got to these different places when we started to scatter and move around. Um, like I said, the seasoning of the planet came from us. You know what I'm saying? That's where the salt of the earth. Uh, that's what that means. Salt is a season. You know what I'm saying? It's also a healing. It also can be a healing factor. So it's a layered metaphor that phrase or that scripture or that saying or that proverb, whichever one of those terms you want to use. Salt of the earth is something that heals. It's something that flavors and gives seasoning to and makes things good. And so we are that as a people, as a nation of people, right? Because there are other melanated people on the planet. There are other quote unquote Africans on the planet. There are other dark skinned people on the planet, but it's our tribe, I believe, that is the one that uh, is the origin of all these fruitful things that we like that these other civilizations um, took from, as you said, and so it resonates with the spirit of us, to like and respect all these other cultures. You know what I mean? Um, so I think that has a little bit to do with it as well. Probably more than a little bit. Uh, he said going to baseball. Harvey says going to baseball games or playing it is a better experience than watching on TV. I don't know. You know what it is? You know what it is for me on TV is the announcers. The announcers make it boring. I remember, uh, and man, I can't think of the man's name now, but they used to make baseball so exciting, especially in the early 2000s when the Angels were a good team in terms of when they went on their run to win the only World Series that they won when they won the pennant. I can't think of his name right now. I'm losing all kind of uh, things that I want to reference in my brain. My mental Rolodex ain't working this morning, but like I never. That's another reason why I never liked the Dodgers because Vin Scully would bore me to death. Some of the baseball announcers have no personality. They have, they're not like Chick Hearn. Chick Hearn had personality in abundance. You know what I mean? And when they talked about the game, Chick Hearn and Stu Lantz, to me, uh, especially Stu Lantz, he was teaching basketball while Chick Hearn play by played it. You know what I'm saying? Stu Lantz would be like, well, you do this in a situation, or you do that in that situation. So um, those kind of things are things that resonate with me personally. When you have a particular person that's calling the baseball game that is making it exciting to watch. But I like watching sports on TV more than in person. But the only one that I do like watching in person, probably as much as I like watching on TV, is baseball, because usually the way it's situated, you can see everything that's going on. But on TV, it's just a different experience because of all the camera angles. You can see, you know, each and every athlete. I like that better. When you go to a live event, you can only see from the perspective of where you are seated at. Boxer fan said, baseball here, left fielder, yes sir. Chick told a story. Yeah, 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 exactly. Box fans. Chick told a story, and Stu Lance was teaching the game. You know what I'm saying? He was teaching all the little nuances about situational basketball. He don't get enough credit for that. You know, um, RB says color makes it better unless fact drop here or useless. I think he's saying useless fact drop here, but in order to get paper brighter and whiter, you gotta add dark blue to the pulp. And white paper means nothing without black ink. Yeah, yeah, so it's just, you know, like I said, good salt. Take it how you want to take it, leave it how you want to leave it. I think that I think that every single nationality of people have contributed in one way or the other. Now, whether you want to say contributed negatively or positively, uh, that's up to the individual doing the research. But everybody has contributed to this world that we live in one way or the other. And we can all learn from each other, and each other's contribution, because some people learn from others' mistakes, right? So even if there's a people out here making mistakes, um, the wise amongst us will learn from the mistakes that they were making. So that's kind of how I see things. Um, I kind of really don't usually get too philosophical in my own positioning and ideologies, but I do have uh, certain uh, perspectives and ideologies that I hold fast to. But they're mine. You know what I'm saying? I can defend my position and explain why I believe what I believe, and I let everyone else do what they do based off what it is that they're researching and the information that they have, and uh, that's kind of how I roll. You don't have to. How Morpheus say in the Matrix, uh, when the general he say, not everybody believes in what you believe in, Morpheus, and he says, what I believe in doesn't require you to. That's kind of how I roll. You know what I'm saying? How I believe it doesn't require everybody to believe it. You know what I'm saying? The will of the Most High is going to be what it is, from my perspective, regardless of whether anybody else believes it or not. You know, other cultures say, let nature take its course, right? That means nature's going to do what nature's going to do. So I'm saying the same thing. You know what I mean? The Most High, or some people say the universe, or whatever the case may be, is going to be, or there's another saying. They say, uh, it is what it is, or things will be what they will be. It's all the same thing. But if I put it in a spiritual context, you know what I'm saying, then I'm into spookisms and sky gods and all this other kind of stuff. And I accept that because, I understand not everybody believes in what you believe in. And, my belief doesn't require you to. So that's kind of why I stick to my guns. I let everybody else try to, you know, get people on their side and stuff like that. And I just hold fast to what I believe in. And if somebody presses me about what it is that I stand on, and you know, I'll stand on it, and I'll explain to them why. But I'm done with trying to make you understand what I understand. I did that for a while, and I used to get all my social media blocked out and kicked out, and people uh, uh, sending me, all kind of weird stuff. So I'm like, whatever. Ain't nobody listening anyway. And then I come around full circle 10 years later. I see people talking about the same stuff that I was trying to explain years ago. So it's like, all right, whatever. But anyways, RB said, yeah, that's facts. We all human beings. Some just act more like animals or worse than animals than others. That's true. Eli Zachary says, yes, that's true. Sweet Sign Examiner, believe in what you believe in. Yeah, man. Just don't put your hands on me. Don't threaten people that's under my protection. Don't threaten me. And when I mean threat, I mean physically. Physically threatening me. You got to be able to do what you say you're going to do, right? I don't believe that anybody is, um, how they say, everybody can be touched, right? Including myself. So nobody lives forever. Anything that lives must die. It's part of the circle of life. So the same people that say, you know, the same people that say they'll kill me, they can die too. You know what I mean? The same people that I threaten that I'll kill you, I can die too. So I always keep that in mind. So people who make threats don't really bother me with your words. It's going to make me pay attention to you and be mindful of that. But just keep your hands to yourself. When you go to war, you can't control the fallout from war. Take it for what it is. The wise understand what I'm saying. You can't control the fallout. I think DB said something earlier. Man, I wish he was on the panel breaking it down. But I hear this a lot. I hear other brothers say the same thing in different ways. But what Jay-Z say in a rhyme, Jay-Z's I think it was on DJ Quick produced track on the Black album. Shout out to the Compton OG. But he said Jay-Z said, now if you shoot my dog, I'm gonna kill your cat. Is the underlying rule in rap. Get it? So you can't control the fallout from war. You dig? RB said, yeah, I'm not with all that trying to convince someone to change their belief. In fact, I respect more when people stand on theirs. I mean, I don't respect or disrespect it one way or the other. You know what I mean? You know what I respect? I respect when people understand my perspective. You know what I'm saying? That's what I respect. You know what I mean? Because I can't sit here and say that I respect a person that stands on Satanism or certain things, right? I'm not going to say that, but I respect those who respect my right to stand what I stand on. You know what I mean? Because I don't mean to sound heartless, but I don't care what you got going on personally. Centos woke. He just working. Centos, let the people know you're alive up in here, man. Let me go give me another cup of coffee. Centos pulled over for a quick nap.
No, I'm good. I took a nap earlier though. A little while ago, I was sleeping.
I know Centos over there doing his thing, man. Hold on, chop it up real quick. Let me go give me a cup of coffee. I'm gonna mute my mic.
All right. What most if I wanted someone completely agreeing with me.
They comment in the chat too. I'm not caught up.
That's right. You all caught up? Okay, that's Robert Brown. All right. So what's up, fellas? Yeah, I'm just hanging out, trying to watch. It's raining where I'm at. Where I'm at in Alabama, and had some little scary folks drive in front of it doing 20 and 45 just then, and I'm just trying to be safe with it. You know, I have my rain jacket on now. It's at the moment and place and time where I am right at this moment. We're dry. Well, we're not dry. I mean, it's not. There's no precipitation dropping, but it's wet where it just finished raining. So this next stop ought to be a little bit quicker. But also, I don't have my headset tonight, which is essential to most all drivers, and it cancels out a lot of background noise. I have my earbuds, which are not as good. So I've tried to stay muted as much as possible because I didn't want to mess up the program. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm up in the chill of this truck, and I'm driving and trying to maintain my worthiness of not trying to have any collisions, and letting Tank do his thing because Tank is a hell of a expert when it comes to movies. The all the knowledge about him as far as what the plot is, what the idea was of the writer, what some history of the players that are part of the cast, all that. I mean, he can tell you everything, man. I just get off on listening to him, man, because I just learned I know how to stay in my lane. I put it that way. You know, if I got a little bit of knowledge, someone might come in and add something, or if I have a question about something, I come in and mention that. But more than likely, I'm just gonna stay on the back end and let my man rip it up. He's good at what he does, and I'm sure we all have been entertained as to the knowledge. You know, when Champion Hard was in here with him, that was cool because he had somebody to chop it up with. And of course, I knew that when Champion Hard left, somebody's gonna be looking at me like, man, he ain't saying nothing. What's up with him? He ain't working tonight. Nah, I'm working, man. I did have a big day. The previous 24 hours, I did a lot of driving, and I was awake from more than 24 hours. So I thought I was cool, but during I got sleepy after Champion Hard came on, and I was like, man, I can't let this happen. So while they two were chopping it up and had it going, I got to my second stop. I took me a little power nap for a few minutes, but that was a while ago. So I've been strong, awake, and rolling since then, and just doing my thing. You know what I mean? At the moment, I have my phone in my pocket, so I'm not able to look at the chat. I'll check it out as soon as I get back in the truck. Drop this little order here off. We'll go to the next one afterwards.
Yeah, they just sent it. Let me see what they say in the chat real quick. I was like, damn, my coffee didn't got cold. I was over here sitting here rambling on, talking too much, trying to keep the third shift woke.
Now you're gonna come. Where you coming to? This cat. At this stop right here's a cat, and see how when she see me coming, she gonna come in or come out, go in or come out rather. Well, she wait till you lock the door, and then she come running and galloping over. Hey, don't forget about me. I'm like, come on now. Had to let her in, man. I don't want to make her mad. She done played all night.
Yeah,
she been hiding on one of these vehicles or something, a building or something, staying dry.
Robert Brown said, if I wanted someone completely agreeing with me, I talk to myself in the mirror. Ain't that the truth? Having different opinions is how we learn, but difference of opinion is not disrespect. Exactly. That's how we learn from each other. Wait, how do you do that? Wait, so what do y'all call it? You know what I'm saying? How are you gonna learn another language if you don't understand? If you don't have a person to let you know what they're saying, how are you gonna learn another culture if you don't pay attention and listen to their experiences? These things, these things matter. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, whether somebody is quote unquote doing something negative or positive, we can learn from each other, because that is all perspective anyway, right? Negative and positive. We know when they say that's right and this is wrong, some of that is subjective. Um, we have how many people have told us that our quote unquote heroes are wrong. You can go look into the history and listen to they talk very very positive about Martin Luther King now. But if you go into history, there's a reason why they was spitting on him, throwing rocks at him, and sticking dogs and water hoses on him. There's a reason for that. People didn't think too kindly of what he was saying in that particular day. Uh, DJ
Hey,
says, "Do y'all think?" Oh my bad. Go ahead.
go ahead with that one. Go ahead with that one. I was gonna start there too.
DJ said, "Do y'all think Shakur gets Herring in September as mandated, or does Herring move up to 135 and throw his hat in the ring there?" I don't know. I don't know. I think that Herring. What I think he should do is I think Herring should um, try to unify first before he does anything. Um, Shakur has with Valdez, right?
Yeah,
Shakur has an opponent in front of him that he needs to worry about first. Um, I can say that I expect him to do what he's supposed to do, but you know, each fight presents its own challenges and things that you have to get around. So I'm gonna let him do that uh, because anybody can have an off night. Anybody can get in there and find an opponent that won't go away. Anybody can get in there and anything can happen on any given fight night, right?
yeah,
But if he gets in there and does what he's supposed to do, uh, or excuse me, if he does what he's expected to do, because ain't nobody supposed to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? His opponent is not supposed to, Jeremiah. I'm sure Jeremiah didn't get here and say, "Hey, yeah, what are you doing? What are you doing next week, Jeremiah?" When his people ask him, he don't say, "I'm going in there to lose against Shakur." No, he has an opportunity to make his name off of Shakur's name, right? That's what competitors do. So
well,
I expect him, but we don't know what I can't say he's supposed to do, whatever. But go ahead, Cinto.
I know at the last Canelo fight, um, I think it was what's his name? The one that says reporting. He interviewed Valdez and Herring together, and they both were talking about they wanted to fight. And so that don't mean they're going to fight, but that's what they both were saying to one another. They gave each other, handshake, bro hug, and took a photo with him. So I'm under the impression that fight is supposed to try to be made, but I don't know that to be factual because we see a lot of stuff on camera where these guys act like they're ready to get down with the get down, and then all of a sudden, it goes on swept under the rug. They fighting other people that are not who we want to see them fight, and the next thing you know, we never get to fight. So we just see. But I don't know if Shakur. I'm like a tank on that Shakur thing because he has a opponent this weekend. And I don't know if he's gonna get a fight as quick as September like that, and he may. But I don't know. Bob Aaron, he's I don't trust him to do a whole lot of things for folks' career like he could do. Him and his team. So I don't know what we're gonna see. Um, yeah, that's
Right,
who's
exactly.
fighting this weekend, Eli. Shakur Stevenson. He's fighting, and look like Eli was asking about he said somebody's driving this morning. Yeah, man, I got my first Amazon loan about 2 months yesterday, man, and made some decent money on it because it was a last minute deal. So it worked out good for me because I had another load I had to get for an old client of mine right before that. And let's see. Yeah, DJ
Yeah,
said we've been
on
getting
your point. Okay.
yeah, we sure had. Well, it's been enough of it. I drove through a lot of it in Tennessee yesterday because that's where all my stuff was at yesterday. And there's multiple storms going to East Tennessee and back. And you got Robert Brown. Yeah, that's facts. Just about
Y'all, before we
all
get
he
to that,
was.
let me build on what you just said.
Okay.
You said
Yeah,
you
that's
were
your.
talking about. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said that's your thing right there. You talking about some superhero, man.
No. Well, before we get to that, before we get to RB, your comment. I mean, your response was spot on, man. You said it best with these guys. Uh, they get in front of the cameras and they say they want to fight, and then for some reason or another, they end up not fighting, right? And it made me think of this entire narrative of, and I know y'all were like, Tanky said you ain't gonna talk about this fight, but I'm only bringing it up because the brother stepped into the barbershop and dealt with black media face to face or ear to ear, right? Um, Errol Spence came out and he dispelled that entire narrative of Terrence Crawford not wanting to fight him. Now, if you listen closely, I don't want to hear no more people who listen to that brother called it to the barbershop. Errol Spence, out of his own mouth, he said, "Look, I wanted to fight Terrence. Terrence wanted to fight me. I told him I think I'll beat him. He told me he'll think he'll beat me. The thing is, we didn't know how to make no fight and put no fight together, but we wanted to fight each other. We still do, right? That's it right there. See, so what Santos is saying when he says Ellie Segback, shout out to Ellie. I got no problems with Ellie. Ellie's always been very, very supportive and cordial to me in person. Every time I see him, uh, I got no beef with Ellie. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Ellie Segback. But like Santos was saying, when Ellie interviewed Jamel uh, Herring and Oscar Valdez, they said they expressed interest in wanting to fight each other. But like Santos said, sometimes these fights don't get made. You know why? It's because Herring and Valdez don't know how to make a fight. You see what I'm saying? A lot of these boxers don't know how to put the fight together. They just know that they willing to rock with anybody else. You know what I'm saying? They willing to bang with anybody else. It's the people that are behind them that have to put the fights together. It's up to, like Santos said, it's up to Bob Arum to make these fights happen. It's up to the people that Bob Arum employs and his matchmakers to make it happen. If that doesn't happen, we won't see it. It's that simple. These fighters be wanting to fight each other. They have every intent on fighting each other. And then it'd be the people that want their hand in the money pot that prevent them from happening. And that's just a fact. Errol Spence got on the barbershop and he told everybody that with his own words. And he has no reason to protect the integrity of Terrence Crawford. He doesn't. But he told y'all, he said, look, I talked to Terrence. Terrence wanted to fight me. I wanted to fight him. I told him to his face, I believe I can beat him. He told me right back to my face, he believes he can beat me. So we seen that video with them uh, face to face saying that they want to fight each other. But then these narratives come out and be like, well, yeah, well, listen what he said in the media. Well, listen what he said in the media. Well, listen what he said on Twitter. Well, listen what he said on Instagram. And then we come up with these narratives. See, he don't want to fight him and he's avoiding that guy. Right? But the own fighter who has uh, no reason to protect the other guy's integrity said, yeah, we wanted to fight each other. We just didn't know how to make it happen. We don't know nothing about putting no fights together. And that's kind of what it ends up being, to Centel's point. Yeah, I just want to say that. Let me get back to the chat. RB said, yeah, that's facts. Just about all heroes only are in a certain perspective. Wait, did I read that right? Oh, no, I don't think he's talking about superheroes. Santos. He's talking about when I said that when I was talking about negative and positive and the perspectives of what's right and wrong is in the eye of the beholder, because I was saying that our heroes, you know what I'm saying, whether it be Martin Luther King, you know what I'm saying, Malcolm X, Khalid Muhammad, you know what I mean, these guys are would be, some of us will be considered them heroes, right? Mumia Abu Jamal, Mutulu Shakur, Sada Shakur. These people can be considered some of our heroes. At least I'm speaking for myself, right? But um, other people will see them as something else, enemies of the state. You know what I mean? And so I think that's what RB is responding to. He says that, yeah, that's facts. Just about all heroes only are that in certain perspectives. What's the old saying? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. It's all relative. Uh, RB says Clarissa Shields fight Saturday. Mana Serrano fights Friday. Shakur on Saturday. Plus, I think Israel's Sanya in MMA. So it's going to be a crazy fight week. You know what I mean? DJ said, yeah, unlike Sean Porter, Shakur actually took the proper steps and submitted his paperwork months ago to be the WBO mandatory challenger. Yeah, the thing is, though, if Jamel gets the Valdez fight and he wins the Valdez fight and becomes a unified champion at 130, what does he do? You know what I mean? That's where it becomes, right, Santos? What do we want to see him do versus his own plans in terms of moving up to take on the 135 division?
Yeah, because
I want to just give Shakur the opportunity. What do you think?
I'm not really sure he'll fight Shakur. I mean, they kind of know each other, but I'm not. I don't see any evidence that he's really wanting to fight Shakur.
Me neither. But what do you want though? Like if
Yeah,
you could,
I want all these
if you
guys to fight
could.
each other. I think it's I know Shakur
Right.
will fight him. He wants to show that he's the best, so he wants that opportunity. So yeah, I think for sure that's something
I gotta fight.
we need to see. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that Herring is a punk. I just don't know if the
The interest.
wanting to fight interest is is genuine on both between both he and Shakur. I don't doubt Shakur, and I normally wouldn't doubt Herring, but I just think they cool, and I haven't heard him really talk about wanting to fight Shakur. I don't know. Maybe I just hadn't kept up with it enough. I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I mean, from what I've seen, I'm with you. I've seen Herring kind of laugh it off, but Shakur is very serious about the opportunity.
He wants that belt, man. He wants to prove that he's the
My
best
thing is,
at that weight class.
but my thing is like this though. I don't like the, and this is what I heard from Shakur, or excuse me, this is what I saw from Shakur's social media, right? I didn't hear him say these things. This is just what I read. And sometimes you never know who's controlling these people's social media, right? So
Right.
what I saw was him say that he wants to fight Herring so he can leverage a fight to get Valdez. I didn't like that, right? I didn't like that. Me personally,
Yeah.
I didn't like the goal being Valdez. Nah, the goal. Why isn't the goal for the two y'all two to fight each other? The two
I
American
think.
fighters to fight each other. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? Why does
he might be letting us know something that we didn't like. What me and you were just saying. God, no, I'm sorry. He might be letting us know something that him and Heron already talked about. Maybe they too are willing to fight each other, and they probably know that it's harder for them to get a fight with Valdez. But they know if they fight each other, Valdez will have to step up or be an official duck. Maybe that's what he's trying to say to us. I don't
you
know.
see? I look at it.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought. I didn't mean to cut you off. That's my fault.
No, you good. I was done.
Yeah, my thing is this: don't make them the goal. I don't care what they. Oh, it's gonna be harder to do this and harder to do that. No, force it. Force the issue. You get out there and say, "Hey, why are you ducking Jamel Herring? Why are you ducking that unification? I don't even got a belt. Why don't you give Jamel a shot? And I'll take whoever wins that instead of
Right.
saying,
I
well, the
agree with
only
you.
way I can get the fight is if I. Yep. Well, go ahead.
Now, I said I agree with you, but you know what has happened? They have conditioned these fighters to understand who they're going to allow to fight in these
That's what I'm
great
saying.
opportunity fights. And instead of us, it's them, and that's what that's
That's
part of
what I'm
what the
saying, bro.
LDC cries about a lot. Not I don't say cry, but that's what they push against a lot. Is these the boxing industry not giving the minority, well, black fighters the proper opportunity to to showcase their skills against another great fighter who may not be a Hispanic or a white guy or European. And it gets old that you
And
have
that's
to constantly. I mean, the boxing industry, as far as promoters, managers, they have made more money off of black fighters in the history of boxing than any other uh, um, race of people. And so it shouldn't be all this bullcrap. Now I understand that sometimes ticket sales may not go the way they want them to go when it's all black or whatever, but it might be because of the quality of the fight, or it may be the economy or whatever, But um, true fight fans will show up. Casuals, sometimes you got to get them a little bait in order to lure them in, because they don't understand what real fighting is all about. A real good fight is all about. So I don't know, man. It's just crazy how this all works out, and it's sad that our boxers have to feel that they got to do X, Y, Z just to get to the first letter A. They got to eliminate
question
each
at
other.
what?
Is what they make us eliminate each other.
Yeah, that's
To
what I'm
get
saying. I'm
started.
trying to get away from that. Make us
Yeah.
the goal. And that starts with the mindset. You create the narrative. You get out there and say, yeah, Valdez is ducking Jamel Herring because he knows that Jamel Herring ain't afraid of that smoke. You coming back here. We have to make ourselves the catch. We have to do that. We are the ones in control of our own mouths. So you gotta look at it like, okay, if this person already doesn't want to fight Jamel and this person doesn't want to fight me, but we want to fight him, that looks bad. So guess what? You know what? I'm gonna get behind my brother and say, you know what? Yeah, man, he ducking that Heron smoke. Heron wants to unify. He calling his name, and why is that fight not being made? Instead of saying, I want Heron so I can get him too. You see what I'm saying? No. Guess what? You don't want that Heron smoke. Why don't you give Heron a shot at unification and then uh I'll get the winner. And if you get past Heron, I want to fight against you. I'm going to earn my number one contendership. And as a WBO mandatory, I'm going to invoke my right to that title shot. You know what I'm saying? And but I don't think you win. I'm going with Jamel and that fight. I'm going with Heron. So uh, when Jamel wins, I'm gonna end up fighting him. And Jamel, when I fight you, I'm gonna take your unified titles. That's how it should be, and that's the goal. Because the thing is, you build yourself up. It ain't about who you fight. It's about who you are, and if you can monetize yourself. That is what does it. It doesn't matter. Eventually, it didn't matter who Floyd Mayweather fought. At one particular time, it was just like, man, we gonna watch him fight. A case in point, this weekend, he fought or an exhibition fight, but it's not that it was just the Paul that did it. If he would have did an exhibition versus Oscar De La Hoya, it would have been big. Two former pro fighters that they say, you know what, this doesn't go against our record. This is just for bragging rights. Same moniker, use the exact same tagline. This is for bragging rights. Oscar De La Hoya said that he wanted a rematch, and he says that I retired to avoid the rematch. Well, here I am now. Let's do an 8-round exhibition, De La Hoya, and may the best man win, or may the fans decide who won. Right? Let the fans choose. Same exact parameters as this exhibition. And I guarantee you it would have been just as big. It would probably been bigger. It would have got more pay-per-views. I guarantee that. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. You make yourself the guy. You make yourself the catch. Don't worry about chasing these other people uh, around that don't want no smoke with you. That is my thing. I got like I kept saying, I got to fight for Shakur, and that Shakur would take, and I think that the other fighter would take, and that's Gary Russell. If Gary Russell can get, you know what I'm saying, a fight at 130, get that fight out the way, or get two fights at 130, uh, and come on top of that. I'm not sure who he would fight, but off top. But I say, you know what I'm saying, he get a fight or two and fight Shakur. I think that'd be a huge fight. You know what I'm saying? Especially if they can be near each other, so people cannot say, well, he's only fighting once a year. No, you knock out two fights in 1 year, and then take that third one at the end of the year or the beginning of the next year. I think that it would work. You know what I'm saying, in terms of marketing, and people would only use that he fights once a year. That would be a thing of the past. You know what I'm saying? They're like, well, that was last year. That was because of COVID, or that was because of whatever the case may be. But now his last three fights have all been within 7 months from each other. Um, RB salute. Wait, I'm sorry. DJ said, I've said for years, no fighter is afraid of the other fighter. It's the boxing politics that stops the fights. Exactly. Or in the words of my brother K-Ho, Black Fight fan, he says the business of boxing is staying in business in boxing. And that's a fact. RB, Robert Brown says, that's a fact. DJ Shakur did all on his end to show he wants to fight, including filing a lawsuit. We know Shakur wants to challenge himself and his skills. He needs opportunity. Salute to you, Detroit, BC. Salute to you. We got Midwest up in this piece. We got Detroit up in here. DJ said defend against Shakur or move up. It's that simple if he unifies. Exactly. Exactly. DJ said he's been wanting Valdez since 126, and Bob hasn't given him that fight. Indeed, that. Uh, Jay Prince got to press the issue. You know what I'm saying? He's the manager, so he got to press that issue. Robert Brown says Arum is already moving Valdez away from the Heron fight and talking about Valdez versus Robinson Kosiako. Kosiako versus Valdez. Ooh, interesting. Um, yeah, if that happens, um, man, I don't know if that happens, that'd be sad. That'd be sad for Heron and Shakur, because if he's moving them away from Heron, he's gonna move them away from Shakur too. You know what I'm saying? Um, RB says we need the World Boxing Super Series tournament to take place at 130 and or 135 next. Now, y'all already know that I'm gonna co-sign that. We need the World Boxing Super Series tournament in all major weight classes. Period. We need that. I need to see that smoke. Nobody can avoid anybody else. You have to fight the guy that wins and advances in the tournament. That's the only way it works. That's the only way you'll get credit. That's the only way. Nobody can say you avoided anybody. Nobody can say that you outbidded yourself and all these other narratives that they use. Oh, Santos fell out, Cam. So when Santos comes back, you gotta let him back in. Uh, Robert Brown said it's a myth some put on, or it's a myth that some put out that black fighters don't sell. Mayweather and Judah did great numbers, and name a top pay per view event not involving a black fighter. Yeah, that's just something that they say to what's the word? What's the phrase? Devalue the fighters. they use that to devalue the fighters, but the numbers don't back that up. The numbers don't back that up. And if that was all that's out there to fight, then that's what it does. And uh, Cinto says, "Man, my bag. Oh, my bad. I was about to make a comment. Um, Cam, let Cintos back in when he tried to jump back on. He accidentally lagged out. He got kicked out the chat trying to make a comment on his phone. But yeah, man, I feel you, Robert. I hate that saying, um, and we all know that. But some of these great all-time fights, you know what I mean? Hagler, Hearns, Hagler, Leonard, Hearns, right? Uh, they were great fights. They were great fights. They're talked about even till this day, and so we know that the market is there for us to fight. Uh, Santos is backstage. Cam, Kyle said you on the clock tonight, so I expect you to put him back in ASAP. Um, but yeah, this fight with Shakur will be interesting. This fight with Shakur versus Jeremiah will be interesting because I don't believe that any fight is easy until you make it easy in the ring on fight night. So um, we're gonna have to see what happens. Jeremiah only has one loss, so it's going to be up to Shakur to make him lose the fight. I don't think he's going to go in there to lay down and just let Shakur win, just because he's Shakur. So he's going to have to do the work. I expect him to do the work. I hope that he does the work. Uh, but you got to show me. You got to show me. You can't just keep uh, uh, saying what you want. You gotta continue to show the world that you deserve everything you're asking for. And the only way to do that is to get in the ring and make it do what it do. In the words of Ray Charles, make it do what it do, baby. Santos is backstage. Cam, let him in. Let me in now. Let him in now. Robert Brown says, how about Gary Russell Jr. moves up and fights O'Shaquie Foster at 130, then fights Shakur. Robert Brown, I was thinking of who he could fight. Great idea. Just a great, brilliant idea. Why not? You know what I'm saying? Why not? I'm all for that. He said Jeremiah reminds him a little of Comey, and he's pretty big dude for that division. Yeah, it's a legit fight for Shakur, at least in terms of seeing his focus and not underestimating another. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I try not to uh, devalue or I don't talk down on these fighters just because the general public may not know them and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I remember when Walter Katondaka got the fight with Demetrius Andre, people was crapping on that fight, but Walter got in there and he refused to go out. You know what I'm saying? He got knocked down several times, but sometimes guys ain't gonna let you knock him out, and you got to go in there and you got to beat him. Demetrius Andre had to show him, and that was on short notice. That was on short notice because silly Billy Saunders got caught taking oxyflorin. So that's how it happens. You know what I mean? You got to do it. You have to do it. It's not something that's supposed to happen. We have expectations. That's natural, but you have to make it do what it do. And I'm going with the American fighter. Excuse me, first because I understand his struggle. But You know, I don't have no problem seeing black fighters fight each other, even if they're from other places on the planet. DJ said, I fully expect Bob Arum to start with that mandatory talk for Valdez. Right. I expect Bob Arum to be Bob Arum. I don't know how else to say it. You know what I mean? I expect Bob Arum to be consistently who he is at all times. And he is who he has shown us who he is over the years, over the decades that he's been in this sport and wielding power in this sport. You know, it's up to these guys to uh, recognize their uh, value on their own. They have to recognize their value, and they must uh, take a page out of the KSIs of the world, the the Paul, you know, the Paul brothers of the world. Um, and even if you look at Teofimo Lopez, you know what I'm saying, and George Kambosos, who decided to let their fight go to a purse bid. They didn't let the networks and promoters say that they don't deserve to fight each other. They can't fight each other, regardless of what you think about the fight. They stuck to their guns and they're like, you know what? I'm the number one contender. And he says, well, that's my mandatory, and I'm gonna fight my mandatory, whether y'all pay for it or not. Somebody will want it, and it looks like they're gonna get uh, some good money out of it, both sides. And that's where you stand on your laurel. You know, you not laurels. You stand on your position, and you don't rest on your laurels. You know what I mean? Um, that's a part of the game that these guys have to learn. That's what I was saying. Going back to what I was saying earlier about Heron and Shakur, you have to look at uh, you fighting your brother as a goal. Nobody else has this issue. You know what I'm saying? Puerto Ricans want to fight Puerto Ricans. Mexicans want to fight Mexicans for the most part, unless you Saul Alvarez, right? But uh, they 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 feel like it's an honorable thing to represent against each other, and I think that's an admirable thing. And so these American fighters gotta look at it the same way and stop downplaying each other and devaluing each other uh, in terms of their contribution uh, to the fight game, and looking at don't look at each other as stepping stones to a quote unquote bigger fight, right? Make your fight bigger. Get in there and talk up your opponent, and then once that opponent gets in the position that you want them in, let's say if you want to be unified champion, but you see that the other fighter is already ahead in the journey towards unifying, root for that person. Say, hey man, you ain't gonna beat that person, and then when they win, you say, yeah, that was good, but that person ain't me. I'll dog you out. I'll beat you. You know what I'm saying? And then you build up your fight. I think that is what happened. That is the main thing. You have to build up your own fight. Don't let them do it for you because they won't do it for you. You understand what I'm saying? They won't do it for you. You have to do it for yourself. And even if they do it for you, you have to do your part. You have to maximize the potential of the earning power financially. You have to do that. We can't be out here and then we have to do our part as the viewers and consumers and back the play. Like if that's the play that they made, okay, let's back the play. Let's not be in here talking about, oh, Demetrius Andre looked uh he looked like he was desperate for a fight. Well, yeah, he wants to fight. What's wrong with being desperate to showcase your ability? What's wrong with being desperate to put your skills to the test against the best fighters available? You want payday? Yeah, I want a payday. Don't you? Didn't you want a payday when you was running around calling out Floyd Mayweather, and Floyd Mayweather was at 147 and you were fighting at 154? You want payday? Now, you wanted to test your skills against Mayweather, but you also knew and was aware that Mayweather was the cash cow of boxing. You're not going to fool me into thinking that you just only wanted to test your skills. I don't believe that. Everybody is in the professional ranks so that they can get paid for what they was doing in the amateurs for free. Andre Southgate, salute, salute. Andre Southgate in the building. So I don't want to hear it. Demetrius Andre. Let's see. Let me put my phone on silent here. Excuse me. Demetrius Andre, of course he wanted to fight. Demetrius Andre, of course he wants to test his skills. Why is that something that's laughed upon or looked down upon? He's supposed to want to do that, just like everybody else is supposed to want to do it. Shakur Stevenson is supposed to call out Jamel Herring, but he's supposed to call out Valdez too. The best fighting the best is the goal. You got to fight as the best that is available to you, but you also have to strive for more. Robert Brown says that's one of the reasons Spence Crawford is so big and why Wilder Joshua would be too. So with Tank versus Gary Russell, all three are pay-per-views. Exactly. And since Gervonta Davis has moved up to 140, I would throw in Gary Antoine Russell. If that Gary Russell can get some more names under his belt, like if he can get Robert Easter at 140, if he can get a fight with, let's see, who else is at 140? If you can get like a Regis Prograis fight, you feel me? If you can get like a fight versus Mario, the winner of Mario Barrios, Gervonta Davis. See what I'm saying? If he can get a fight with Teofimo Lopez once he moves up, or Devin Haney once he moves up, these are all good fights. These are all good fights. You don't have to be looking to fight in a fight that has an antiquated business model. Puerto Rican versus Mexican. Mexican versus Black American. Black American versus Puerto Rican. You don't have to be that way. They all make money, but it's how you present yourself. It's about how you can build up the fight. Can you build up the fight? Can you be entertaining on the microphone during the build up of the fight? Do you have an intriguing story? Most of these guys come from humble upbringings. Most of these guys have a story to tell. Tell it. Most of these guys fight each other coming up in the amateur ranks before they even become professional. Talk about it. Some of these guys watch each other from afar in the amateur ranks, but they never got a chance to fight each other. But they've always felt like their styles would make a good fight. We'll talk about that. Bring that up. You know what I'm saying? Some of these guys, they didn't fight in the amateurs, but they sparred each other in the gym. Talk about that. There are multiple ways to build up a fight, and you just have to be willing to do it, and you have to go out there and do it. It can be done. You don't have to just sit there and fight Ukrainians and Eastern European fighters or South American fighters. I'm not saying that those business models don't work, but they're not the only ones that work, and you don't have to believe the narrative that they're the only ones that do work and that those are the only ways to make money in the sport of boxing. Bet on yourself. Believe in yourself, but also believe in your people. That's the goal. That's what, that's what other people do. Let me see. I'm all caught up in the chat. Okay. Okay. Yeah. What do y'all think about uh what do y'all think about Shakur's fight this weekend? Not moving past this fight, but what do y'all think about the fight? Where does he go? Where does he go from here after this fight? I'm sorry, not after this fight. How does he approach this fight so that he can get to where he wants to go after the fight? Is what I'm trying to say. Like he already has a goal in mind, but how does he need to approach this fight, in your opinion? DJ say fan bases have to quit talking each other out of fights. Oh man, that'd be the day, right, DJ? That'd be the day. That's all you hear online. It's like you don't even have to listen to the new stuff because the new stuff is the same as the old stuff. Everybody talking talking each other out of fights because the fans say so. And then you get fans that make you not like the fighter because of what they're saying. Man, I don't care what no. I rock with who I rock with because of the reasons that I rock with them, and I don't rock with who I don't rock with because of the reasons that I don't rock with them. It has nothing to do with you. Now, if I want to talk about the fan bases, I'll talk about the fan bases, but it's separate from the athlete. For example, I'm a fan of LeBron James to a certain extent. There's things that I really like about him. I think he's a fun. He would be a fun teammate to have around in terms of the camaraderie of the team, right? Telling jokes and doing stuff, kind of like kid-like in certain ways. But in terms of on the court basketball, the excitement is in certain things. The way his explosiveness, his athleticism, right? But there are things about his game that I don't like. The fact that he doesn't have an off-ball game. He doesn't have uh, an elite post presence. Back to the basket game, as you say. He doesn't have really go-to moves. He tries to emulate some of the old Kobe moves, Jordan, those kind of things. He has gotten better at, but he doesn't have a consistent. He doesn't seem to consistently believe in his back to the basket game on the block. And you would think at his size, 6'9", 270 pounds, all muscle, that they say he's shaped like Karl Malone, but Karl Malone also was a pick and roll player. He didn't have a true or consistent back to the basket game either. But the difference is Karl Malone can shoot the basketball. LeBron James can score the basketball. There's a difference. See, one is a streaky thing, and another one is a consistent thing. LeBron James has never been able to really get his free throw shooting up to par with even his long distance 3-point shooting. And I say long distance because it seemed like he'll practice half court shots and 35-foot shots, uh, and those look like they go in more consistently than his free throw shooting. So there's things about his game that I'm like, right? But that's different than his fan base. Yes, his fan base irritates me, but I separate the two, and I'll deal with them on their level, and then I'll deal with him on the court for his situation. It's different things. Same thing with boxing, right? Some people don't like Devin Haney because of his father or because of his fans. But I'm like, Devin Haney does what he's supposed to do. He calls out the top guys in the sport. He has ultra confidence in his abilities, and he goes out there and he puts on the performances that he's supposed to put on. Not that you want him to put on or that you think he should put on, but he's winning the fights that are in front of him. And he dominates the way he dominates with skill and will. Y'all want him to dominate how you want, like you want him to fight. You want him to fight the way your other favorite fighters fight, but that's not the way he fights, right? DJ says take a lesson from his peer Devin Haney and go in there and outbox the guy he's better than. Forget that fan-friendly style if that's not you. Right, fight the way you fight. You know what I mean? Now, the critiques are the critiques, and they could be fair critiques. You can say, oh, well, he doesn't have an outside game. I'm not saying that these things are true. I'm just making an example, right? Because I made the argument that LeBron James doesn't have a back to the basket game, or he doesn't have a free throw shooting game. You know what I mean? I said these things, right? But LeBron James has he doesn't have an off ball game, but he has an elite on ball. But his thing is he's best at when he gets the ball at the top of the key and he can dribble and run at the defense and make them commit. That way he can find his shooters or he can just get a layup or whatever the case may be, right? Devin Haney and these other boxers like Shakur Stevenson, it can be said in a similar way. Let them dominate how they dominate, right? But that doesn't mean we can't critique them fairly. But to critique them fairly doesn't mean that they're not great in their own right. I'll never say that LeBron James is not a great basketball player. I won't say that. But you'll hear these people constantly say that Devin Haney will never be a great boxer unless he gets knockout power. Or Shakur will not be a great fighter unless he gets this kind of elite knockout power. And then when you get a guy that has knockout power like Gervonta Davis, they'll say he doesn't have a gas tank that can go 12 rounds. He doesn't have the boxing skills to get a guy out of there if his power is not dominating the fight. That's how we know that these guys are not true boxing fans because they're inconsistent. The same people that in his heyday was saying, oh, Mike Tyson is just a knockout artist. He's getting guys out of there and run around. I don't want to see this. I just can't even go to the bathroom. I can't go get popcorn. I can't go to get my snacks. And when I come back, the fight is over already. The same people who said that turned around and said, oh, man, I already know Floyd Mayweather is going to go all 12 rounds. I don't want to see that. I want him to get knocked out. Hey, which one is it? Which one is it? When you see a guy knocking everybody out, you say, oh, he's knocking everybody out. What about skills? And then you see a guy with skills and he gives you 12 rounds, your full money's worth of the pay-per-view. You're going to see all 12 rounds. And he's going to display all the skills you said that the other guy don't display. And then you say, oh, it's boring. I want this. How come he doesn't get knockouts? You can't have it both ways, people. Doesn't work like that. Oh, Deontay Wilder, all he does is gets knockouts. Isn't he a heavyweight? What do you want to see all your heavyweights go 12 rounds? Because when Tyson Fury was boxing the way he was before the second Wilder fight, before the comeback narrative, the road to the comeback, the redemption of Tyson Fury, before all of that, they wasn't saying anything favorable about the style that Tyson Fury had as a heavyweight. Because as a heavyweight, there was another style that people like to see. They said that Deontay Wilder brought back the heavyweight division because he was getting knockouts. They say Anthony Joshua brought back the heavyweight division because he was getting knockouts. They didn't say they brought the heavyweight division back because they were going 12 rounds and showing quote unquote elite boxing skills and head movement and foot feints and they wasn't saying that. Now all of a sudden Tyson Fury is the guy because he got a stoppage of Deontay Wilder when he's never really fought like that in any other fight that we can think of in his career in the last 10 years. Okay. Robert Brown said that that's the difference between truly being a fan of the sport. We can enjoy different styles and appreciate different aspects of the athlete while giving a fair assessment and critique. That is 100% facts. That is the difference between a fanatic and a fanalist, right? A fanatic and a fanalist. There's a difference between the two. Robert Brown says, reality is in some respects, it may be better for an opponent to get quickly KO'd than to take a beating from a Haney or Shakur. The accumulation of pinpoint accurate shots can do permanent damage. There you go. Some fighters feel like it's too embarrassing. Imagine this. I'm going to throw this out there. If these guys have the reputation of not being hard hitting knockout punchers, but they're winning fights against guys that are supposedly hit harder than them and pack a little bit more punch in terms of punching power than them. How does that make them look? You see, that's the game. That is the game right there. That's the rub, as they say. That's why certain fighters avoid certain fighters. Because they know if they go out there with all their punching power and they lose to a fighter that people interpret don't have the punching power that they have, then how does that make them look? Got to think like that. You got to see how that makes them look. You see what I'm saying? They're the ones that's out here with the punching power. They're the ones out here that are expected, and that's when you get those narratives of, oh man, he moved, he ran. That's why I never call these fights that are competitions who could take the best punch great fights. I may call them competitive, but I don't call them great. I may call them competitive, but I don't call them great. When I see guys taking punishment, getting hit in the head, and taking turns hitting each other in the head, it's competitive. It's a competitive bout, but I don't call it a great bout because you're missing out on other aspects of boxing. That's like when you watch a basketball game and you see uh, a guy that's only great at defense or only great at offense. See what I'm saying? That can only spot up shoot. They may be great at what they do, but the all round aspect, it's different. Robert Brown says, they say those guys have no power, but name one fighter who went in there gloves down, not bothering to defend, and never backing up against them. Do 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 there you go. Name one. Name one. You can't do it. That's a fact. You just can't do it. They must be getting hit with something, right? Something coming back. Something coming back. These are things that you have to look at and put things in proper context. You have to look at it for what it is, not for what you want it to be. You have to look at it for what it is and not for what you want it to be. How that boy Marlo say, you want it to be one way. You want it to be one way, but it's the other way. That's how it is in this ring with these guys. It's the other way. Devin Haney can go out there and for 9 rounds fight the way you always said he couldn't fight. And at the end of the 9th round, you'll say, oh, Linares looked better in round 9 than he did in the first couple rounds. So I'll give him that round. What? Because he looked better than horrible? You give him a round? Is that how we do it now? He comes back and lands a couple shots, lands a good uppercut. Because he looked better than horrible, he won the round? That's not how it works. Then round 10, he's fighting. He's getting countered. They landing these shots on each other, but he's still losing the round. And as the bell rings, he catches him with a shot. That's it. That became the only highlight that people were showing for the first 3 or 4 days after that fight happened. Is Devin Haney taking a shot for eating a shot that Linares gave him? As he rocked him. He rocked him. He hit him with a good shot. But he hit him with good shots before that, and Devin Haney ate him. They don't say that though, right? They try to put out a narrative that Devin Haney, that one shot, caused him to hold for the rest of the. That's not what happened. If you watch the fight, like I've said before, in the beginning of the 11th round, in the first minute of the 11th round, Jorge Linares caught Devin Haney with a left hook early in that round. Followed up with a right hand, if I'm not mistaken, early in that round. So he got hurt all over again. But he remained poised, kept his composure, and did what he's supposed to do. and that's win the fight. And that rubbed people so wrong. He had the audacity to win the fight. What they wanted was for him to swing recklessly, open himself up to be countered, get countered, and get beat. That's what they wanted. Or they wanted him to open up for counters, get countered, take some shots, and win the fight. Right? That's what they tell you. Oh no, he would have won if he would have kept if he'd have kept swinging, and I would have been good with that. They would have said the same thing. Oh, he got rocked. But they're trying to trick people into thinking, yeah, but if he would have fought back and he would have been able to stay on his feet, that would have been good. Well, that's rock'em sock'em. That's not boxing. Boxing is the sweet science. And the sweet science is to hit and not get hit. Am I missing something? Did it change? Is boxing not the sweet science? Is the sweet science not to get hit? Right? To not get hit. That's the name of the game, right? Last time I checked, it's to hit and to not get hit. That's the name of the game. When did that change? Your job is to fight. Your job is to do whatever you can within the moment or within the realms of what the referee would allow for as long as the referee will allow it. Your job is not to referee the fight. You're not supposed to be looking to the referee to call this or call that. Your job is to fight. That's why they tell you to what? Protect yourself at all times. Protect yourself at all times. They tell you that from the jump. That is your responsibility. It is the referee's responsibility to referee. You let the referee tell the guy it's a low blow. You let the referee tell you that it's a low blow. You let the referee tell the guy he's hitting behind the head. You let the referee tell you that you're hitting behind the head. You let the referee tell the guy he's holding too much, and you let the referee tell you you're holding too much. That's the way it works. You have to protect yourself at all times. If they're hitting you with low blows, and you keep getting hit with low blows, and you decide to drive an elbow up in their neck, you let the referee say, hey, stop driving the elbow in their neck. Until he says, this is a hard warning, you do whatever you got to do. Because once they let you know it's a hard warning, they can take a point. Now, some referees don't do that, and I don't think that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I think all referees should give the hard warning and let it be known. This is the hard warning. Next time I'm taking a point away. That's what the great referees do. They let it be known. Listen, this is a hard warning. Next time I'm taking a point away. They teach you from the jump when you start combat training. If they hit you with a low blow and the referee is not calling the low blow, hit them with a low blow. They'll either stop hitting you with low blows or the referee is going to address it. You get hit in behind the head, you hit them behind the head. Let the referee referee. That's how it's supposed to be done. It's not for the fans to referee outside the ring at home on their couch. Even though sometimes we can help ourselves and we do that, but it doesn't have any bearing on the fight. You understand what I'm saying? Robert Brown said, it's just like hearing some people say The Wire or Sons of Anarchy or The Mayans is just slow, while they love action movies and shows with no plot. Build up, setup, planning, countering, and execution makes classics. Exactly. It just depends on what you like to watch. That's all. It depends on what you like to watch. Some people like The Wire and that slow build up, and some people like Power, where it's right here and right now. And some people like Snowfall, where it's even right here, right now, even faster. Some people like all the above, but it's all based on what the individual that's watching likes to see. That's why sometimes you get three judges, and a judge will have a totally different fight than another judge because that judge is grading off of what that judge likes to see. Or it could be that judge is just sitting on the end of the ring where the fight wasn't on or was on. You know what I'm saying? If that makes any sense. It's not like the judge gets to walk around the ring when the fight goes into the opposite side of the corner. The judge gets to stand up and walk onto those. Okay, let me see what's going on over here in this corner. No, you have to sit where you're sitting at and go by what you can see from your vantage point or hear from where your vantage point. But all the crowd noise is going on. You have to be able to differentiate between that. That's why a lot of these cards be looking the way they look when you see the score totals. It's the same thing in like uh, other sports, right? In basketball, you look at the size of the referee versus the size of the players. Average players be like 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". That's tall. The referee be like 5'6", 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", compared to these avatar size people. You can't keep up with this 6'9", 6'8", 6'7" gazelle running and jumping and pivoting and uh, 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 starting and stopping on a dime and be able to catch and see and catch all these fouls and travels and all that. You're not going to be able to do that. That's just the way it is. So sometimes refereeing gets a bad rap because people at home or people that are even in the arena but watching it on the screen or have the ability to watch the replays and things like that, they get to see it from a different perspective than the referee in the moment who's being blocked by somebody at the time, or they have a certain vantage point at the time. Robert Brown says, as experienced as Linares is, if he really felt he had Haney ready to go and there was no power coming back, wouldn't he have pounced on him? That's a great question. I know some people were saying he doesn't have it in him. He's washed up. He couldn't pull the trigger. At his age, he must have been a shot fighter. But which one is it? He was a shot fighter and couldn't finish him off? Was that even his style? Is he a finisher at all? Or was it something that Devin Haney was doing that prevented him from doing what he wanted to do? And if that's the case, how come he couldn't prevent Devin Haney from avoiding getting out of there or getting put out of there? RB also says, I seem to recall Haney also in the 11th round hitting Linares hard enough for him to rethink rushing in. Shaking my head. All someone want to do is show highlights of a round Linares lost. Now that's a fact. They want to show highlights of a round Linares lost. I've seen people doing it with the exhibition that happened this weekend. Floyd Mayweather had an exhibition fight, and the first uh, clips or highlights that I was seeing was uh, probably the one time that the guy had a combo landed against Floyd. He had a 1-2, and that was uh, the highlight that was all up and down my timeline. Everybody was posting. The guy hit Floyd with a jab and the right hook, straight right hook. Who can tell by the way this guy was throwing arm punches? But whatever. We'll call it an overhand right. Floyd dogging this dude out at every step, countering, anticipating, hitting him with lead right hands, lead left hooks. But the most popular clip and highlight that was shown was the guy hitting Floyd. Y'all don't see the pattern? Y'all didn't notice that? Was it not eerily similar to what they was doing with Haney versus Linares highlights? I remember on IG, I put that on Dazian's IG channel. Like, where are the Haney highlights? You'll have all of these highlights with Linares over and over and over again. Excuse me. Y'all have all of these posts, but y'all don't have the post with Haney with the lead left hook, Haney with the body work, Haney with the overhand right, Haney with the uppercuts that he kept landing and sneaking in on Linares. Lead left uppercuts. Just finding the hole in the defense. Bam. I don't even think they have those highlights up yet. How many times Devin Haney was just lead left hook, lead left uppercutting this man in multiple rounds. It's not by accident. It's not coincidence. It's done on purpose. It's planned. They know exactly what they're doing when they do it. They'll tell you he doesn't have enough power to keep this guy off. This guy would crush him if he fought him. Well, why don't they fight him? Sign up to fight him and show me. That's what I want to see. Don't tweet it. Get in there and do it. Get in there and do it. You say you can do it. You got to be able to do what you say you can do. You can't use his name to leverage another fight. People are up to that. They up on that. They can see through that. Or at least the people that's in my circles that I deal with and I communicate with, they see that from a mile away. Like, oh, he just, how the kids call it, clout chasing. What the kids call it, he just capping. That's all cap. That's what we see. In my day, we call it front. Oh man, he putting up the front. He just fronting. He really don't want that smoke. He fronting for the fans. Fronting for his fan base. Could have easily had a fight already. A lot of these guys could have easily had a fight already. You see? They'll tell you that, oh, well, he don't have enough power to keep Teofimo off of him. He don't have enough power to do that. But guess what? That's what they said about Andre Ward versus Kovalev, right? Guess what? That's what they said about Pernell Whitaker versus Julio Chavez, right? See? You can't let them tell you what it is that you're seeing. Some of us have watched boxing for long enough to know that it is not a power punching contest. Before they fought, they say Floyd don't have enough power to keep Saul Alvarez off of him. But those of us who have been watching boxing long enough know that boxing is not a power punching contest. Now they come around and they tell you, well, there's no way that Shakur Stevenson has enough power to stop Oscar Valdez for coming after him. There's no way that Devin Haney has enough power to keep Teofimo Lopez off of him. Like we haven't seen all this boxing all these years. Like we don't know that skills pay the bills. Like we don't know that a counter punch that you don't see coming hurts you. See what I'm saying? When I talk like this and I talk regular and I'm not animated and I'm not yelling at you, I ain't gonna get no clicks. But I'm telling the truth as I see it. And it's as valid as anybody else's opinion that's out there. But I ain't gonna get no love. You understand what I'm saying? They don't want to hear me. They don't want to listen to that. They want to sit there and tell you that punching power is what makes a star in boxing. But I can give you 10 fighters in the history of boxing that says otherwise, that proves otherwise. That is an exception to that rule. That'll make you say, well, yeah, I remember those guys. Those guys are considered great. That's a great point, Tank. I never thought about it that way. We can sit here and talk boxing, or we can sit here and talk narratives. A lot of people just want to talk narratives, but most people, they don't want to talk boxing, right? They want to tell you that all these young fighters, yeah, but they don't have power. Well, when is he going to get his power? They can't keep the other guys who punch hard off of them. They'll never be looked at as a great fighter. They're not going to be as great as this fighter or that fighter or that fighter. They really want you to believe these things. They want you to say everything except for let's see them fight in the ring. That's why I don't get caught up in that whole narrative of, oh, he'll beat him easy. I'll never say that. I'll say, well, let's see him do it. Put him in a ring. Let them fight. Prove it. Prove it. What's so wrong with having them prove it? You see, I advise anybody out there that's listening to this on a replay or in the chat or whatever to do the same thing. When they start throwing out names for guys to fight, and you know the guys haven't got the fights that they deserve to get, stop letting people get away with, and you stop saying as well, oh, he'll watch that guy. Oh, they'll get washed. I think this is going to be, that's an easy knockout. That's an easy fight. Instead, let's get back to real boxing and say, well, let's see. Get them in the ring and let us see. Because everybody can have these opinions on who fights who and who can beat who, as long as they never get in the ring and fight each other. Anybody can say anything, right? But at the end of the day, these guys have to fight to prove it. If you believe a guy can outbox somebody for 12 rounds, that's one thing. but the guy has to get in there and outbox him for 12 rounds. Let them prove it. If you think a guy is going to get in there and knock him out in 2 rounds, that's okay, but let them get in there and prove it. Why is that so hard to ask for? You see, we make it easy for guys to avoid guys because the fans are parroting narratives that their favorite fighters are out there saying instead of just saying, well, let's see. Demetrius Andrade, you feel like they are ducking you? You feel like they don't want to fight a slick fighter with skills like yourself that has combination punching, that has good defense? Get in the ring. Show us. That's how it's supposed to work. Can't just be like, hey, yeah, I want Saul Alvarez to fight this guy. Oh, he'll kill him. Oh, he'll beat him in 1 round. Demetrius Andrade, that's not even a contest. Well, let's see him fight. Now, if that happens, then move on. What's wrong with that? Why don't they want to see these actual fights take place? Just a question. Dr. Professor, salute, 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 salute. Dr. Professor says, fronting and stunting. That's a fact. They fronting and stunting. They pump faking. Shout out to Brown Brother Champ side. They out here pump faking like Joe Dumars. Pump faking like Kobe Bean Bryant. That's what they're doing. Robert Brown says, exactly. And people don't realize just how wild it is to hear that term, lead left uppercut. The brother was throwing lead left uppercuts, y'all, out of nowhere, hitting Linares flush. Bam! He's stepping into it. Bam! Like Blue says. Where they do that at? try to imitate my brother Blue Ray, my brother Blue Blood Sports TV. Where they do that at? Dr. Professor says, to some people, the narrative is more entertaining than the actual fight. That's crazy. If that's not the truth. To some people, the narrative is more entertaining than the actual fight. How crazy is that? That's just the truth. They're not interested in the fight. Some of these people don't even like boxing. They're not boxing fans. They're fight fans. They want to see a fight. And they'll tell you if you listen, I just want to see a good fight. Just a good fight. Oh, you don't want to watch boxing? No, I just want to see a good fight. Boxing is boring. What? This is the sport of boxing. This is not the sport of fighting. You do know what boxing is, right? You do know what the sweet science is, right? You do understand it's about hitting and not getting hit, right? Nah. Gotti Ward is the best fighter I've ever seen. Really? All right. If you say so. Yes, sir. Salute Dr. Professor in the building. Jay Gibson in the building. Top of the morning to you, too. Top of the morning to everybody that's waking up, jumping on the stream. You know what I'm saying? Salute. I'm just trying to hold it down for my brother Kyle. He's getting some rest. The brother got to put in that good old early morning shift. So I've been holding it down since my brother Sento's boxing accidentally fell out. So I've been trying to, hold down the fort in the boxing section um, until the brothers wake up, jump on the panel. Robert Brown said, that's a fact about proving it. That's why they play the game or fight the fights. To this day, I believe in my heart Mike Tyson beats Buster Douglas, but the facts show something else. That's a sexual chocolate mic drop. Only you old motherfuckers can understand that reference. Sexual chocolate dropped him. That was probably the first mic drop I seen. Sexual chocolate just dropped. Just drop the mic on him, Robert. You couldn't convince nobody before the fight happened that no damn Buster Douglas was going to beat Mike Tyson. You see, in 2020, it's easy to say, oh, well, Mike Tyson, his head wasn't right. He was out there partying in Tokyo. He was going through it with his wife. Oh, Don King was robbing him. They had him on drugs, right? He was having mental health issues, It's easy to say that in hindsight. But prior to the fight, who had Buster Douglas beating Iron Mike Tyson? Please tell me. Please do. They fight the fights so that we can see it happen. You have to prove it. You have to go out there and do it. Many people did not have Tom Brady's 2001 Patriots beating the greatest show on turf when they played against the Rams and Marshall Faulk and Kurt Warner, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. They didn't have them. They didn't have them winning. Tom Brady had to prove it. He had to do it. You play the game so that we can see the result. That's how it's supposed to be. Come on now. Marius Dominique says, bro, you are a serious fangirl. I'll school you on any era since the 60s. Bro, light work. Elaborate. Marius Dominique says, sick of your BS narratives, dude. Marius Dominique says, you honestly a major fangirl dude. Now, I don't know if you see my picture on here, but that is not a bearded woman. That is a grown man. It's not a girl. That's a man. So that's first and foremost. Second, I'm not above being educated on anything. So if you feel you can school and you can teach, go ahead and do it. If it's light work, since the 60s. Now, I don't know what that means since the 60s, because we're just talking about the sweet science. We're talking about boxing. That's it. I don't know what since the 60s mean. Why not before the 60s? You do understand boxing's been around longer than since the 60s, right? We're just talking about boxing. We just talking boxing. Said, I'm sick of your BS narratives, dude. Well, dude, if you're sick, go to the doctors. Go take some medicine. Maybe you should just click off the stream and go lay down. If you're that sick, Go get some rest. Nobody is forcing you to be sick. I noticed you didn't elaborate or substantiate or point out any particular quote unquote narrative. And I'm not even sure if you're talking to me because you didn't even point out who it is that that comment is directed towards. Just words typed in the chat with no direction, no context. You're honestly a major fangirl dude. Isn't a dude a guy? So a fangirl dude, isn't that an oxymoron anyway? I don't know. Can you elaborate on what it is that I'm honestly fangirling about? Would you like to take a swing at that? Since you can school us on any era since the 60s? Bro, that's light work. I'll wait. Nothing? Nope. I already checked out. All right, for sure. Anyways, Marius. I don't know if I said that name right, but Dominique, is it Dominique? Dominique? Santo Dominique? It could be Dominique. I don't know. Whatever. But anyways, Robert Brown says trolls are something else, but they help the channels. But if you want to talk history, boxing, why just go to the 60s, right? Just saying. Yeah. Why since the 60s? Boxing is boxing. The skill of boxing is the skill of boxing. You either understand the art of boxing and the skills in boxing, or you don't. You understand the business of boxing, or you don't. You see, well, the problem is that some people think that they know boxing because they know who fought who. You understand? Knowing who fought who. Well, this guy fought that guy. But they don't understand the nuances of the actual tactical part of boxing, the strategy of boxing. Light work. We call that light work. But anyways, I see the boxing section has jumped on the panel. Kyle, the man himself, King Kyle, is up, moving around. That means he must be at work and in the building. So anybody that wanted to jump on the panel, is Marius, Dominique. If you wanted to elaborate on what it is that I'm narrating that you feel like I'm making you sick of my BS, my butterscotch, my bull spit, click the link or forever hold your peace. We just talking boxing around here. I don't take it personal. I don't take it personal at all. No, nothing. Just came to troll. I'm untrollable. I stay right in my lane. I get from point A to point B. I don't go in other people's lane. And you should stay in yours. Just a suggestion. Just a suggestion. Oh, that's what he is, Robert Brown. He said he's sick of the boxing section narrative, dude. All right, dude. You know, when you come to the boxing section, like I said, we just talking boxing. Just go out there and tell them Tank said it. That's all I want you to do. Tell them Tank said it. Tank this week's science examiner. And you heard it in the boxing section. That's the BS you're talking about. Yes, sir. Good shit, Robert. We just wanted to shout out the channel. Indeed. Nothing wrong with that. I got no problemos with that. These guys are funny. I think everybody want to argue with you and get loud with you. And I ain't arguing with no grown man. How Champ Side say it. And the words, excuse me, let me borrow Kyle's line too. In the words of the great philosopher, John Henry Clark. Excuse me, Dr. John Henry Clark. I only debate my equals. All others I teach. Had to steal my brother Kyle's line. That great philosopher Kyle. I only debate my equals, bro. All others I teach. But I am not afraid to learn new things. Got no problem with being put up on game. But based off of your 3 comments, I don't see anything that lets me know that you have anything intelligible to say. American Patriot 1776 says USA checking in. Mike from Boston says, that's your opinion, not to me. That's my dude. I rock with him. That's my man's 100 grand. That's why I can't even read the comment out loud. And we're gonna put that energy out there. I wouldn't even know none of these people in the chat or be in this chat if it wasn't for the bro. So I don't know what he had done to you, or if you can resolve that amongst men, but you're entitled to feel however you feel based off your experience, I suppose. But that's how I know most of these cats from. It's through the champ side. Shout out and salute to the best brand in the land. Since you brought it up, my guy. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, Kyle. Let me mute my mic. RAL 1980 Lawhorn says, Kyle, y'all still up? Salute to you too, bro. Salute to you. Yes, sir. We still up. Well, I'm still up, and Kyle is up now. But he just listened to the show. You know what I mean? The brother is on at the job site, making money, providing for his family. Um, but he hears, and I'm pretty sure he's reading chat too. So salute to everybody in the chat. Excuse me. We at 5 hours right now. 5 hours strong. Centos, if you're still out there, Kyle is up. So if you want to jump back on the panel, go ahead. Click the link. And I guess that's for anybody else out there too, if y'all want to check it up. You have something specific that I have said that you want to get my elaboration on, or you have a different perspective or opinion, go ahead. And say it now or forever hold your peace. Kyle, put Santos in the game. Kyle. Santos says he's backstage. If you're still listening. You said you're listening. Hold on, Santos. Let me text him real quick. Hold on 1 second. Oops. Hold up, bro. Hold up. Oh man, this is funny. Oops. My fault. All right. My bad. But yeah, anyways. As I was saying. Let me throw out some names to y'all. Let me throw out a couple names to y'all. Let me ask y'all if these are, if y'all consider these guys to be good and or great fighters in your opinion. Andre Ward, Floyd Mayweather Jr. That is Timothy Bradley, Ronald Rinky Wright, Bernard Hopkins, James Toney, Evander Holyfield, Zab Judah, Pernell Whitaker, Sugar Ray Robinson. Are these good to great fighters in your opinion? Just wondering. Just wondering. Because all of those guys that I named have a lower knockout percentage than Devin Haney. And they're all, in my opinion, good or great fighters. So how can we say that Devin Haney isn't a good to great fighter because he doesn't have punching power or a high knockout ratio? Please make this make sense. Boxing is not a power punching contest. Boxing is a contest of will and skill, and we all know that styles make fights. That's how it's always been. Sprinkle in a little corruption in there, right? Over the years, even prior to the '60s, since that's where your knowledge, some people's knowledge only began. But that's what boxing is. It is a battle of will and skill, and the styles make the fights. It's not a popularity contest. It's not a bodybuilding contest. It's not a power punching contest. It's not even a contest of who has the best chin or fastest hands. I'm just talking boxing. Y'all can do all these other narratives and present what you want to present, but I'm just talking boxing. That's what boxing is. If you're gonna tell me that Andre Ward isn't a good or great fighter, Floyd Mayweather isn't a good or great fighter, Timothy Desert Storm Bradley isn't a good or great fighter, Winky Wright isn't a good or great fighter, Bernard Hopkins, James Toney, Evander Holyfield, Zabdiel Judah, Pernell Whitaker, or Ray Robinson wasn't good to great fighters. Yet they were not considered to be knockout artists. James Toney's nickname or moniker is Lights Out, and his knockout percentage is only 51%. Devin Haney's knockout percentage is 57%.
Hold on, be
You don't
careful
have to
now.
be a
Be
knockout
careful.
artist to be a great boxer, to be a good boxer. You just have to be able to beat the guy in front of you whenever those fights get made. That's just the way it works. Sorry to bust y'all bubble. Excuse me. My bad, that's me. Actually, how they say? Sorry, not sorry.
You gotta get under your blankets. You gotta get under your blankets. You gotta get under your blankets.
Kyle got his mic on at work.
Yeah, you do.
What up, Centel
What's
stacking?
what's the top?
My bad,
Yeah,
bro.
what's the top?
No, I was just talking.
I'm gonna get somebody to get you warm blankets.
While Kyle warm up his client.
Yeah. It's secure in the blanket, you understand?
Yeah, what do you think about that? Those Centos. You see what I was saying?
Yeah,
These are
you
the
said
boxes, man.
you
These are
put
great
gas.
boxes. These are great boxes, right? These are good boxes, right? But they
Right.
wanna tell us that Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, they need punching power for them to respect these guys. Try to
Nah.
create these narratives that say that.
They totally wrong. They're totally wrong.
They
You're
totally
right.
wrong.
They're totally wrong. All of boxing needs some great skills and a nice IQ, a hell of a heart, and the enough power to keep someone at bay. Hold on a second. Power to keep someone at bay. That's it. I.e. Floyd Mayweather. You know, early in his career, in the light of the divisions, he was a knockout artist. But you know, due to hand trouble, you know, when he moved up in weight, he wasn't knocking out people consistently as much as he was.
No,
But
man.
he
Have
had
a
enough
seat. Have a
power to
seat.
keep
Have a
them at
seat.
bay, and he had
Have
enough
a seat.
skill
Sit
to
down.
let
Sit
them
down.
know.
No. Sit down on your bed. Sit down on
And,
your
and
bed because you're gonna fall.
Hey,
You're gonna
Kyle,
fall. Sit down
Kyle,
on
mute
your
your mic
all
bed.
real
the
quick.
situations that he fought in. So
Sit down on the bed.
So you know,
Sit down. Sit down.
it's all about your skill, will, heart,
No, you
desire,
have to be on the
and
bed because you're gonna
abilities, and
fall.
especially your IQ. And as long as you got enough power to keep someone at bay and keep them respecting you, they're not gonna run up in there because they know that you're capable of knocking them out. But you're not necessarily looking for the knockout. You're
Ma'am,
looking for
ma'am,
the win.
ma'am, get in the bed.
And that's
You're gonna
basically what
fall.
you're in
You
there
gotta
to
get
do
in the
is to
bed.
win. You know, the game was always called, you know, stick and move. You know, stick and move. The great art, the science of boxing, the art of boxing. And hey, if you keep that in mind and you do what you're supposed to do, your skill levels up par, you will be successful in the game of boxing. Everybody don't have a great chin. Everybody don't have a great heart. I mean, don't have the dog, you know. Some do, some don't. And it has a lot to do with, you know, your success level. But, you know, everyone don't have a good IQ for the ring. Those of them that do have those attributes, they're the ones that's successful. Andre Ward, almost a perfect example. He didn't have a lot of flair and glamour with
What
him,
was dozing, man?
but he had a heart, he had a hell of an IQ, and he had enough power to keep folks at bay. He knew what it took to win a fight. The man hadn't lost a fight since he was 12 years old. That's amazing in itself. No one could tell me different. If they do, I don't believe them. You know, I trust what I know about that situation. Because I mean, you don't go you don't go with all wins and no losses from the age of 12 till his 30 something years of age. And the man he's just phenomenal, man. He's a great champion. All the guys you named were great champions because of the fact that they were students of the game. And you know, you just gotta. We can't worry about what these other folks say about fighters we know are great fighters because a lot of times it's biased opinions that they use when they try to degrade the fighters that we know to be great fighters. So I don't put. Oh man, Shoot, I'm in the freaking I was in a lake right then. I can't get out of here. But yeah, we can't worry about what those
You cold? Why don't you lay down and put them covers on
countries
you?
saying, and they're not
Why don't you
talking
lay
about
down and
what.
put them covers on you? Get warm. If you cold, yeah.
Okay, I gotta take one out right now. Tank.
Okay.
I'm going on mute.
Okay, for sure. Good breakdown, bro. Great breakdown. That's just a fact. It's boxing. It's boxing. And I know, like I said before, a lot of
Hmm?
people who watch boxing, they're not even fans of boxing. You can't debate me on that because what you say shows us who you are and what side of this uh, topic that you're on when it comes to the sport of boxing. Now, granted,
Hmm? Do it.
within the sport of boxing, you have many different styles. In martial arts, they call it discipline. Many different disciplines, many different styles within the sport of boxing. You have your defensive wizards. You have your offensive uh, juggernauts. You got your brawlers, you got your maulers, right?
I feel better, huh?
You got guys that just know how to uh, touch you up just enough to keep you
Yeah.
off of them,
Got a two-piece.
so you can win more fights than you lose. You got guys that just know how to win rounds,
Sweet as the birthday.
right? You got your power punchers. You got a lot of different styles in boxing. But the name of the game is to hit and not get hit. That's just the way it's always been. No getting around that. Robert Brown says those were all good and great fighters. 100%. Said exactly. The truth hurts, just like pure, accurate, landed punches from fighters with no power. And that's a fact. That's exactly how the truth hurts. The same way. They say those guys' punches don't hurt because they don't got power. But ain't none of those guys just walking through those punches. Floyd Mayweather got pillow fists, but Saul Alvarez was getting walked down for 12 rounds against a small guy with pillow fists. But Floyd can't punch. He don't got no punching power, right? Julio Chavez got all the punching power in the world, but little old sweet pea Pernell Whitaker with no punching power was able to keep him off him. And that's what y'all say? He doesn't have enough punching power to keep him off him. Oh, excuse me, off of him. But y'all don't understand the way we talk.
Yeah.
But
Well,
he did what he had to do.
Pernell, I don't remember Pernell losing a round to Chavez.
I'm saying.
I got to go back and watch. It's been so many years ago, but I know they robbed him with that draw bull crap.
And even if you had it a draw, like the score said, or even if you had Julio Chavez winning the fight, unlike the score said, my question to you is, why didn't he go out there and use that punching power to go and knock out little Sweet Pea? If Sweet Pea
Right.
didn't have enough
That part.
punching power to keep him off him. Because Pernell Whitaker ended his career with a 37% knockout ratio.
And he was never looking for the knockout. He was looking for the win.
He was a boxer.
Yes, sir. He was there to make you look bad.
You see, and then
Hit and not be hit.
for some of y'all say, well, look who James Toney fought. Look who Bernard Hopkins fought. Look who Ray Robinson fought. Look who Zab Judah and Pernell Whitaker and Ronald Rinky Wright and Tim Bradley fought. I say this. Well, let's see these guys fight Devin Haney. Let's see him fight. Stop making the excuse. Well, he has to get it. He got to get out there and get some knockouts. Prove that he's worthy of fighting these guys. He's got to go out there and win impressively. You can't win by boxing and then expect these guys to fight him. You see, it doesn't work. Oh, Shakur has to grow into his man strength and start knocking guys out before Valdez gives him a shot. See, it's not how it works. They have to do it. They have to get in the ring. They have to fight. You can't say, look at these other guys and who they fought, and then turn around and look at the guys today and say they need to fight better competition. But the better competition that they're asking for are finding reasons not to fight them. Did I say something wrong? Did I misspeak? Or does the truth hurt? Like my brother Robert Brown said, like pure accurate punches landed from fighters with no power. I love that. That was dope. Robert Brown said, well, some of these faces tell a different story when people want to question the power. Unfortunately, I saw a fighter die from punches taken from a fighter with supposedly no power. Man, because last time I checked, the brain is just floating around in the skull. So I mean, you want to talk about what it is. Whenever that head getting knocked back, even if it's by a jab, it's doing some kind of damage. That's just the way it is. Y'all can create all these other scenarios and narratives if you want to. The bottom line is stop making excuses for fights not to take place because you either are parroting what these promoters, managers, and fighters are saying on the podium, or you are feeding them the talking points that are going to allow them to move around fighters that we want to see them fight. There's no two ways about it. That's some old stuff they used to say when I was growing up. There's no two ways about it, Tank. But y'all don't want to hear it. But you don't hear me though. But I know. I know what the truth is. I know what the truth is. I know that certain fighters are not afforded the benefit of the doubt. Been around long enough to see it. I've been paying attention. I am aware of the inconsistencies in these narratives. What happened? Hold on. Well, I'll mute my mic real quick. quick. Hold on. What happened to that?
Hey, thank you.
Nah, yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Yo,
Okay, I'm back. I had to step off and make a phone call. I was trying to fix the sound where it wouldn't interfere. I don't know if it did or didn't. I can hear you on my phone call.
okay, yeah, I hear you. You clear.
What were you talking about just then again?
Oh man, I'm just saying the different narratives and the inconsistencies in the stories, how they uh talk about certain fighters. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm just saying how I
trying to act
noticed
like
it.
they're not worth the worth paying attention to and worth history that they're making while they're fighting. We don't try to put them down to make them, want to devalue the fighters is what they want to do.
Exactly.
It's knowing that they're great fighters, a lot of them, and it's the same old bull crap, man. Sometimes it's certain people just don't want to give credit when credit is due, and there's nothing they can do about the great abilities of these fighters because if there was something they could do, they would be in the ring fighting and competing against these great fighters. But they don't have those abilities, so they stay back and relax a little taste. But I do want to say this. I am so happy that we have fights look like almost every weekend for a while now
Yeah.
to look forward to. And we have the opportunities to attend these fights if we choose to. So it's a great time in boxing for a boxing fan. But for those casual fans, I guess you got to start somewhere. I guess you got to start as a casual, but don't let that casual status rule your mind too much. And because when a casual fan is speaking, a real boxing fan or a boxing purist or enthusiast, we know who you are when you start speaking about boxing because of the fact the things that make sense to you that don't have anything to do with sport of boxing. As far as truth versus a lie or truth versus fiction, we know when you speak it, we can tell you exactly what your status is. Don't remain a casual forever. You got to start somewhere, and I assume you have to start as a casual. But hey, work your way work your way out of the amateurs. I like since we talk about boxing. Work your way out of the amateurs. Work your way into the professional ranks of knowledge about the sport of boxing because it's a great sport. There's a science to it. There's art to it. There's passion. There's skill, which goes along with art and science. And if a person has these great abilities to do what they love to do, it's a beautiful thing. No two people come together and have a iconic and Goliath type of class with one another, and hopefully, by the grace of God, neither one goes to the hospital and neither one goes to the morgue. But what's even greater is the fact that hopefully you don't have to go to jail for whooping up on your opponent. So that's a good thing. So we have to think instead of us putting these guys down so much, we need to learn how to respect them more and give them credit when credit's due because they're entertaining us and doing something that a lot of us are not unwilling to do, and that's get in that square circle and do some punching and some slipping of some punches because I had my little taste in the ring, you know, to get an idea what it was like. But at the same time, I was a kid. I never been in the ring as a grown man. I've had a fight or two as a grown man, but I've never been in the ring as a grown man. And I'm sure things are a lot different. But let me tell you, it ain't that easy of a sport. It ain't easy at all, really. It takes a lot of hard work to become an actual fighter. You have to not only hone the craft of learning to fight with skill and technique, and you got to have the heart, the temperament. You have to have the IQ, and most of all, you not only just have to have a chin, but you have to get used to taking those punches. I mean, that's training in itself. You got to get used to getting punched in the face, in the stomach, in the shoulder, in the chest, wherever. You got to get used to somebody hitting on you. Because I'm telling you right now, we can sit back and talk about this dude is no good, but we're the same person. We get up there and get in that ring and try to duplicate what they're doing, and it's not going to go too well for you. Because the punches that don't hurt them will hurt us. Because we're not used to being in the ring all the time. Now, if you're in the combat sports and you're training on a regular basis, no matter if it's MMA or boxing or some kind of martial art, then it's a little easier for you to get accustomed to taking punches or kicks or whatever it is, flips, or takedowns or whatever, because you're doing it. You got your body conditioned for it. You're doing it on a regular basis. But when you're not conditioned for that, don't discount what these athletes are doing, because the simple fact, it's not going to be sweet in that ring or in that octagon or on the mat or whatever it is that you do for combat sports. It's not going to be sweet as you think. We all seem to think we can do better, but let me tell you something. I promise you, it's hard work. I have no problem with these fighters getting the money that they get. I have no problem with it at all because, hey, shoes on the other foot, I want it too. I want to be paid well for me sacrificing my mind, soul, and my body for the entertainment of others. So, as casual fight fans, you need to think about some of the stuff you say about other fighters. Even some of our true fight fans say some things they shouldn't say about fighters. I got my guy Deontay Wilder. He's getting a lot of grief from a lot of fans, casuals and purists, mainly because of the biasness that they see where they don't like Deontay Wilder as their favorite fighter, or as some of them are stating, they don't like the fact that he, complained about this, that, and the third after his last fight, or the firing of Mark Breland. Nevertheless, none of us are willing to get in front of him or get in front of his opponents that he's been in front of. So let's give these guys credit where they earn their credit and what the credit is due to them. Because I'm just gonna name somebody that I don't prefer to be. I don't prefer to be their favorite fighter. I mean, their favorite fight fan, and I don't want them as my favorite fighter. Let's see, who do I not like so much? I don't know, because I don't have no hard disdain for any other fighters. It's hard for me to say a name, but I don't know. Now, if it was football, I can tell you right off, I can't stand the Cowboys, and I know a lot of people love them. But boxing, I don't have a hard disdain for a certain fighter to the point that I just hate them. Because I got to give credit when credit is due to all these guys. Just for fight fan purposes and for entertaining of this channel, I don't hate the guy, but I'm going to say I don't like him. I'm gonna go with Tyson Fury right now. And I don't hate Tyson. I think he's a great fighter with great attributes. You know. Do I think he will cheat? Oh yeah, yeah, I do believe that. But I'm gonna say Tyson Fury. Now, why am I apologize? Why would I pick him and say I don't like him as a fighter? I just told you guys that I like his skill level. Told you guys I think he's a good fighter. I also told you guys I think he'll cheat. So now, being that I think he'll cheat and he beat my favorite fighter, one of my favorite fighters in his last fight, which is Deontay Wilder. Now I got a little bias this brewing. You see what I'm saying? I got something to talk about that's negative about the fighter that I'm not liking because I'm biased because one, two, I don't like the fact that I know he's a known cheater when he gets the opportunity. A little phone call come through. Sorry. So that's how it gets brewing, and then you that me as a fight fan and another fight fan who likes Tyson will disagree, and then depending on who the person is and the temperament of each person, we might even go at each other really hard and argue and bicker about who we like, what we think about the person. The next thing you know, we call each other B's and H's and all that old kind of stuff. What we'll do to each other, and we're not going to bust a grape as we're talking to each other. And now we got division and a hateful way toward one another about something that neither one of us are willing to get in the ring and do ourselves, and that's compete in a boxing match. I'm not a big fan of Tyson Fury, but Tyson Fury is a good fighter. He can fight. He's entertaining. He's got heart. He's got skill, great skills for a heavyweight. And as big as he is, someone can move. And he's the best feinter, which is a key component of his success. He's the best feinter in the heavyweight division of boxing. It confuses the other guys like crazy. His feinting attributes is confusing enough to his opponents as the Ali Shuffle was to his opponents. Now, I'm not saying that he's Ali. I'm not comparing him to Ali. I'm just trying to let you know how great how confusing the feinting and how great of a feinter he is, and how effective the feinting is to his opponents. That's what I'm basically trying to convey to you guys and girls. So, but we got to stop the hate and the biases and start realizing that these men and women are doing something that we're not trying to do. What the crap? Be up in here. Where you come from, Julie? Shoot. So we gotta stop the being biased towards these fighters and saying all kind of crazy stuff and causing ourselves to have disdainment for one another and bickering with one another, calling each other out our names, going back and forth. One organization against another organization, when we all pretty much, casuals and peers, want the same thing. We want to see the best fight the best. We want to see the boxing matches happen. We want to see fairness for the fighters. We want the judges to be better. We want the refs to call the fights fairly. We want the guys to have opportunities that they deserve, and the women. So let's try to be better about the sport of boxing, the sport that we love so much. Let's be better to it than it has been to us here of late, and really talk about really give these athletes more positive comments than negative comments, because this is a sport that has been around since the beginning of time, that's going to be around till the end of time. As long as there's mankind on this earth, there will be a sport either called boxing or similar to boxing that will take place, because it's just natural combat. It's a natural combat sport that you learn from birth almost when you have a sibling. If you look at animals in the animal kingdom and the animal world, when there's a litter of certain pups or cubs or kittens or whatever, when they get old enough to see and have a little awareness and realize they have siblings, what's the first thing they do with each other? They play. And that play is mostly combat. They're learning how to defend themselves. They're learning how to win, learning how to fight, learning how to hunt, whatever they do. But let's just do better than what we've been. Honestly, I get tired of hearing everyone going back and forth, calling each other all out of their names and telling each other what they're going to do to one another and things of that nature. That's unnecessary. That's not a part of the sport of boxing. Not in my boxing world, it isn't. and I don't know about some of you guys and girls, but I have a life to live. And what any man or woman who competes in the sport of boxing does among themselves in the ring, what they accomplish, the money that they earn, it does nothing for my household. It does nothing for my pockets. Matter of fact, I'm doing for their pockets, because I'm paying to see them entertain me. So at the end of the day, who's winning and who's losing? Okay, so is it the fighters losing or are the fighters winning? Is it the fans losing or are the fans winning? I want it to be a win-win situation for the fighters as well as us fans, no matter what level of fan you are. Let's stop arguing and talking crazy to each other about what we're going to do to one another and things of that nature, because it takes from the sport of boxing, it takes from the pureness. I'm saying that wrong, but it takes from the pureness of the sport of boxing. There's always, unfortunately, there's always going to be fans going at it, because the word fans, it comes from the word fanatic, and fanatics, when you're that far gone as a fanatic, you're willing to fight, talk crazy, and all that kind of stuff about the team or the athlete that you love the most. But you got to remember, at the end of the day, outside of the joy that you get from that sport and that athlete, what else do you get? When you're bickering amongst one another, all you get is a bunch of stress, a bunch of heartache, and a bunch of emotional ups and downs. It's unnecessary. I refuse to let myself be like that. And I refuse to let somebody else not allow me to enjoy the sport of boxing the way I like to enjoy it. But it's a great sport. Let's love it. Let's not hate it. Let's love it. I'm not telling you have to like every fighter, but I am asking you to not be so hard on the fighters with that negative connotation about that fighter, because now some fighters, they give you a reason to want to make negative comments about them. When they're obviously ducking someone, or they're talking a lot of nonsense, talking about they're going to whoop this person, whoop that person, then they won't fight the person. So that gets on your nerves sometimes. I totally understand that. But does that particular fighter that talks that nonsense, do they have boxing skills? Apparently they have to have some skills that are in a positive grade level in order to be, first of all, professional. Second of all, to be able to possibly get your money to pay to see him or her fight. And thirdly, in order to be in a position to talk that nonsense or to possibly duck someone or both. So you got to think about some of the stuff how we interact with this sport. Because sometimes we do ourselves a disservice and we make ourselves look bad and not realize that we're doing those things. Anyway, it's just a little rant. And I do apologize if it went too far left for anyone, but I just think we can do better as fans of the sport, and we can come together and push the sport of boxing more in the favor of doing what we would like to see them do for us, rather than bicker against one another. That was my time for the moment.
Nah, you didn't go left, brother. You was right on point. You know what I'm saying? I always say that it's about the love of the sport of boxing. It's not about hating the opinions of the people who follow the sport. You know what I mean? And you elaborated on that perfectly, because that's what it's about. It's about the love of the sport of boxing. It ain't about hating the opinions or the people who have the opinions of the sport. You know what I mean? People are gonna think what they think. They're gonna see things from the way that they see things, and that's okay. You don't have to make all of your content or any of your content really about those people's opinions. You don't got to do that. Make your own opinion, substantiate it, and then go from there. Just defend your position. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else have a difference of opinion than you doesn't make them a casual or a fanboy or a fangirl. It just means they see it the way they see it, and give them an opportunity to elaborate on it, and then go from there. And then you have your opinion and substantiate your own perspective. Let me get into this chat real quick because I see more people have joined on. Salute to everybody that is popping in to the chat. Salute to everybody that's been in the chat all night long. Let me see. Robert Brown, who's one of those people that's been here all night long, said, just one example of narratives and certain fighters being devalued and avoided. For those that want to dabble in history, I'll just mention Murderer's Row. In my blue blood voice. Uh-oh. Big facts. Y'all better Google Murderer's Row. This is not new. There's nothing new under the sun. Robert also says, message to the casuals. Your favorite fighters have favorite fighters. In my NBC public service announcement voice. The more you know. Just saying. Think about it. Brother Eli back in the chat. Being on that. Been in the chat. He said, it's blasphemy, Santos boxing. How about them Cowboys? He didn't like your Cowboys reference earlier.
You're my brother, Eli. hey, that's just a good old classroom. I like this team over that team type of thing. That's part of my biases of football. I love you, brother, but I don't like that team. But hey, I give credit to. Let me say this for the record. I'll get off tape. I give credit to the Cowboys. They don't mind spending the money for the talent, and I like the players. I got to give credit to them. I learned to do that years ago when I was in grade school. Even though I was probably like a royal Cowboy hater. You know, I grew up loving the Steelers and 49ers, teams like that. You know, and you couldn't be a Cowboys fan loving it like that. And every Thanksgiving I went against the Cowboys when they went against the Indians. You know, and that was the main reason I went against them because it was the Indians against the Cowboys. I always took the Indians over the Cowboys. All right, man.
Oh man, was a deep thinker all the way back then. He's like, man, no, I know what this Cowboys and Indians thing is. I get it. Uh, RB. Robert Brown said, that's facts, Santos. Some of these fans write harder for their favorite fighter than their fighter does for himself. Damn. Damn, bro. That's a fact. He also said, and fans do realize that the fighters they think really hate one another in most cases are actually business partners working and making money together, right? You gotta think about it. You gotta think about it. Spend all this time hating on the boxer because they have an opponent coming up, and then that boxer turn around and be like, "Oh, this is the homie though. Known him since the amateurs. We just had our little spat because I was gonna fight him." How does that make you look being a fan? Your favorite fighter is homies with the person you tried to tear down for months and years on end. Robert Brown also says, even kids love combat. A baby can be a few months old and will laugh their arse off, hurting you and or hitting you in the face or watching you get hit and react to it. That's a fact. Black Star Sports TV in the building. Salute, King, salute. Eli said he's fighting right now. Okay, he's talking to Kyle. Uh, Black Star Sports TV 2.0 says Cowboys gonna be hell to deal with this year, and I think you can copy and paste that to every year. That's what the Cowboy fans say, and I'm not hating. I'm just telling y'all the truth. Don't they say that every year? Like Raiders fans, this is our year. RB said Santos, your Tennessee Titans just landed Julio Jones. Is the offense about to light it up this year?
And you know it, dog. Julio's in the camp. Look here. I know he's been in the league for a few years, but man, look here. I'll take him over a few receivers in the league, man. I mean, that kid, he's always been great in my eyes, man. When he was in college, man, that's when I started watching him. And man, I knew he was gonna be good, man. I mean, the boy is solid, you know. As long as I think this coaching crew that we have now will be smart enough to use this young man in the correct way. Unlike the old coaching crew, when they got Randy Moss, they just wanted to use him as a decoy. When you get a thoroughbred, man, you gotta let him run, man. You gotta let him do his thing, you know. You don't just sit him out there to distract and all that bull crap. Shoot, let that man get that ball sometime. And that's a deep threat right there. So yeah, we that's a plus for our offense. We just need a few more pluses, and man, we're gonna be all that, man. You know, then I'm be telling Eli, man, what's wrong with them Cowboys, bro? I mean, what's y'all coming to the Super Bowl with us or what? And it'd be great if we can get to the Super Bowl. For some reason, we can never get there. But anyway, yeah, man, Julio Jones, kudos to him, man, and kudos to the Titans, man. I didn't think they were going to land him, and I knew we were one of the teams he wanted to play with, and I'm just glad they didn't let the ball fall through the cracks, man, and I'm looking forward to seeing this guy, see what he does up here in Nashville. It's going to be an awesome thing. Anyway, back to boxing.
RB said, copy and paste. Yeah, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. You know what I'm saying? Gotta have fun with the brothers. Uh, Black Star Sports TV said, I said, hell to deal with, which means no easy wins for nobody. He said, them Cowboys coming. He said, how about them Cowboys? Ain't gonna be no easy way to get them off the field this year. They coming to lay the hat. That's what we used to say on our team, on our defense. Lay the hat, defense. Uh, Eli Zachary said, LOL, you know we good, my brother Santos.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. You know what, man? Two of my closest friends are Cowboy fans, and I've been antagonizing them, and they've been antagonizing me all my life, man. So, we got love for each other. We travel together. And he just been put in that same category, Eli. I got love for my man, Eli, but I don't like his Cowboys. I'm going to mess with you, bro. Hey, man. We're gonna be sitting around. Hey, when I get a chance to come down to Dallas, we're gonna talk, Eli, man. I'm gonna look you up, man. We're gonna chop it up, man, because my boy them, they be going down to Dallas and sometimes they're taking the games, man, and I might come with them one of these times, man, because I do want to see that stadium, man. That's a hell of a stadium, man, and I like to come down and check it out. It's just to hang out a little bit in the city of Dallas, and we'll see what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? And me, you can get some laughs in, and we can see if the Cowboys gonna win that day when I'm down there. All right.
Yeah, that's my mom the same way. My mom's she's a Texan at heart, so she rep her state, and she a uh Cowboy fan. Even though she's been in California all my life. You know what I mean? Uh, yeah, I have the same thing. I have a lot of family that's Cowboys fans, but I don't get too much into. You know what I mean? I just I'm like you, man. I just crack my jokes, but it's all in fun. I don't got no vested interest or anything like that. I just like to have fun with my peoples. Um, Eli said, most definitely, fam. RB said, Cinto said, I'm not racist. I got a friend that's a Cowboys fan. I just did the same thing. My mama a Cowboy. Yeah, my mama a Cowboy fan. A lot of Cowboy fans. I will say this. Um, Even though I said you can copy and paste that Black Star Sports TV's comment where he says Cowboys going to be hell to deal with this year. You can copy and paste that every year. Uh, uh, even though I say that, you know what I'm saying, and all in jokes, but you know, it's facts, but it's jokes. It's one of those jokes that's funny because it's true. You know what I'm saying? Like Raiders fans and almost every sports team, every sports fan be like that. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, the Cowboys. There's like certain franchises in team sports that their fan base carries all across the nation. You know what I mean? Like all the franchises can't do it, but like there's certain franchises that have a significant fan base almost everywhere in the country, and the Cowboys are one of them. The Cowboys travel well. The Raiders have fans all over the place. Um, the Lakers have fans all over the place. The Yankees have fans all over the place. Like there's certain franchises that transcend the borders of the United States. You know what I'm saying? They totally transcend the borders, and they are all over the place. No matter where you go in just about any major American city, you'll see Laker fans, Cowboy fans, um, Yankee fans, Raiders fans. You know what I mean? And that says a lot about the franchises and what they have done over the decades in terms of their marketability and branding themselves. Uh, to cross interstate. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these franchises are only good in their local areas. If that makes any sense, right? You're not going to get a lot of. I think you could say Green Bay is probably one of those as well. But because I do know a significant amount of Green Bay fans, even out here in Southern California, and I'd be like, man, this ain't Wisconsin. We have enough teams out here. You know what I mean? But they're just one of those franchises that transcend uh, the nation. I think that's dope. I do. I think that's dope. And it says a lot about uh, uh, their brandizing and marketing over the years and over the decades. Uh, Black Star Sports TV. Now, he said we have been saying that for a while. Right, right, right. You know what I'm saying? And see, and I'm a Californian, so it's like I remember I was telling 78, a couple months ago, and I was not trying to be funny at all or condescending at all. I was literally because sometimes I say stuff joking, and I try to make sure that everybody knows I'm joking. But then sometimes I just be really saying stuff, um, and I be genuinely feeling that way. So like I remember I said something to the effect of, "Dang, I see why people hate my Lakers." Because the Lakers are my favorite basketball team, right? Now I'm a fan of players, but I do have favorite franchises, if that makes any sense. But I was saying that I see why people hate my Lakers because you know in multiple decades the Lakers have won championships in multiple decades. You know what I mean? And you have franchises that haven't won a championship in decades. You have multiple franchises that haven't even won one championship, and they are forced to see this one franchise get to the NBA Finals 30 plus times. You know what I mean? And because I'm born and raised in Southern California, um, sometimes you don't see the perspective of these other places like Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Chicago, or San Antonio, or what I mean? Because I know like now we like to say, well, San Antonio got five, yeah, but in their entire franchise's history, they have five. You know what I'm saying? The Lakers had five from 2000 to 2010. You know what I'm saying? That's in one decade they had five. The Lakers had five from 1980 to 1988. They have five. So uh, it's crazy because I had just one. I just had to sit down and be like, man, now I used to wonder why people hated the Lakers. I'm like, what is there to hate? And then, but that's why because they live in areas where they just want one. You know what I'm saying? I remember listening to the Generals live one day, and he was like, man, we just want this one. We just want this, and I was like, damn, I never thought about that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these sports fans, they just want one. They just want they haven't won one in X amount of years or X amount of decades. And here we are in Southern California. We just think it's our birthright to not only get to finals, but to win. You know what I mean? And we have multiple teams. You know what I'm saying? Like we have the Raiders have won three. The 49ers have won five Super Bowls. Uh, the Golden State Warriors won three championships uh, recently. You know what I'm saying? But they got four, I believe, overall because they won one with Bill Walton. So then you got the Dodgers, the Angels, the the King, the LA Kings. So it's like it's like you get spoiled as a state. It's like, man, we supposed to be there. We supposed to win. And then you have all these people from other places in the other regions in the country. That's like, man, man, that's California. So I get it. I get it, man. Uh, let's see. Eli is responding to Robert. Okay. Black Star Sports TV said, I'll be covering the Cowboys as well this year. Okay, yes, sir. Said hashtag Cowboys Nation. Yes, sir. He says, no Jacksonville fans outside of Florida. Right, right. You know what I'm saying? Some teams don't travel. Some franchises don't travel. RB's laughing at Black Star. Oh, my brother's in the building. Salute to Talk Sports with JT. Salute to you too, King. Excuse me. Talk Sports with JT. If any of y'all uh uh understand betting and capping on sports, um, please follow Talk Sports with JT. Um, he's a resident baseball expert, so he's gonna tell you how to get it in with the baseball. You know what I'm saying? He understands uh baseball, uh, and he knows how to crunch those numbers. And if you don't want to put your money where your mouth is, you can follow him at Tees. That's TEES 1982 on Instagram and cop some merch because he got some of the dopest shirts, got some of the dopest beanies, some of the best wear out there. You know what I'm saying? And that's my family. So if all else fails, you can just support them and by giving them a follow and a shout out, man. That's Talk Sports with JT, uh, aka T's 1982, TEES 1982 on IG. Let me see. Uh, Black Star says salute to RB. RB says Black Star. The old heads down in Georgia say the difference between Georgia teams and a dollar bill is that the dollar is good for 4 quarters. Ooh, I ain't touching that. I don't know how y'all rocking Georgia. Georgia. Yeah, I can't sing, but it's all good. RB says Lakers 100 already. Already, you know what it is. Uh, put his link in the chat. Yes, sir. I got you. I got you. Let me put his link in the chat. Let me see. Let me go to this thing. I'm gonna put his um. Let me see. I want to put his Instagram and his uh YouTube channel. Hey JT, you know there's a Tees 82 as well. So I don't know if you know that, but I don't know if that's yours or not. So let me know what to do, nephew. I don't know if you've seen that or not. But let me know if that's yours. Because it looked like somebody trying to steal your shine, but it might just be a backup page for you. All right, here we go. This is the IG. Oops, my bad. Let's see if that worked. Okay, so now let me put it as. Wait, did that work? Let me know if that link worked in the chat, y'all. Let me know if that link worked in the chat, so I ain't got to do it again. Then let me go to his YouTube channel. So yeah, he can get y'all right on these on these picks. Try right on these picks, man. Because the brother is on his stuff, crunches his numbers, does his homework. Oops. All right. All right, cool. All right, got it. Yeah, still going? You already know it. You are in it to win it. 6 hours strong so far. 6 hours and 20 minutes strong. Hey, I got an echo. You hear that, Santos? Kyle?
There was some scribbler, like there was some scribbly like sound for a second, but not necessarily sounding like an echo to me. But other than that, it was okay. I mean, well, to me, it's gonna be all right. Yeah, I was doing a low. That's why I've been on mute, man. You've been chopping it up real good, well, man, as you normally do. Oh, I want to say shout out to the state of Georgia. Appreciate you know you know I never saw us getting a person such as Julio Jones on our football team. And yes, everyone, Tennessee is one of those states that's never won a championship, and we're starting for one, like Tank was saying. So yeah, and, I'm in that fold where I need a win. But hey, I'm just hoping that Julio can come and add to the weaponry of the offense, and we can have a good time. Now we got two. We probably got more than two, but we got two of the high-profile former outstanding players from the University of Alabama, the Tennessee Titans. There, if the receiving core can have
Oh man, he fell out. Yeah, I knew I heard something crazy. I knew something was going on. I don't know if it was mine or just something's going on with the reception. But um, you said I'm breaking up, JT. Let me know in the chat if I'm still breaking up, y'all. I may have to go out and come back in. Kyle, uh, you might have to get Santos back in. He dropped out. Maybe he was in a bad area. I don't know, but I know I was hearing a crazy, uh, a crazy echo in my ear on my earpiece. So I didn't know if it was my earpiece or what. Um, okay, yeah. See, Blackstar said I sounded bad. Uh, JT said I was breaking up. Black Star said he likes them shirts. Yes, sir. Man, my bro, he really do this. It ain't like them cats that just be out there doing stuff. I'm not vouching just because that's my fam, that's my people's. I'm vouching because I know the quality of work, and I know the effort that he puts into uh, the time and effort that he puts into designing and pressing out each of these shirts. He does them himself with his own machine and his own extra piece. You know what I'm saying? He does bulk orders as well. So if y'all have, businesses and brands out there that you want to get your stuff done, he does, not only does he have his own custom designs that he does, but he can also um, do your stuff. You know what I'm saying? He can create your own hoodie and your own shirts and your own hats. Y'all see those hats on there? He has the machine for the hats. He got you got the whole nine, you got the whole setup. So uh, Talk Sports with JT is legit. I put the links in for his contacts, so y'all can go ahead and click on those links, make it do what it do, and support the fans, man. Support the fam. Support the fams. Black Star said Tennessee going to be in it this year of the quarterback. The year of the quarterback. This is the year of the quarterback. Don't mess it up. They good everywhere else. Man, I haven't even been following football like I used to in years past. When I used to play Madden, uh, I used to follow football a lot more closely than I do these days. I used to be on football tough. You know what I'm saying? I play football, so uh, I used to be on football tough. But I kind of like started getting off football when uh, I stopped playing semi-pro, and I saw that article by the doctor who was talking about CTE. Then I found out the NFL knew about it, uh, and then how they treated the situation after the fact. Um, I supported the product less and less and less. Um, but I think in recent years, when I've seen I have all these black quarterbacks, um, I've been kind of watching from afar, but I haven't been into it like I used to be in years past, keeping up with all the players. Like I said, when I used to play Madden, you would see all the players and all the attributes, and then you'll go watch them on TV and be like, okay, that's why this player has this attribute or that team is rated that way because they actually out here getting loose. I don't do that as much as I did in years past. Okay, Black Star Sports TV says I'm good now. Um, Talk Sports with JT says, what do y'all think about the young sister Osaka situation about getting fined for not wanting to talk to the media because of her social anxiety? Um, uh, well, I look at it. There's different ways, right? You sign a contract. You have contractual obligations. Um, how you deal with those obligations is on you, right? Um, and a lot of people have a lot of different, I guess, anxieties and things like that about them. So uh, Naomi is not the only one, I guess you could say. And so, if y'all don't know who Naomi Osaka is, she's the Haitian tennis player that was born in Japan, so she represents Japanese, um, the country of Japan in tennis. I believe her mother's Japanese, her father's Haitian. Um, so I refer to her as the Haitian tennis player. But yeah, so she says that she doesn't want to talk to the media, but um, you have contractual obligations, and you can always opt to do as Marshawn Lynch did and just sit up there and let them ask you questions. You know what I mean? If you sign on to do whatever you sign on to do, then meet your obligations. Um, if you have a particular uh, mental health disposition, then you need to work that into your contract so that you are absolved of meeting those obligations that other people have to meet. If that's not the case, then uh, you know, if that's not the case, then don't worry about it. But it just depends on how you look at it because you're not your own boss um, when you are in these sporting uh, competitions, and if by the letter of the rule that you sign up for, you're out here to they ask you to talk to media and you sign up to do that, but you have social anxiety, then you need to make sure that that's known before you sign on to the dotted line. If indeed uh, that's what it is, right? Um, so that's my stand on it. You can get up there and just be like, I'm just here so I don't get fined, boss. Uh, Talking Sports with JT says, you good now? I can hear you clear. Okay, for sure. Black Star Sports TV says, NFL be tripping. Yeah, yeah. Black Star said, yo, fam, I play semi pro as well. Yeah, man. I, you know, I had, one day, I put like this, not one day. Um, I used to get nosebleeds out of nowhere, right? I would just get nosebleeds, middle of the night, uh, whatever, randomly, I just get these nosebleeds. Uh, and then one day I came across the article about CTE and and stuff like that. And I played defense. I never played offense. I never took a hit in my life. I was always the one distributing the punishment. Um, so I can only imagine for those people who uh, w- would get hit and how they would dealing with certain things. But yeah, that was me. Then when I looked into certain things, I did some research, and this was years. Like this was decades ago, and it was early in the internet age. Uh, when looking for research was a little bit different. But yeah, long story short is I decided to quit. You know, as soon as I started looking up all of the uh, brain injuries that was taking place that people wouldn't even know about, and so even now to this day, um, I get sensitive to light. You know what I'm saying? I get migraines. Uh, Even like on my the glasses that you see on my avatar here, those are prescription, and I get them transition lenses uh, so that they turn into shades upon sunlight um, to protect my eyes from bright lights. You know what I mean? Because I'll get migraines just from bright lights. Um, I think that it's partially because of football to me. I wouldn't recommend it for anybody else to play. So that's just me. Anyways, uh, Taylor Bell said, "We still rolling." You know it. Like what was that? What was that rock band? It was a Limp Bizkit. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. What are we? 6.5 hours. Yeah, we 6 hours and 32 minutes in. Black Star Sports TV says uh, Naomi Osaka should be allowed to have a media representative to speak for. Uh, all team owners don't have to speak to media. Yeah, if she puts that into her contract, she definitely should be allowed to, to do that. Black Star Sports TV also says, plus, new draft picks have their agents speak in their place. Indeed, that. Uh, RB says exactly to Black Sports TV, and he says, and let's be honest, most of us ain't watching uh, to her the press conference. Just saying, yeah. He says she's always had that issue, even if you go back to her first interviews. I think her pulling out, and now with Serena losing, it has already hurt their ratings. Yeah, possibly. I don't follow the sport of tennis or the media behind it that much. So I don't even know how the ratings are or anything like that. Uh, I don't know. But yeah, man, I just think that that's more of an issue uh, if you have a mental ailment like that. And like I said, I don't even know how the contracts work. I don't even know what the obligations are. That's why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking. Right? I don't know the obligations that she signed up for. But if you sign up for an obligation that you know you can't meet, then you have to have your representative work in paperwork a way for you to meet it in a different way. You know what I'm saying? Whether that's have a representative speak for you, have a PR person. Uh, but if you know this about yourself, then do it. This is the first I've heard about her doing all this because it was a big issue in the media. But Robert Brown says that if you go all the way back to her first interviews, this has been a thing. So, you know, if he's been watching, I gotta fall back and you know, it is what it is. Like I can't speak to it. You know what I'm saying? I'm only speaking to obligations that you sign up for. Uh, RB said, she said she was even cool with the fines, but then they tried to take other measures. He says, I find it funny that they'll say LeBron should shut up and dribble, but get mad when they don't get access and the player doesn't want to talk. Yeah, it's just a matter of it depends on what you know, it depends on what you say, right? If he was just if he was just talking basketball, they wouldn't say shut up and dribble. But when he starts to talk about socio-political issues um, and the state of public affairs and things like that, that's when they have uh, less tolerance for you being opinionated and outspoken, unless what you're saying fits the narrative, right? So, for example, the same people that say LeBron should shut up and dribble, they want him to say, everybody go out there and take the Rona shot. You understand what I'm saying? They want him to say that because that's a narrative that mainstream media is pushing, and they need everybody that they can who has an influential voice to use that voice to further their talking point in that regard. But um, if the person that is influential says something that's alternative to that narrative, then that's when they'll say, shut up and play. You know what I mean? At least that's what I've noticed. Uh, Harvey says, so called privileged, highly educated folks all of a sudden uh, so interested in what a so called uneducated dumb athlete has to say. But no, it's just that I look at it differently, right? I look at it like they want you to talk about the they want you to they want you to answer their questions first, right? Whatever the questions is. But they want to have access to you and your perspective on your uh your field of expertise, right? Um, a lot of these people, they want to know, what do you think about going into this matchup, if it's tennis, or this game if you're playing basketball, football, baseball, or this particular fight if you're into combat sports. You know, they want to know these things from the people who participate in it, right? So I understand that from a journalistic perspective, wanting to hear from the people who participate in it. I'd rather hear from them than to hear from the Skip Baylesses of the world and the Nick Wrights of the world who write about sports, as opposed to hearing from the athletes themselves. If I'm a journalist, that's what I want to hear, right? But it just depends on uh, the person who has the opinion of what's being said. Like I said, if it's a certain narrative that they want to be pushed, they want you to talk all day, right? If it's a conservative talking point, they want you to talk about that conservative talking point so that they can say, hey, uh, you see, even LeBron likes X, Y, and Z, right? Even uh, Naomi likes X, Y, and Z. But at the end of the day, the journalists uh, are there to ask whatever questions that they're there to ask, and you can deal with it how you want to deal with it. Black Star says, "RB, great point. Damn media bullies. Yeah, you know they have agendas out there, and they get sent out there to get a story, and they know that certain stories won't get read unless they're written in a certain way, and and are sensationalized in some aspects. Uh, I know some people get tired of me talking about it, but season 5 of The Wire deals exactly with that, dealing with how far will these journalists go to make a story, to get a story, to get their story printed, to separate themselves from the pack. Uh, and as journalists, um, excuse me, as publishers for these outlets that these journalists work for, uh, how do you reward the story versus how you uh, bury a story that is lacking that sensationalistic perspective? Talk Sports with JT says, I agree, Sweet Science Examiner. It's just like if kids has disabilities in school, there's paperwork behind it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? If she wants to make it a medical condition, then go all the way with it and say, listen, this is a medical condition. I have social anxiety. And in order for me to perform at the top of my field, I need a publicist or a PR rep, somebody to speak on my behalf during interviews. Um, I'll be present, but I'll be literally sitting next to or standing next to someone that will answer the questions on my behalf and get that put in your contract if that's the case. But then again, I don't know the obligations, so I'm only speaking from a perspective of ignorance in this regard. Just just for people who are listening to this on the replay, and say that's not how it works, Tank. That's not what's going on. Like I said, I'm speaking from a place of ignorance in regards to how it works in tennis, and your obligations. I do know in other sports you have media obligations in basketball and football and baseball, but I'm not sure how it works in tennis. Robert Brown says a Russian tennis player got arrested and led out of the stadium in handcuffs at the tournament for being part of organized crime fixing matches, but they are not covering that with the same vigor. Uh, Taylor Brown said, salute to you. I want to big you up for being on all night. Fell asleep listening to you. Woke up now listening to you. Now that's dedication. Yes, sir. Throw me about 50 cents in my cash app then. Send your brother 2 quarters in the cash app. Taylor Bell, you know what I'm saying? I'll be going to sleep silly. While y'all up, I'm gonna take me a nap. I appreciate it though, for real, for real, for real, for real. I appreciate it, man. Just holding it down, you know what I'm saying, for the fam. D Hodges said, what up, TBS and the Sweet Science Examiner, LDBC. Salute to the chat. What up, D Hodges? What up, brother D Hodges? Hope all is well, fam. Same to you, Tyler Bell. Taylor Bell, D Hodges in the building. Good morning. Oh man, I went too fast and the chat skipped on me again. Let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. Dang. D Hodges says salute to Black Star. Okay. Black Star Sports TV says y'all brothers be on late. But if anyone here has a YouTube channel, put your link in the chat right now, and I will sub to all of you before I got a dip, fam. Yes, sir. Let me put mine in there. Which one should I put in there? Let me see. Let me put mine in before you dip if you haven't dipped already. Let me throw mine in. Subscribe to the channel. Show some love and support. Oops. Go pick a video out and like it, man. Subscribe, like, comment. Oh shit, my bad. My bad. I'm over here, sleep typing or something, whatever you want to call it. I just put subscribe in there without the link. Huh? All right, let's see. There we go. I think that's right. There we go. And then I also got Tank Obadiah TV that y'all can subscribe to if y'all want to hear me talk about or post about anything that's historically based, social and political topics. Subscribe to that one as well. Subscribe to this one I'm about to post as well. I'll be posting documentaries, book reads. You know what I'm saying? Anything that has to do with thought-provoking content goes on this page that I just put in the chat right now. All right. So please follow my different platforms. They're all for different uses. Oh yeah, and matter of fact, I'm just starting this one out and I'm trying to build it up. Is if anybody like that's into TV shows and movie talk, I'm starting a TV and movie talk uh, channel as well. So that's the one I'm putting in right now. It's called IETV and Movie Talk. So we're gonna build up one brick at a time. We're gonna build up one brick at a time. And I greatly appreciate uh, any support, man. I really do. Just like everybody else in here, man. We trying to build up one brick at a time, um, and support each other as best we could. You know what I'm saying? Whenever we could. I'm still learning this whole social media and digital content creating uh, process. So that is just me. And I'm sure that everybody else is out here doing the same thing, man. It's all about the grind. One step is good as the next, right? All right, dang, my bad. Oops. I skipped the chat again. Taylor Bell, my Cash App is right there on the screen. Sweet Science Examiner. Anybody else that want to contribute to my coffee so I can stay up all night? Anybody want to contribute to my coffee pot? I need to go warm up my cup right now, actually. Nah, you know what? I probably don't need to drink no more coffee because I'm gonna try to take a nap in a few. Where are we at? 6:50. Yeah, in about 10 minutes, I'm on bounce. Kyle, I know you listening. That'll be 7 hours in about 12 minutes. 12 minutes. I'm gonna take it to about 7 hours, and I'm gonna call it. You know what I'm saying? But the Cash App is on the screen. I think uh, it is the $ Sweet Science Examiner. You know what I'm saying? Put a cup of coffee in there. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all rocking with me all night long. Um, Black Star Sports TV said, salute to D Hodges. You everywhere, man. And that's the truth, man. D Hodges supports all platforms, and we try to move around and do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we all know that we all we got. You know what I'm saying? We trying to build, not destroy each other, and that's the beauty of this thing, man. We have intellectual conversations. We have uh, diverse content, each and every one of us, and you know what I'm saying. We're not trying to tear each other down, man. We all trying to build each other up, and that's the goal, man. We got to change these narratives that surrounds us and our people, especially as black men, and how we deal with each other, brown men, and how we deal with each other. Robert Brown said they continually bombarding her with political and social questions, and her perspective not always about tennis. So, do they want the best mentally strong tennis player, or a quote to misinterpret? Um, I don't think many of them really care about what it is that they do. I can't speak to what they want or don't want. I don't know what they want. Um, you know, uh, a lot of them just want sound bites. But I'll tell you this: if it was me, I would meet my obligation by talking about the sport that I know. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get my backhand feel good tonight. Had a sore ankle earlier in the week, but I'm be good to go today. Uh, Shout out to the French Open. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? They asking me political and social questions. Yeah, I would defer all that to the political scientists. You know what I'm saying? Go ask them. You know what I mean? As far as my opinion on certain topics, you know what I mean? I have my opinion, but I don't wish to share it. Uh, Talk Sports with JT said, "What's your opinion about this whole Kwame Brown situation? Whole situation? It's a lot. It's a lot to unpack, brother. It's a lot to unpack. But uh, in essence, all it boils down to is Kwame Brown is talking about how uh, the black man in athletics have been uh, talked about or targeted when it comes to uh, sports pundits and the narratives that surround them, um, by these people who talk about sports since the Stephen A. Smith era of talking about sports. And he says it's not about him. A lot of people make it about him, but he says it's not about him. You know what I'm saying? They talk down on the brother. What was the brother's name that played for the Panthers? Cam Newton. They talk about other black quarterbacks. They talk about other black athletes that are not named Kwame Brown. And you know, he says as far as his situation, uh, he sat on it for years and years and years, and he's been retired for years and years and years, and they still finding ways to make him the butt of the joke. And now that he's retired, now that he's a grown man that's retired with his own family and his own platform, he doesn't have to take that anymore, and he can stand up for himself. And I just find it ironic that uh, you know these guys have been talking about Kwame Brown since 2001, right? And so what's that? We in 2021, so that's about 20 years, right? They've been talking about Kwame Brown, and he's been the butt of this joke of and the hallmark or the poster boy for what is uh, uh, an unsuccessful athlete or a quote unquote bust. Uh, but he can't. He does videos and puts out an alternative narrative for 20 days in a row, and you know they lose their minds, right? They could talk about him for 20 years, but he can't talk about them for 20 days. So that's ironic, right? Um, what they say, it ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Taylor Bell said, that's a good idea. Media rep to take the questions. Yeah, man, I'll be sitting right next to one, just like how these a lot of athletes in that have to answer questions in American media who don't speak English language. They have an interpreter right there. Yeah, I'll talk right into their ear and be like, yeah, uh, tell them this and tell them that, and then they can answer the questions on my behalf. My lawyer, Dehaja says, salute the Black Star. I'm universal. Robert Brown says, she can take a break just like Ryan Garcia, right? Has he been fined? Is certain media killing him? I say, let's be the same across the board in our reactions. Yeah, but they don't all, I don't know if they all have the same obligations. That's what I'm saying. So that's why I wouldn't say, I personally say that uh, your obligation is your obligations. And I don't know if tennis is the same as boxing or boxing is the same as baseball and football and basketball, etc. You know what I'm saying? They all have different union reps and people who help them come up with their approach to all facets of the sport that they compete in. So if you sign on the dotted line to meet certain obligations, then you should do your best to meet those obligations. If you don't have to sign on the dotted line, then make that be known. But I don't know. Again, I'm speaking in ignorance, and I keep saying that because I really don't know. I'm ignorant of the fact on how it works. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna use false equivalence to make my point because I don't even know if they equivocate one to the other. Uh, Robert Brown said, "Put that movie channel link in to Tank if you didn't already." Yes, sir, I did that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, we gonna get there. Trust me. I have a wide range of interests outside of the sport of boxing. I do. I do. Outside of sports, I like to talk about different things, um, and I have a lot of different interests, um, and I don't want them all linked together. So I've kind of took the time to separate them into different brands. How they say, diversify your portfolio. Oh man, let's see. Big Eli Zachary says, "Big Tank keeping me going while I get the money." Well, yes, sir. I appreciate it, Eli. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate it, brother. I'm here to make sure that we all good, man. Keep y'all awake on that third shift. You know what I'm saying? And if it ain't too much, uh, you can throw about 50 cents in the pot too. You know what I'm saying? Keep that coffee coming while you get to the money. Black Star said he subbed to both. Man, that's love, brother. That's love. Sub to the last one as well. All love. Yes, sir. Sub to you. You already know that's coming, brother. As soon as I get done catching up on this chat, you already know anybody that I get the notification that sub to me, I will sub to you. If you put it in the chat, I'm gonna click on the link and sub to you as well. Whether you sub to me yet or not, like I said, we all we got. Uh, Robert Brown said he got you. Black Star Sports, he got you. And I don't know if you got a new channel. You got a new channel, Black Star, because I was already on the other one, but I don't know if 2.0 is a new one or if that's the same one. Um, Black Star Sports TV said the way the NFL shitting on Cam Newton, a former MVP, would never happen to a white quarterback. I look at Fitzpatrick, never done anything but win empty games. Cam been to the Super Bowl with an undefeated regular season. We know what it is, and I'm glad Kwame Brown's speaking out, and I'm glad that Kwame Brown's not letting it be about him. You know what I'm saying? He's not letting these guys get away with, oh, we're just talking about your game and you can't play basketball. And he said, well, what about mama's cooking? What about the fact that I bought my mama a house? What about the fact that I retired uh my siblings and aunts and uncles and made a way for a bunch of people who came up in impoverished? How come that's not the story? How come that's not the tagline? Why is it that if I was so bad, if Michael Jordan made such a horrible mistake when he drafted me, keep in mind, I don't draft myself, but if Michael Jordan made such a horrible mistake by drafting me, why the hell, years later, he turned around and picked me back up when he becomes the owner of the Charlotte Bobcats? How they say? Asking for a friend. I'm just asking for a friend. Oh, man. Shout out to Kwame Brown. Robert Brown said, LOL, that's right, Tank. Kwame's getting cease and desist orders and all now. Yeah. Yeah. They can't take it. You know what I'm saying? It's cool when they making jokes about him. But if he come out and he start talking about these cats, right? They can put his personal, he said, y'all put out stuff about my family that I didn't even know. That means somebody put the research team out there to find out something about this man's family. So he would be embarrassed enough or discredited, right? That's what they do. That's how they do. That's in the forefront of the COINTELPRO mantra. Go look it up. Go look at that manifesto that Diego Hoover put out on the COINTELPRO manifesto, right? Part of that is to discredit, right? They don't have to physically kill you anymore. They can just discredit you if they can, right? Black Star Sports TV said, Robert Brown, thanks, fam. I got a dip. And I'll catch you on the next one. Yes, sir. Salute to Black Star Sports TV. Everybody go subscribe and support the brother. Robert Brown said, I do agree about contractual obligations. I'm just pointing out the hypocrisy of the narrative that is spun sometimes and the way media reacts and criticizes. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. I agree. I agree with that 100%. But yeah, man, we at the 7-hour mark. We are at the 7-hour mark. 7:01 and 44 seconds to be exact. So I'm out. I appreciate everybody rocking with me all night long, all morning. Everybody on the third shift, please get home safe. Everybody that's grinding on their way to work right now on the first shift, have a good day. Have a safe and productive day. Stay safe. Be blessed. Subscribe to the channels that I put out there. Sweet Science Examiner on Instagram as well. The Sweet Science Examiner on YouTube. Tank Obadiah TV on YouTube. IE TV and Movie Talk on YouTube. And of course, subscribe right here to the boxing section. Kyle, King Kyle, I know you can hear me, brother. Salute to you, King, man. Keep putting in that work, brother. All love, all the time. Love y'all too in the chat, man. All you brothers be safe. Everybody on the replay listening, y'all stay safe and be blessed out there. Peace. We out.